Arc 7, Chapter 31, A Talk Between Compatriots. Subaru's eyes widened as a strong arm grabbed him by the shoulders, making him turn around. The iron helmet staring his way, or rather, Al's attitude, was rather unexpected. Subaru, ignoring the force of the arm that had seized his shoulder was somewhat difficult. His intent to halt Subaru from banging his head against the wall and harming himself could be keenly felt. Al, you should stop that. Subaru, Their gazes met, and a breath escaped as the words of restraint were repeated. Immediately, Subaru felt a pang of shame well up from the bottom of his stomach, as if he had been blamed for his eccentric behavior. It was as if he were a character in a game being made to run against a wall. Looked like it was exactly like that, including the part where he had not thought anything about it. Al, don't come crying to me if you end up an idiot after doing that. No, rather, it's because I couldn't leave you like that I came to stop you. Subaru, sorry for the inconvenience. Al, why so formal? Also, your voice is so raspy it's scaring me. With Al pointing out that Subaru's voice was surprisingly hoarse, he once again ridiculed himself. The one who had suffered from a complete mental breakdown and the one whose shameful behavior had forced him into this broken state of mind, was none other than himself. It was natural. After all, it was none other than Rem who had told Subaru. Al, was it so painful for you to hear what that girl said? Subaru, HK. Al, oh, scary. Don't look at me like that. I'm gonna get nervous if you keep staring at me looking like that. Subaru looked up as if he had been hit by a bullet, meanwhile Al shrugged his shoulders as if jesting. His glare had caused Al to step back, but Subaru closed the distance between them, and directly tackled Al's earlier statement. Subaru, were you listening? Al, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, you know. You just happened to be in the middle of an important conversation when I went to call you, bro. I just thought it'd be wrong to interrupt. Subaru, Al, even if you look at me with those distrustful eyes, I ain't lying. Well, after that, bro, you started walking like it was the end of the world, so I got worried and followed you. And sure enough. As he said this, Al pointed to the front part of his helmet. And as he had expected, his fears were right on the mark. It was not like Al was paying particularly close attention, but it was more that Subaru's desperation was clear as day. The pain from his forehead, which he had been hitting right at the spot Al had pointed at, came back, causing Subaru to cast his eyes downward awkwardly. Subaru, Rem. Al, Subaru, that's right, what happened with Rem? I mean, after she talked to me. Al, whoa, don't tell me the shock you got because of what that girl said made you lose your memories? Please gimme a break. If you get amnesia, bro, I'll lose my only buddy. Al answered Subaru's question while fiddling with the metal clasp of his helmet with his hand around his head. Unfortunately, what Al had feared would happen had already come to pass. That said, for Subaru it was something equally grave compared to amnesia, so it was inevitable that his mental balance would be disturbed. Perhaps seeing Subaru's anxiety in his expression, Al prefaced with "Don't worry about it. Al, even after you turned pale, you were still giving decent answers, bro. So I think the girl didn't suspect anything, yeah? Subaru, I see. After receiving Al's guarantee, Subaru felt the faintest of the faintest senses of relief. Apparently, Subaru's disgraceful behavior had started only after he had left Rem's presence. If he managed to keep up appearances around Rem, he would not have worried her. In any case. Subaru, Al, about what you just said. What did you mean? Al, just said. Subaru, about understanding my feeling of wanting to die, or something. With his hand on his aching forehead, Subaru asked the truth behind Al's words. Al, I understand the feeling of wanting to die. But no matter how many times you do that, there's gonna be no end to that sort of thing. The statement that he understood the feeling of wanting to die, and that there was no end to it, no matter what one did. To be honest, He thought that it was not an expression that would bother him much. But at the same time, it was an expression too meaningful to be telling Subaru in this situation. Rather, that statement seemed as if Al also wished to make Subaru believe that he perhaps knew about Subaru's peculiarity, his authority. Al, oh, that. Subaru, yeah, that. It was. It was a very meaningful thing to say. You know something about it, right? Subaru sent Al a gaze shrouded with suspicion. Even if he strained his eyes, he was unable to peer into the eyes and the emotions hidden behind the cold steel helmet. And with that, his expression and eyes hidden, Al snorted and spoke. Al, I don't want to say this, but I've been getting along in years, right? I've been in the same kind of mess as you, bro. I've even acted lame in front of a pretty girl. Subaru, Al, what's with that Stuff like making a big fool of yourself and then wanting to die's a road any man has walked. If you ask me, even at my age, I do it quite often. When I do it, the princess looks at me like I'm a bug. With a chuckle, Al patted Subaru on the shoulder and gave him a lesson typical of a senior. Taking in that content and his demeanor, Subaru stared back at Al, trying to determine if he was being deceptive or serious. Al, What's up, bro? Subaru, no, it's nothing. However, even if Subaru attempted to uncover Al's true intentions, he would be incapable of doing so, as his view was obstructed by black iron. Till this moment, he had always dismissed Al's outfit as nothing more than one of his eccentricities. But when confronting him, attempting to ascertain his true intentions, he became aware that it was a protection much more potent than expected. But, at the same time, he also reflected on getting too nervous. Subaru, there's no way he knows, huh? It was just a coincidence that Al's comment had caught Subaru's attention. If Al knew about return by death, he would have tried to show it to Subaru in a way that was easier to understand. The very existence of that authority, of return by death, was a perilous affair. Were he to be aware of it, he would not keep himself from alluding to it, much like Roswell. Simultaneously. Subaru, I guess not everyone who gets summoned to another world gets some kind of power. He was not in the know regarding the details of Al's situation, but he thought it safe to assume this. Because, if Al possessed some kind of special power dwelling inside him, it seemed to him that the loss of his left arm could have been prevented. For example, if Subaru were to lose one of his arms in similar fashion, then he could utilize his authority to prevent the loss of his left arm before it happened, by Subaru, returning? With that thought in mind, Subaru stared at his left arm intently. It was merely hypothetical, but very possible. In the first place, the only reason Subaru had been able to survive with all his body parts intact so far, was because he had been able to make full use of return by death. Many times, among the loops in which he had been robbed of his life, he had suffered the loss of an arm or a leg. Had he been able to survive without return by death, he would have been plenty able to live with missing body parts. Subaru had decided that he would never fully rely on return by death. But then, to what extent should he rely on it? How many of his arms, legs, fingers, and eyes would he have to forfeit before he decided to rely on it? Above all, what if it was not his own limbs, but those of Emilia or Rem? In the Watergate city of Priscilla, Subaru had not returned by death for the sake of Ricardo's lost arm. Today as well, he had not returned by death because Myzelda had lost her leg. Even though he knew that, via the use of his authority, he might have been able to procure better results, even though he was aware that the number of those who had lost arms or legs, with the paths they had taken so far cut off, could be reduced. Subaru, I'm Al, Subaru, I'm a hypocrite. Conscious that the authority he had been bestowed with was a mighty one, he was unable to take a decisive step. Natsuki Subaru was far too impotent and selfish. Therefore, Subaru, Rem 2. Zua? Al, you're in a bad loop, bro. He had ended up allowing Rem to speak those decisive words. Right before he was about to fall into depression, Subaru's forehead was struck by a powerful finger flick. The strong pain brought tears to eyes, and while uttering wah, wah, he looked at Al. Al, oh, that made a pretty good sound. Wait, did I hit you right where you slammed your forehead? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Subaru, it's fine. Not, what the hell was that? Al, that was a finger flick. So, the questioning power shifts to me, and I'll ask the questions now. Al pointed the flicked finger at Subaru, whose surprise overrode the pain. Upon having that finger thrust at his nose, Subaru involuntarily backed away and kept his mouth shut. Then, Al continued with a listen. Al, how unsettled are you by that girl's words? It's a shame, just because she told you something. Don't you think so yourself? Subaru, well, Al, I don't want you to get woozy over something like that. I'm embarrassed to say this, but I got expectations for you, bro. Subaru, expectations? Subaru was simply surprised to be given a talk that he had never expected. Seeing Subaru's reaction, Al gave a deep nod, and said, yes, that's right. Al, you remember that speech you gave at Priscilla, right bro? Subaru, oh, yeah, I do, but Al, I'm pretty sure that, back then, I told you that broadcast would mean that you'd have to carry heroic reveries, bro. It had been a tense situation, with the city being assaulted by the Sin archbishops, and many people in dire straits. Subaru recalled the words Al had given him upon being requested to play a role in that situation, yet been unable to take the next step. Those were the heroic reveries. He was an existence burdened with the expectations and hopes of many people. He could not be allowed to lose. He was carrying the reverie of being the hero everyone wished for there to be. And at that time, Subaru responded way too relaxedly. It was the same as it had always been. Al, it's the same here. One person denies you, so what? It's not like it's going to change what you've done, bro, or turn your resolve inside out. Subaru, .. Al, don't break, bro. Go get 'em, bro. Live up to expectations, bro. Al, who knew about Subaru's achievements in the Watergate City, patted him on the back. Neither Rem, who had forgotten everything, nor Louis, who had regressed to an infant, and obviously, neither Abel, Flop, Medium, nor the people of Shadrach, were cognizant of Subaru's achievement. Priscilla also knew, but he doubted she would remember about it in the first place. Al, I haven't forgotten. And I'm sorry, I'm not letting go of it, bro. Subaru, not letting go of it, you say? Al, you've started it. I'm telling you, that's a reputation you gotta keep up until you die. Subaru, .. Subaru's breath was taken away yet again, due to Al's critical words. He knew that the broadcast in the Watergate City had spread not only to the people in that city, nearly consumed by anxiety and fear, but also to the rest of the world. He had to maintain that reputation until he died. And unfortunately, death would never come to Subaru. Therefore, he had no choice but to keep fighting. Subaru, forever. At Al's words, a voice leaped out of Subaru's mouth as he covered his face with both hands, and shut his eyes. Echoing in his head this whole time were the deadly words spoken by Rem. Those devastating words had shredded Subaru's heart to bits, making him drown in his own stream of blood. Rem, because you're not a hero. Subaru, I've been relying on a single thing, Rem said, all this time. Rem, because you're not a hero. Subaru, Rem believed in me, and that's why I didn't falter. It was the same in Sanctuary, in Priscilla, in Pleiades' Watchtower. Rem, because you're not a hero. Subaru, Rem woke up without her memory, but I was still happy. I'm one step closer to getting it all back, and this is the time when I need to hold on the hardest. Rem, because you're not a hero. Subaru, those were the magic words that roused my spirit. He was a hero, Rem had told him so. They had stopped Subaru from giving up on everything and running away. They had not allowed his knees to buckle because Rem had fallen into slumber, They had let him challenge the obstruction of the sanctuary and the difficult problems at the mansion. They had played a role in his efforts to save the Watergate city of Priscilla that had fallen into enemy hands, and they had rocked the soul of a Natsuki Subaru that had lost his memories, and enabled him to conquer the Pleiades watchtower. They were Rem, because Subaru-kun is Rem's hero. Because of those words, because of that trust and support, he had been capable of making it to this day. To take those away, for Natsuki Subaru, that meant Al, then, you just gotta get them back. Subaru, huh? With his face covered, Subaru was in the midst of drowning in a darkness too deep to be called the back of his eyelids when he gasped due to Al's statement, raising his face. Right in front of him was Al's face, causing him to take a step backwards. However, Al was the one to move forward this time, in a mirrored image of the previous scene. Subaru's back immediately made contact with the wall. He could not move back any further. As if to push Subaru, unable to retreat, Al extended his arm and blocked his escape. And then, Al, we're gonna get them back. Both that girl's expectations and your confidence, bro. Subaru, expectations and confidence. Al, you gotta maintain your reputation, you gotta fight. And if you can't afford to keep losing, then you got no choice but to keep on winning just like you wish. That's how we're going to win and get them back. Subaru, .. Al, the expectations and reputation you lost can only be regained with better results. That's something you too should know, because you've experienced it many times. Suddenly he brought his face closer and the cold iron helmet hit his forehead. However, Al appealed to Subaru so strongly and sincerely that the latter did not even notice that their foreheads were touching. This had bore a great impact on Subaru. Most importantly, Al seemed to have a point or two. Lost expectations and reputation. The most bitter of Subaru's memories was, of course, his blunder at the royal castle. At that time, Subaru had lost Emilia's trust and expectations, and his valuation amidst the royal candidates dropped. The reason why he had been able to regain their trust afterwards were his actions, for sure, not because he was banging his forehead against a wall in utter devastation. Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am an idiot. Wasn't it like though nothing had changed from when he made that blunder at the royal castle? At that time as well, Subaru had attempted to disregard a massive hole, by pretense of asking Wilhelm to train him, in order to escape from the immense pain in front of him. But now, Subaru could not afford to be so weak. He had to protect Rem and bring her home. In contrast to that time, there was no one else he could turn to for that purpose. For Rem, there was only Subaru. And in order to reassure Rem, surrounded by anxiety and gone without memories, he could not display even a little bit of a pathetic appearance in front of her any longer. Even if Rem, who had forgotten everything, had stated that Subaru was not a hero. Even if the words that had so strongly supported Subaru's back were retracted by that same face and voice. Subaru, I'm Rem's hero. Yes, wasn't Natsuki Subaru's true nature to keep his head up? Al, got a tad of your energy back? Hearing Subaru's determination, the harshness vanished from Al's voice. Replying to his words with a yeah, Subaru directed his eyes towards Al from up close, and Subaru, it's gotten much better. But back off, move away. What the hell's up with this Kabedon? 1. Al, right. Bro's cross-dressing, and I'm a 40-year-old man missing an arm. Laughing heartily, Al pulled his hand from the wall and stepped back. As Subaru's field of view opened up, Subaru felt as if not just what was in front of him, but he felt like he was able to expand his horizon much more. In all honesty, Al's words had only acted as first aid, and the fatal wound had not been closed completely. He was not sure that his legs would not tremble in case he met Rem, that he would not be afraid of her repeating her previous words once he regarded her once again. He had not been able to reach an answer thus far, as to how much and for what purpose he would exercise the authority named return by death. He was sure that even if he mulled it over in his head, he would be incapable of arriving at a conclusion until that moment came. But he could say it clearly. This prideful authority in Natsuki Subaru's possession was indispensable to materialize the heroic reveries that he must bear on his back. 2. Henceforth, he was certain he would continue to be confused on the manner to deal with it in the times to come. Al, oh, right bro, I just wanted to ask. As Subaru stared downward at his hands in the process of renewing his mind, Al suddenly spoke up in an uncomfortable manner, his gaze directed toward Subaru. Subaru wondered about Al's attitude, as he had not shown any sign of reservation up till this point. Subaru, what's the big deal now? If you have something to ask me, ask. Al, then, I'll feel free to ask. What's your relationship with that Rem girl? Al uttered that question with his head cocked in puzzlement. The question was one that seemed weird to ask at this point, but it was only when Al asked this that Subaru realized that he had given no explanation. Al, she's your companion, bro, that you brought all the way to the Empire. She ain't that half-elf girl or that contracted lowly. On top of that, you're treating her like a wife, right? Subaru, I do that as a matter of convenience, and she herself doesn't like it. Al, but that girl's words are tearing you to pieces, bro. The hell's up with that? Al lowered his voice slightly and asked in a very serious manner. In response to his words, Subaru frowned and searched his memories to make sure that there was no acquaintance between Al and Rem, at least not in this timeline. In the first place, he had never even brought up the subject of Rem in front of Al. It was only natural that he did not know about her. But still, there was something peculiar about his question. The reason was probably Al's attitude as he made that inquiry. Al, .. His expression could not be seen, but he could feel the heat in his gaze. Subaru sensed that it was a sign of seriousness and urgency. He was bewildered by the unfamiliar sides of Al he had been shown in such a short period of time, the previous exchange included. He was his sole compatriot, one who had survived in this other world with his aloof, carefree, and unserious attitude. As he felt his impression of Al morphing within him. Subaru, Rem's one of our companions. However, she fell victim to the Archbishop of Gluttony. Because of that, she's gone from everyone's memories. She doesn't even remember herself. Al, . So that's what happened. I see, that makes sense. Subaru, sense? With Subaru having simply stated the truth, Al put his hand on his chin and nodded repeatedly. Subaru's head tilted due to the words that had leaked from his mouth, which prompted a right from Al. Al, there were a few things that were bothering me. It was supposed to be a girl I didn't know, but it looked like a girl I did know. It was kinda asserting itself like the small bone of a fish stuck somewhere. Subaru, you don't know her, but you know her. Are you talking about Ram? Al, oh, yes. Al's voice fluttered as Subaru blinked at the unexpected connection that had popped up. But that was enough to convince Subaru of Al's attitude. Thanks to everyone in the Amelia camp, he was well aware of how someone would react when one of the two, Ram and Rem, were to be forgotten. Even Roswell and Frederica, who had known her for a long time, had completely lost track of her existence until laying eyes on the real Rem, and once they met her face to face, they had never doubted the fact that she and Ram were twin sisters. Aside from their personalities and qualities, Ram and Rem were really very similar. No, surprisingly, as of late he found himself wondering that they might be similar in nature as well. Anyway, he now understood what Al's strange feeling had been. Knowing Ram, it would be confusing to see a Rem who looked exactly like her. Subaru, but I've never heard of you and Ram knowing each other. Al, it's not like we know each other. We ain't really acquaintances, it's just like, we got a bit of a connection, somehow. It's not so much that we know each other. Twin sisters, huh? So you wanna reunite them? Subaru, that's right. The top priority was to reunite Rem with Ram. After that, Subaru's main goal was to bring Rem back to where she belonged, and have everyone in the Amelia camp, along with him, welcome her. To do so, He could not afford to lose Rem's trust. He must do whatever it took to regain her trust and get her to take his hand. Okay. I'll help you, bro. Subaru hardened his fists as he once again focused on the big goal, when Al, still at his front, having mulled over the circumstances that had been relayed to him, nodded and spoke those words. Unintentionally, Subaru let out a dumb-sounding "ee." Al, bro, did you just make the dumbest squeal ever? Subaru, leave me alone. I mean, what did you say? Do you want to help? Help who? Al, I'll do it for you, bro, and I'm sure the princess is gonna have a lot of stuff to say about that, but she can do whatever she wants with that. Anyway, I've decided that I'm gonna support you. Subaru, -- Al, but I only got one arm's worth of shoulder to put into it. Subaru, that's not funny. He'd stated that with annoying enthusiasm, and Subaru was puzzled even as he replied swiftly back. That was probably true. He did not know what in the world tugged at Al's heartstrings. Subaru, because you know Ram, that's why you're going to help me? Al, it's not like that. It's you I'm rooting for, bro. In any case, if you're gonna be a hero, the girl can't be left out. That's what I'm talking about. Subaru, it's not like I'm trying to be a hero. Al, you will be. Natsuki Subaru will become a hero. It was a way of interrupting that did not allow him to say no. It was a strong, quiet statement, and the heat that it held within scorched Subaru's heart. Al, just kidding. However, the intense fervor dissipated at the sound of Al's jesting voice. With Subaru at the mercy of the sudden change of situation, Al waved his hand and said sorry. Al, but let's keep that kind of spirit, bro. It's better for lazy people like me and you, bro, to bluff our way out a little. As he said this, Al turned away and walked off with a jaunty gait. Lagging behind his stately steps, Subaru beckoned him. Subaru, Al. That just now was. Al, whoa, let's not go off on a tangent here. After all, as I recall, I came to call you to the conference hall, bro. I'm pretty sure the princess is gonna gimme a hard time. Subaru, -- Al, common, let's hurry up. There's always gonna be a chance to talk it out. With that, Al turned his head and shrugged his shoulders, gesturing for him to start running. Subaru, hastened by his gesture, had no choice but to retract his concern. How much of what Al just said should be taken seriously, he did not know. Even so, declaring his willingness to cooperate outright, gave Subaru considerably more energy to be optimistic. Even if it was forced, Subaru had to be optimistic. And so, he must keep his chest up, his back straight, and his legs wide apart as he walked. Subaru, Rem's hero, because he had lost the person who saw him in such a manner. Heroic reveries, huh? As he dashed, a murmur echoed only inside his steel helmet. He closed his eyes, uttering in a voice that could not be heard outside, only to be heard by himself. And so, with his eyes closed, he let it echo in the darkness behind his eyelids. Al, I'll have you become a hero, bro. No, Natsuki Subaru. Arc 7, Chapter 32, The Path Onwards. How much time does it take just to bring one foolish commoner back? Do you think that the value of the time that flows by is the same between you and I? No, that's why I'm apologizing to you. Greeted by his master's frigid gaze, Al bowed his head in a sullen manner. As soon as he returned to the conference hall with Subaru, the aforementioned reprimand awaited him. The original purpose of his mission was to bring Subaru back to the meeting hall, so it was not unreasonable for him to be scolded for having an unplanned conversation. Not unreasonable, but... Subaru, Priscilla, please don't blame Al too much. It's not Al who's at fault, it's me. Priscilla, I'm sure you two clowns were consoling each other over some trivial anguish. Your forehead is red, did you bash it against the wall or something? Subaru, do you have clairvoyance? You're so spot on, it's scary. Priscilla shot back at Subaru, who had come to Al's defense, with a comment as if she had seen it before. The scene was not supposed to be so common as to come to mind easily, but he couldn't help shudder at Priscilla's insight. Anyway. Subaru, it's like the conversation didn't continue without us. Priscilla, it is not facile to arrive at a conclusion. After all, are you not Abel's military strategist? Subaru, well, Being pierced by Priscilla's narrowed gaze, Subaru glanced at Abel. In response to his gaze, Abel, sitting on his seat, arms still crossed, paid no heed to Subaru's questioning look. Abel must have been reluctant to treat Subaru as a military strategist, but since he had stated such directly to Priscilla, it could be that he was unable to retract it. As a result, they could not conclude the meeting without Subaru. Subaru, aren't you shooting yourself in the foot by acting without thinking? Abel, you are the one who needs to regard the value of your words. Any great strategy can be treated as either wise or foolish, depending on how you choose your words. Subaru, you're regretting treating me as a military strategist, that's some nerve. Frowning at Abel's officious answer, Subaru sighed deeply. He then looked around at the people in the meeting room, Abel, Priscilla, Zika, and Tarata, who had taken over as chieftain, and then closed one eye. Without Subaru and Al, they didn't think they could have reached a conclusion. Subaru, the conclusion you haven't reached is about cooperating with Priscilla? What was said before was that Priscilla had a collaborator. Abel, you seem to have the brains to keep up. Of course, I am talking about that. The one who gathers the most members of the 9 divine generals wins, remember? Subaru, yeah, we got to the part where the first's a pain in the ass for being useless. If he went unrecruited and became an assassin, there would be nothing they could do. On the other hand, if he were recruited, he would not contribute much to the situation. If this were a simulation game, he would be a troublesome unit. Someone that lacked charm even if turned an ally, all while becoming deadly poisonous if left to their enemies. Subaru, but it's about the final victory. It's not about Priscilla and the support of her collaborators. Right? Priscilla, Priscilla made a small sound in her throat as Subaru summarized the story deftly. For an instant, Priscilla's crimson eyes flashed with a look of curiosity that seemed unusual in Subaru's own eyes, a reaction that suggested that she was interested in someone else, and in addition to that, it was Subaru. I haven't done anything special, Subaru contemplated. Subaru, what? Priscilla, no, I thought you looked deflated in that guise, but you have made your return with a new look on your face and a new light in your eyes. On top of that, your blood circulation is a little better, so your appearance is slightly different. Subaru, are you complimenting me? Priscilla, you may jump in jubilance if such is your wish. Subaru, I won't go that far. The fact that she had not denied it must be a compliment in Priscilla's own way. Replying with a snort, Subaru accepted the praise for his change of heart. From Rem's own mouth, the words that had supported Natsuki Subaru had been repudiated. However, he was encouraged that this was not the time for his knees to buckle because of it. Subaru, well, if that's the case, then it was worth being late for the meeting. Priscilla, I see, the result of a conversation between clowns is superb. You are being so uncharacteristically friendly, Al. Al, oi, it's not unusual for a nice guy like me to be friendly to someone, princess. Priscilla derided him, and Al shrugged his shoulders as he replied. Subaru could not decide whose words were correct, Priscilla's or Al's. For Subaru, Al was the only person from his homeland, the one who patted him on the back and pushed him out of a dead-end situation. It was true that his image was not without its unsympathetic side, as he had been harsh to him elsewhere, and he treated any situation as someone else's problem. Subaru, I can forgive it if I consider it as an after-effect of spending so much time in a different world. Al, didn't you just say something really upsetting? Maybe I'm imagining things. Al tilted his head as if he couldn't make any sense of it, but Subaru let it slide. Neither the fact that Priscilla had changed her mind about Subaru, nor the fact that Al had contributed to that change of heart, were what was important. Subaru, what we need to do is settle the debate. And see how Priscilla's willing to deal with us in the future. Let's not go off topic. Abel, oh, I am sorry. That someone who gets sidetracked so easily became a military strategist. Subaru, .. To Abel, who narrowed his eyes in displeasure and retorted sarcastically, Subaru stuck his tongue out and ignored him. Then, turning to Priscilla once again, he urged her to continue the conversation. Subaru, so, what are you going to do? With or without the support of Priscilla and her collaborators, I'm sure Abel's still going to raise an assault on the imperial capital. Al, with or without the princess's support, the extent of the assault will be the same. Priscilla, it is that you clowns are so in tune with each other. Anyway, your assessment is correct, therefore, for us to assist you in the future, I have raised a condition to Abel to serve as proof that he is worthy of the support. Subaru, condition? Priscilla, it is simple. One of the 9 divine generals must be on your side. To Subaru's frowning face, Priscilla presented the requirement as a matter of fact. Upon hearing that prerequisite, Subaru muttered 9 divine generals. It was not an absurd condition, definitely. In the first place, if one wished to mount a challenge in the battle to regain the throne, the acquisition of many divine generals was required beforehand. Priscilla was merely looking for that first step. In fact, it would be a very fortunate condition if they could get Priscilla on their side just by fulfilling the prerequisites for victory, right? Subaru, it's not exactly a condition to be jumping up and down about, is it? Abel, of course. As long as I remain unknowing of Goz's safety, there are no divine generals among the 9 who would follow me unconditionally. Additionally, there are not many eccentrics with an inclination to trouble themselves to fight a losing battle. Subaru, if they can't see even a small chance of winning, no one will come on board. As Abel described the tragic situation, Subaru also wrinkled his brow with a difficult expression. Abel's sad self-awareness. If the Emperor's prestige was not enough for the 9 divine generals, he desired to get as much support as possible from Priscilla and her collaborators. At the very least, the presence of such a collaborator would have been a bargaining chip to persuade the 9 divine generals. At this point, Abel had only a few things to go on: his big claim that he was the true emperor, the people of Shudrak, and the military strength of the fortress city of Geral. Subaru, I wonder if they'll listen to us when we say we'll fight the empire with 1 city and 1 tribe. Abel, those working with Priscilla. If they rank as mid-level counts or higher, their names shall pose as good bargaining chips. Priscilla, I tell you, do not expect mercy from me. I possess a certain amount of generosity, but it is not meant for beggars. Priscilla, with her chin resting on her hand, easily trampled their feeble hopes. As they were already aware, there was no way she was going to change her opinion. Then, all they had to do was to directly challenge the conditions presented to them. Zika, with all due respect, Your Excellency, perhaps we should turn to General First Class Cecilus for help? Subaru, Zika-san, what are the odds of success? Expectations were placed on Zika after those words, as heavy silence fell over the room. However, in response to Subaru's expectant gaze, Zika shook his head and said, "No. Zika, as Your Excellency stated earlier, given the current balance in strength, anyone who considers cooperating with us is not thinking straight. Therefore." Subaru, therefore? Zika, I am afraid we can only rely on people who don't think straight, such as General First Class Cecilus. Subaru, so Zika-san thinks that person's nuts, too. Cecilus, who had only a dismal reputation, was hardcore enough that Zika thought he could be brought to their side due to his craziness. However, if they really had no other choice, they may have to go for the first troublesome unit they could think of bringing over to their side at some point. Subaru, the question is, where is he? Where does that person usually live? Abel, that one usually lives in Arakia's house in the imperial capital. Subaru, I see, Arakia's. Wait, why? It was said flatly, and Subaru's understanding of Abel's words was delayed for a few seconds. Even Priscilla scowled in displeasure at the outlandishness of the content. From what he had heard, Cecilus was the first, and Arakia was the second. Subaru, does that mean that this Cecilus guy and Arakia are lovers or something? If that were the case, the impression left by Subaru and the others who had repelled Arakia could not have been worse. Subaru and his team had successfully made enemies of both the first and second. However, Abel shook his head in response to Subaru's question. Abel, no, that is not so. Arakia is looking for an opportunity to kill Cecilus, but she cannot achieve such a thing if people around him are harmed every time she attempts to murder him. That is why I ordered Cecilus to do it. Subaru, ordered what? Abel, if it was going to happen anyway, he should stay in places where it's easy for Arakia to go after him. Subaru, I see. Even with a concrete explanation, their relationship was difficult for Subaru to understand. He did not understand the mentality of letting his own generals kill one another, and he also did not comprehend the idea of living in the house of someone who would try to kill oneself. First of all, Subaru, how can you live with someone who wants to kill you? After he asked that, he felt as if he had spoken something strange, but he was incapable of finding the answer to that odd feeling, and Subaru quickly forgot his question. Anyway, the fact that Cecilus usually lived in the imperial capital was now known. Subaru, so, the only way to get Cecilus on our side is to head to the imperial capital. Hey, you sure you're okay to go all the way to the imperial capital? Abel, of course not. With the current status quo, if I were to get close to the imperial capital, it would be no different than advancing toward my own execution. More than that, I do not even know if Cecilus is in the imperial capital after all. Subaru, then we're out of luck. When it came to matters of the Wallachian Empire, and even military matters, Subaru's knowledge was useless. Though, since Zika, who was also a commissioned officer, had been the first to suggest it, it could be considered to be one of the better ideas they could come up with. If that idea was rejected, Abel's path would be bleak. Subaru, yet this isn't the time to be in a stalemate. A dark and heavy feeling began to assert itself in Subaru's chest. It was like a bittersweet stagnation, a lump of helplessness that would not vanish even if he banged his head against a wall, something like an after-effect of Rem giving up on Subaru. Because of it, Subaru had lost Rem's trust. He had to get rid of this stagnation as soon as possible and regain her trust. In order to do so, every second of time spent at a standstill was regrettable. Abel, there is a way. However, the gnashing of Subaru's teeth was halted due to these words of response from Abel. One eye closed, Abel turned to face Subaru, the latter looking upwards as if he had been struck, and spoke. Abel, cease with that pathetic face, I am sick of seeing it. I have an idea. Subaru, sorry, but my face is at the limit of what I can do with the character maker, without wailing for it. I don't care about the inequality between such faces. What do you mean you have an idea? Abel, it was part of Zika's idea. I shall adopt some of it. Zika, some of my idea? I would be honored, but that is. With furrowed thick eyebrows, Zika displayed confusion upon hearing that his opinion would be utilized. Subaru was just as confused as Zika. In the first place, Zika's idea had been to recruit Cecilus, the first. As long as they could not go to the imperial capital, they would be forced to reject that idea, and he thought that there were no other parts that could be used, outside of that. To Subaru, who thought so, Abel exhaled via his nose, Abel, I do not possess a chance to talk to Cecilus, but Zika also stated. If there is someone else who does not think straight, there is a possibility. Zika, HK. Impossible. Your Excellency, that is dangerous. Please reconsider. Subaru, Abel's bold words were met with fierce opposition by a pale-faced Zika. Zika's fierce determination made Subaru's eyes dart back and forth, and he was surprised to see what was going on. Zika seemed to have an idea of what was going on, but this seemed illogical to Subaru. From the way the conversation was flowing, it seemed as if he were going to talk to someone crazy. Subaru, is there anyone crazier than that General First Class Cecilus no one likes? Zika, I would not label them crazy. But that person is too dangerous. Al, well, I get what you're saying, Afro General, but from the way the conversation's going, it's one of the 9 divine generals, right? If you leave them out, is there anyone else you can count on? It's not a situation in which you can be picky. 1. Zika, that is true, but Subaru and Al spoke to him from both sides, and Zika quieted down with a reluctant face. Having seen the good-natured Zika in suffering made Subaru feel as if they had done something wrong. Rather, the problem lay with Abel's personnel management, which had placed people in key positions that Zika could not help but anguish over. This was an example of how appointing people based on their abilities alone could lead to such tragedies. Subaru, in that respect, Lagunica was run pretty well. Basically, I've never come across a big shot who was a jerk. No, there was that old man who said bad things about Emilia Tan, but in hindsight, that was also part of a statement born out of excessive fear of the Witch of Envy. At the time, Subaru was a foolish hero who did not understand such circumstances and took on the challenge, equipped only with recklessness. Now, were he to encounter an identical situation, he would be better equipped to challenge it. Of course, the option of not challenging someone over Emilia because of her bad reputation was not present for him. Subaru, so just who's the cause of Zika-san's suffering? Abel, what is with that foolish wording? Abel responded to Subaru's question with a resentful look on his face. Abel, to answer your question, it is Yorna Mishigya, based in Chaos Flame, the Demon City. Subaru, Yorna Mishigya. Despite the unfamiliar name of the city, the person's name was familiar to Subaru. Yorna Mishigya was one of the 9 divine generals mentioned in the list, and he believed her nickname to be Subaru. She's called the Flamboyant, something like that, right? Al, you're good, bro. I don't know how you managed to learn it in one shot. Subaru, I like to memorize the nicknames of executive-level characters in manga and such. That said, this Yorna person is Zika-san's. As he said this, he glanced at Zika, and Subaru became speechless. Because Zika's face had gone pale, now covered by his hands. Zika, the 7th of the 9 divine generals, General First Class Yorna Mishigya. Subaru, is she that dangerous? I thought the name was feminine, but if his impression was correct, she would be a woman feared even by Zika, renowned as the womanizer, who acted like a gentleman even towards a Subaru only dressed as a woman. He could not even envision what kind of spectacle was going to come out of her, but Zika, she is beautiful. I am sure everyone can agree on that, not just me. However, General First Class Yorna has a small, no, not a small, rather, an inexcusable problem. Subaru, well, what's the problem? Zika, it's insurrection. Subaru and Al, eh? Subaru's and Al's voices overlapped with Zika's, as the words spilled from his mouth. To Subaru's dismay, who was suspecting that his ears had heard that wrong, Zika covered his face with his hands and continued in a trembling voice. Zika, General First Class Yorna Mishigya has rebelled many times and threatened the reign of Emperor Vincent Volikia. Subaru, you can't put someone like that in the position of army general. Subaru's angry voice echoed through the conference hall for a second time. Priscilla, this affair seems to have been settled. After a while of listening to the ridiculous information about the 9 divine generals, and after Subaru's angry shout, Priscilla adjudged that she had witnessed the conclusion of the discussion, and opened her fan with a snap. Honestly, it was a conclusion Subaru wanted to object to, but Abel, there is no other option. As of now, the only one among the 9 divine generals who might join us is Yorna Mishigya. Subaru, didn't she rebel against you because she didn't like you in the first place? Zika, no, actually, that would not be entirely true. It is impossible for me, at least, to know what she is thinking. Subaru, if Zika-san says as much, then it must be true. At the words of the trustworthy Zika, Subaru had no choice but to retract his doubts, and Abel, having heard this, sniffed disapprovingly and spoke. Abel, what is it with you and your willingness to listen to Zika's opinion? Subaru, even if the opinion's the same, who said it is important? Do you think you have more credibility in my mind than Zika-san does? Abel, I see. But what happens if Zika dies? Subaru, even though it's a thought experiment, I'm going to kill you. He cursed at Abel for saying something so disturbing. Taking Zika's loyalty into account, if Abel ordered him to do it, he may seriously commit suicide. Subaru was doing everything in his power to prevent such an incident from happening. Anyway. Subaru, silly stuff aside, Chaos Flame. Where is it? Is it far from Geral? Abel, not in terms of location. That is another reason as to why it is an appropriate place to head towards. It is located southeast of here, and south of the Budin jungle. Subaru, I see, indeed. Having been shown the location on the map on the desk, Subaru was convinced by Abel's explanation. The location of Chaos Flame lay south of the jungle where the people of Shudrak lived. The distance was larger than that between jungle and Geral, but it was a destination far more realistic than the one till the imperial capital or the land further west. Subaru, and then there's why it's called the Demon City. Priscilla, rest assured, foolish commoner. It is not because of a reason that shall crush your minute heart. It is a city where many races have lived in chaos since ancient times. Wallachia is home to a much wider variety of races in comparison to Lagunica, but Chaos Flame is a particularly eclectic mix. Subaru, in chaos. And it's the Demon City. Once that was said, the fact that the word chaos was connected to the city said to be in chaos made a lot of sense. 2. Given that this was another world, it was probably just a coincidence. Abel, in the Demon City, I shall add Yorna Mishigya, the 7th of the 9 divine generals, to my army. I am certain you shall be able to open your heart. When that comes to pass, Priscilla. Priscilla, that is fine. I am quite magnanimous. I shan't add conditions afterwards. Subaru, I thought you said something about generosity being out of stock earlier. No, never mind. With Priscilla's glare falling on him, Subaru immediately withdrew his unnecessary remark. And so, once the plan was properly settled upon. Abel, please take me with you. Subaru, Tarata-san? Suddenly, Tarata stood up and pleaded with Abel. Tarata had been seated in place of Kuna during the meeting, but she had never spoken up before this moment. She was probably confused by the fact that she had to suddenly take over as chieftain, but even now, her face had a deep sense of urgency plastered on it as she stared at Abel. In response to her plea, Abel's dark eyes narrowed. Abel, what shall you do? You have inherited the title of Shudrakian chieftain from your sister. Regardless of your confidence, that will not change. Tarata, I know. I can't refuse the position that my older sister has given to me. But I'm not strong enough to lead the Shudrak. Tarata looked downward, as she bit her lip and stared at her hands. In her empty hands, what she clutched was probably the same thing that Subaru held in his heart, that was, the sense of helplessness that tormented her. Tarata, because I need a chance to carry the position of chieftain with pride. Abel, is that what you are looking for in traveling to Chaos Flame? Tarata, yes, it is. Is it no good? Tarata's voice lost some of its power, as if she had lost confidence in herself after saying that. However, Subaru could understand the anxiety that Tarata was feeling, and what it really was. After the sudden change in chieftains, Tarata had been forced to play a major role, but she was not sure that she held the power befitting said role. So, what she sought was a successful experience. With her own hands, she would seek results sufficient to convince herself, and a success story that would let her deem herself worthy. It was the same thing that Subaru was looking for right now. Subaru, Abel, I agree with her. Even if she succeeded my Zelda-san with such a mindset, I think Tarata-san wouldn't be able to fulfill her potential. Abel, dash dash. Subaru, besides, we're going to need an escort or ally along the way anyway, right? We know what Tarata-san's capable of. We're friends who rode into town together in women's clothing. Tarata, Natsumi. He had rephrased it somewhere in the middle of it, but he declared what he wanted to. Tarata appeared to be very impressed by Subaru's decision to side with her. He was painfully aware of her hard work. Therefore, he wanted to be on her side. Abel, what shall the Shudrak do while you are gone? Tarata, I will let my sister take over for a while. Kuna and Holly will be assisting her a lot. To protect Geral we can't move too many people. Abel, so you thought about that much, whilst keeping quiet? Having listened to Tarata's unrestrained answer, Abel assessed her thoughts, then Abel tapped his temple lightly with his finger. Abel, only a few are heading for Chaos Flame. Of course, as long as I am meeting with Yorna Miss Higya, my presence is essential. But we shall not mount an attack. Subaru, at most we can only take one escort. Abel, then I shall add you, Tarata. The rest? ? I've been listening. In the middle of Abel's sentence, the door was thrown open with great force, and a figure stepped in with vigor. It was Flop O'Connell, the good merchant who had unabashedly referred to the Emperor as his new friend, and who had no fear of the impertinence of interrupting said Emperor's words. Flop snorted, as he held the gaze of everyone in the room to himself. Flop, Miss Tarata, I'm very impressed with your spirit in volunteering for such a difficult role. I think it's great that you're finding your own way to tackle a big role out of the blue. Tarata, thank you very much, Flop. Flop, I'd like to make a suggestion to keep you and Village Chief Kun safe on the road. I think it'd be a good idea to take my sister, Medium, with you. Finger held high, Flop asserted forcefully. Subaru almost unintentionally nodded in agreement because of his vigor, but upon examining what he had stated, it was a rather abrupt suggestion. Subaru, so, what's on your mind? Flop, yeah, I guess that's the question. Now let me give you all my reasons for recommending Medium. First of all, she's skilled, and then she's charming. On top of that, she's a smooth talker. Subaru, smooth talker. Flop, she speaks pleasantly and clearly, so your chats while traveling won't be lonesome. She's not shy, so she can get along with anyone. What do you think, isn't she a gem? Flop, white teeth on display, praised his sister, but 2/3 of his confidence selling points referred to Medium's people-pleasing nature, and the only real selling point was that she was skilled. In fact, Subaru had confirmed that this one point was accurate, however. Subaru, but, have you talked to Medium-san about it? Flop, no, I haven't. But I'm going to tell her now, so it's okay. Subaru, is this okay? It was no travel consultation nor a promise of fun, although she would be thrown into a role where her life would be on the line, would discussing it with her later work out? If this were to cause a rift in the relationship between the siblings, it would indeed be painful for Subaru. However, he was afraid that he could picture them laughing and being okay with it. Subaru, assuming that Medium-san's okay with it, Abel, what about you? Abel, I have witnessed that she possesses the right skills. If she performs her role, I have no objection. Flop, then you can rest assured. My sister's one who basically gives her all to whatever she's told to do. But be careful, she doesn't get too worked up if she's not told to. Putting his hands on his hips, Flop laughed gaily, ha 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 ha. It could be inferred from the way he'd stated that, and from Abel's attitude. This time, Flop would not included in the group that would accompany them to Chaos Flame. Subaru, but Medium-san doesn't have to go with us, you know. Flop, don't be silly, husband Kun, I have a goal. There's some revenge that must be done, that must be served. Subaru, oh, right. Those were the dangerous words that spilled out of Flop's mouth, but he knew that they were by no means dangerous thoughts, but rather directed towards an outrageous absurdity even the cheerful Flop could not forgive. Flop's goodness, which had gone unheard of by Subaru in this world, that was the reason why Subaru trusted him and had been able to spend time with him until today. Flop, it's the same for my sister. My sister and I have the same goal, and the same path to walk. If I abandon you, wife San, and village chief Kun here, I wouldn't be able to hold my head high anymore. Subaru, I'm going to cry. I'm going to fall in love with you. Flop, ha ha ha, that's a gut-wrenching thing to hear from you husband Kun, in that outfit. But you can't do that, because it'd be bad for wife San. But I'll take your feelings. Even the way he dealt with it was cool, and Subaru could only admire it. Perhaps Medium would be willing to follow Flop's words. In other words, one of their companions in the trip to Chaos Flame would be Medium. Flop, Miss Tarata, be good to my sister. Hey, you got along well with me, so I'm sure you'll get along well with my sister. Tarata, why yes. Please take care of yourself too. Flop, Yes, I'll do my best with Zika-san and the rest of the Shudrakians. Flop slapped himself on the chest as Tarata fidgeted and looked down. With a smile on his face, Subaru cleared his throat. Subaru, by the way, I'm Abel, I shall be leaving you behind. Subaru, HK. Abel, did you really believe I would say such a thing? When Subaru tried to confirm, Abel threw a feint in bad taste at him. Even though he was enraged by it, he reacted as if he wanted to be taken along, so Subaru did his best to hold back and kept silent by clenching his teeth. Snickering at Subaru, Abel prefaced his remarks with, "Unfortunately, though, Abel, you are already a bargaining chip. As long as it is imperative for us to append Yorna Miss Higya, no talks can be held without your presence. Subaru, I'll definitely punch you in the side of the head when all's done and dusted, but I'm a bargaining chip. Abel, the fall of Geral was of your design. Those circumstances shall soon be known. I shall make sure that happens." Subaru, what? Not grasping the meaning of Abel's words, Subaru was bewildered. There was no doubt that the fall of the fortress city had been Subaru's plan, but he did not understand the advantage of going through the trouble of making it known. Basically, being underestimated was Natsuki Subaru's starting point. Priscilla, that there is someone else who can be utilized besides Abel, we must make her think so. It was Priscilla who answered Subaru's question in a straightforward manner. Hearing her words, comprehension slowly seeped into Subaru's mind. Priscilla, of course, that encompasses not only this foolish commoner, the people of Shudrak from the Buddhan jungle, and the defender of the fortress city of Geral, General Second-Class Zika Osman, are likewise material for negotiations. But the best one would be Abel, the military strategist who assisted in bringing the city down. As I had stated, in the Empire, the strong are respected. It is not merely about brute force, but intelligence as well. Subaru, That was why Natsuki Subaru had value, Abel and Priscilla assured this. Honestly, from Subaru's point of view, it was a very complicated assessment. On one hand, he was bothered to be so highly praised. But on the other hand, it also seemed to be an overestimation. In fact, in spite of this high evaluation, Subaru had lost the trust of Rem, and felt the ground under him collapse. No matter how highly he was regarded in the Empire, it was nothing compared against Rem's trust. For this reason, Subaru's heart was not moved by Abel and Priscilla's evaluation. However, Subaru, if I'm useful, that's fine, use me well. In return, Abel, in return, Subaru, you'll definitely get the throne of the Emperor back. And you'll get us back home safely. Subaru firmly stated that this was the only thing he would not compromise on. Having heard this, Abel's eyes widened slightly, and then he let out a long breath. Abel, being told that is needless. That is what I am supposed to do. And so he answered. Arc 7, Chapter 33, now, onto the journey towards the Demon City. Udrak, but after witnessing the battle with a member of the 9 Divine Generals, she was a rather unreliable battle reinforcement. Anyhow, Subaru, still, I'm glad to hear you say that. I'll accept your sentiment. Al, don't worry about it, bro. Huh? Just the sentiment? Are you turning me down gently, perhaps? Are you saying we're not tied together this time? Al had endless questions about Subaru's response, but there was no mistaking how he took it. He was really happy about the offer, but this was the Wallachian Empire. In the first place, more so than flop and medium, that Al was participating in the war was purely by chance. Priscilla, Al, yeah, princess. While Subaru made his conclusions, a beautiful voice next to him unexpectedly called out Al's name. The owner of the voice was, of course, Priscilla Bariel, who sat proudly at the round table. She squinted her crimson eyes and turned her emotionless gaze to Al. To her own follower Al, who had just announced his next move. Priscilla, you were the one who offered to accompany me to the fortress city, were you not? And now you wish to leave me, and go on an amusement trip with your clownish friend? Al, I don't think it's gonna be a carefree trip, but that's the plan. Or are you gonna miss me, princess? If you'd like to hug me and hold me back, go right ahead. Priscilla, nonsense. Al, right. Al's light-hearted comment was interrupted with a snarky remark, and he sagged down. It looked he hadn't been expecting much anyway. While staring at the top of Al's head through his helmet, Priscilla let out a small breath and said, Priscilla, dance well, as best you can. Al, oh, I gotcha. Princess is the one who shouldn't be careless just because Schult and I ain't around. Princess's beauty is the world's beauty. Priscilla, I needn't be told that. Who do you take me for? Al, of course, you're the center of the world, my princess, Priscilla Bariel. Al said those pretentious words in a droll tone and bowed frivolously in front of Priscilla. Then he turned around and raised his hand to Subaru, saying let's go. Subaru, what, that exchange made everything final? What about my opinion? Al, what's with all the reluctance? It's depressing. Or is it just that I haven't noticed that I smell like an old man? Like, is it a pain for you to be around me? Subaru, I'm not talking about that. I mean, what gives you the right to decide? Al, no, of course you're free to refuse, you know, but how can I refuse? It's the princess, yeah? Al cocked his chin, indicating Priscilla, who was fanning her face. This regal behavior was the overwhelming basis for Al's words. To overturn Priscilla's decision, just how terrifying would that be? Nevertheless, if it'd lead to uncertainty in the future, refusal was not an option. Subaru, Priscilla, I'm Abel, I do not mind. He may follow us if need be. Subaru, Abel, damn you, you're not treating me like a military strategist. However, just as Subaru was about to present his opinion to Priscilla, he was shot in the back again. Subaru glared at Abel, who had interrupted him, and he, too, crossed his arms proudly as he opposed the former. Like Priscilla, he intended to stubbornly fulfill his intentions here as well. However, Subaru had no choice but to appeal directly to him with the argument that the terms of employment were different. Subaru, what's the point of being a military strategist if my opinions aren't even taken into account? Abel, do not be presumptuous. If your opinion were worth listening to, I would listen to it. Nevertheless, I am the one who calls the final shots. I would not entrust it to you. Subaru, GNNH, are you a nasty boss who takes away the fruits of his workers' labor? Abel, do not force me to repeat myself. The results are yours. They must be. Subaru, The emperor who had been ousted from his throne had a wise person following him that could not be underestimated. What Abel wanted was a Subaru with such a reputation. And he was willing to give Subaru credit and exaggerate a bit to get it. But that was no different than building up a myth. Subaru, being a fake isn't good enough. It's got to be the real thing, or I'll never get back what I lost. Abel, If such is the case, then do attempt to convince me and everyone else with your own actions. If you cannot achieve it, it remains as a foolish and delusional remark harboring great ambitions. Subaru, bastard, I'll do it. I'll put any useless loans to good use. Biting down hard on his molars, Subaru replied, peering into Abel's cold black eyes. Even though they were facing the same direction, they did not have a relationship where they could lower their guard around each other. Rather than the difference in the soil they stood on, as in the kingdom and the empire, it was something bigger that seemed to be the reason for such a divide. As long as that was the case, he may disagree with Abel on a crucial point. And once that happened, Natsuki Subaru. Al, perhaps he meant me as a useless loan, princess? Priscilla, fool. Priscilla only briefly responded to Al, who slumped his shoulders and muttered that the members of the expedition to the demon city of Chaos Flame had been decided, and the plan was set in motion. Abel, get the soldiers of the fortress city together by the time I return. I shall send word back soon. Zika, I will, even if it costs me my life. Receiving Abel's command, Zika knelt down on one knee and reverently obeyed it. Zika, who had unexpectedly found himself in the position of an enemy of the mighty empire, had no hesitation in his stance, but, naturally, that did not apply to the entirety of the city's troops. In order to unify their intentions and bring them together as a single army, the efforts of the generals would be essential. In that sense, Zika's presence was a boon. Subaru, Zika-san, I know this is a lot of work, but… Zika, no, this is the role that I, as a general, am supposed to play. It is nothing compared to the bloodless siege. Subaru, .. Subaru cast his eyes down at Zika's words, who gave a strong and proud smile. Subaru's track record was that he had set up a bloodless siege, claimed he could do it, and failed miserably. As a result, he had failed to meet Rem's expectations and had caused her disappointment. However, Zika smiled at Subaru's work. Zika, do not be discouraged, you proposed the bloodless siege, and His Excellency approved it, and the fact is that I and my subordinates joined your ranks without shedding a single drop of blood. Subaru, without shedding a drop of blood, that's an exaggerated expression, yet Subaru choked upon seeing the bandage wrapped around Zika's injury. But Zika's cheeks relaxed, and then he forcibly peeled off his own bandage. The blood-stained bandage was removed, revealing the wound on his arm. Zika, for a soldier, this is merely a scratch. Moreover, you should be proud. Because, as a result of your efforts, the number of generals and soldiers fighting for His Excellency has not decreased. Subaru, .. Zika, you are to do your duty. Miss Natsumi. Subaru knew not if he would be able to respond properly to those words from Zika. However, even though Subaru could not give praise to himself outright, he had a newfound fondness for Zika's character for finding something to praise, and the fact that he had not allowed his death was an achievement. And… Are you sure you want to go? Subaru, .. No, that was something ridiculous to say, forget it. And with that, Rem, whose eyes could not hide her fatigue, shook her head. Rem stood at the entrance of the city hall with her cane. She was not dressed in traveling gear, but in the light vestment of a healing practitioner scrambling around to help the wounded. Rem would remain in Geral. It was a temporary separation from Subaru, who was on his way to Chaos Flame. Before parting, Subaru smiled at that comment from Rem, who had come to see him off. Even though he knew it was out of concern, he couldn't help it. Subaru, well, it's not all been good, but it's hard on me for you to tell me to forget something about you. Rem, oh, I didn't mean to. Subaru, because everything you've given me, whether a strangled neck or a broken finger, is a precious memory that I can't live without. Rem, huh? He had not meant to make fun of her, but he ended up being pierced by Rem's glaciated eyes. When he thought back to the events that had impacted him since he was sent to Wallachia, it was just that many of the memories that popped into his mind held a powerful pang of pain and suffering. Of course, there were many, many memories of hope and joy that he had stored deep in his heart, such as the fact that he had been able to come to terms with Rem and that she cared for him. But the most painful memories were stored in the same place, too. Rem, you're not nervous. Are you really all right? Subaru, you know, it's exhausting to be tense all the time. If you're asking me if I'm okay, I'd say I've got a lot on my mind. If I could, I'd stay by your side forever. Rem, Subaru, an indifferent reply. No, I'm just glad you're not ignoring me. He was hurt by that casual attitude, but the words Subaru told Rem were his true feelings. There had been a great deal of last-minute agonizing over leaving Rem in Geral. To be frank, even at this moment, he wanted to retract his previous statement, grab her by her slim arms, and whisk her away. How good it would be to have Rem within Natsuki Subaru's arm's reach, to protect her from the hardships, fires, and every possible bad thing that could befall her. Subaru, in fact, I'd even like to tie you and me together the whole time with an unbreakable cord. Rem, are you serious? Subaru, somewhat. Rem, finally, he wasn't even able to get her to say huh? Of course, he knew that he would have been rejected had been serious about it, so he just went for it. It would be best if he could tie himself to Rem all the time, so that he would always know if she was safe and sound. Depending on the situation, he may have to resort to the power he had awakened at Pleiades' watchtower. Subaru, I'm not sure how to use Cor Leonis, either. Subaru's new authority, Cor Leonis, which had manifested at Pleiades' watchtower, it was the ability to vaguely grasp the location and situation of his allies, with Subaru at the center. In addition, Cor Leonis allowed Subaru to take on the burden of his friends and keep them in good health. Perhaps he could use his power to take the burden of Rem's crippled legs and let her run around the fields and mountains in high spirits. He didn't want Rem to go out of reach by doing that, though. Subaru, Rem, hey, why do you look so depressed all of a sudden? Subaru, nothing, I'm just self-loathing here. Rem pointed out, and Subaru sighed, holding his own deflated face in his hands. It occurred to him that Rem's limp had kept her in a place where she could not get away from Subaru. The fact that she was incapable of escaping was one of the things that kept Subaru and Rem from ending their relationship. The fact that Rem was not in perfect shape made him think that he was lucky. Subaru, this is why Rem can't trust me. Subaru was always thinking only of himself. He wished to be gentler. He desired to be kind, smart, and strong. He had been working hard for the sake of everyone, and now that he had taken another good look at himself in the tower, it was still not enough. He could not retrieve the Natsuki Subaru that Rem believed in. Rem, Subaru, sorry. I was getting a little sentimental. Rem, Senji what, now? Subaru, don't worry about it, it's an expression that's only understood by Al and my hometown. Rem frowned slightly as Subaru shrugged his shoulders and replied. However, she rubbed her eyes and erased the wrinkles, as if to put off the feelings growing inside her. There must be a lot of conflicts within Rem. Even the fact that she had come out to see him off like this must have been something she had put a lot of thought into. Subaru, I'm not going to be away for long, because I won't be able to stand it without you. Rem, there you go doing that again. Subaru, I mean it though. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, I'll restrain myself as much as I can. Rem, you're not going to try to stop, are you? Subaru's shoulders slumped in remorse as he was met with a stare. Of course, he did not want to offend Rem nor to make her uncomfortable. But that would not stop his strong feelings for Rem from overflowing. No matter what Subaru, who had disappointed Rem, said. Subaru, good luck, and I'll be back soon. I'll bring back good news. Rem, yes, I'm looking forward to Abel-san, Medium-san and Tarata-san. Subaru, setting aside Al, what about me? Rem, Subaru asked, just to be sure, but the temperature of Rem's gaze remained unchanged. However, Subaru must have looked very miserable with that answer, because Rem fell silent for a while, then let out a small breath as if giving up, and stated, "Rem, it'd be a lot better if I were to talk about believing or not believing in you." Subaru, you're not talking about believing or not believing. Rem, as usual the evil smell still hasn't faded, but that's not the problem. Subaru, that's not the problem? Rem's pale blue eyes continued to do so, a glint of disbelief in them that would not vanish. They were going to be separated from each other, even if merely temporarily. Her distrust, even though he was aware that its origin had been Subaru's blunder in Geral, he wished to get rid of it, even if but a tad, not so much for Subaru's own sake, but for the sake of Rem's feelings as she waited in the city. Subaru, tell you what, Rem, I'll do the best I can. How can I help you get rid of your anxiety, or whatever it is? Rem, well, why are you still dressed like that then? Subaru, eh? Subaru looked down at himself as Rem spoke so with scornful eyes. A wig with long sable hair, white powder to hide flaws, an outfit carefully designed to hide his body's contours, and ornaments that were not overly flamboyant. Subaru, is there something strange about it? Rem, one of the strange things is that there's nothing strange about it, and one of the strange things is that you're still dressed like that even when you're leaving the fortress city. What defense do you have for that? Subaru, no, that's why I explained to you that this is something that needs to be done. While watching the temperature of Rem's eyes plummet, Subaru let out a sound like a shriek as he continued his Natsumi Schwartz shtick. It was completely unexpected that this outfit was playing a role in her disbelief, but as he had relayed to Rem, there was a good reason for this. Subaru, Rem, I already told you yesterday, we're people from a neighboring country. And if my real name gets out, I'm going to be in danger across this country. That's why I need it. I can't be the real me, I must be Natsumi Schwartz. Rem, I see. Subaru, a reply that doesn't dispel your disbelief at all. The temperature of Rem's eyes did not change, and in fact, she grew ever more distrustful. However, this was a countermeasure devised in earnest after weighing up Subaru's situation and the role he had been assigned. The name Natsuki Subaru could not be permitted to gain a reputation in the Wallachian Empire. Natsuki Subaru was already Emilia's knight, a major figure in the kingdom of Lagunica. In other words, what he was doing now would undeniably count as impressive interference in the internal affairs of a neighboring country. Subaru, interfering in another country's internal affairs isn't about being impressive or whatever. Whatever the case, the important point was that the consequences of Subaru's actions, and the responsibility for them, did not rest with Subaru alone. Bluntly, it might cause trouble for Emilia. As her knight, Subaru, who had sworn to help her on her way to becoming the monarch, could never allow her to be dragged down like that. Subaru, that's where Natsumi Schwartz comes in. It doesn't matter how well known Natsumi becomes. Natsumi will just be a beautiful black-haired girl who suddenly appeared in the Wallachian Empire. Rem, are you finished? Subaru, not yet, no. Also, I wager that Natsumi Schwartz's name will leave a chance for my friends in Lagunica to notice me. Rather, that was the main reason for assuming the pseudonym of Natsumi Schwartz. This instance in the Wallachia Empire did not mark the first time that Subaru had dressed up as a woman and called himself Natsumi Schwartz. There had been a time when he dressed up as a woman not as a sideshow at Roswell's mansion, but out of necessity, and his true identity had been known to everyone except Emilia. The alias he had given at that time had been the same one. In other words, in the future, if Subaru's existence became renowned in the Empire as Abel had hoped, and if the name that spread were to be that of Natsumi Schwartz, Emilia and the gang may have the opportunity to know that Subaru and the others have been sent to the Empire. Hence, Subaru, I'm dressed like this out of necessity. Rem, dash. Dash dash. Dash 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 dash. I understand. It took quite a while, but he was relieved that Rem understood his approach. Anyway, that was the reason why Subaru's cross-dressing would be maintained for a little while longer. He did not want to undermine Rem's trust by having it prolong itself, but that would depend on the situation. Subaru, Rem, If you have a problem, talk to Flop-san or Zika-san. If it's too difficult for a man, Zelda-san and the others are there. Don't keep it all to yourself. Rem, it doesn't make sense for you to say that, but I'll consider it. You as well, please try not to bother Abel-san or Medium-san. Subaru, I'll just watch my back. Medium and Tarato aside, Subaru was not going to shy away from burdening Abel. Once in a while, Abel should have his cool demeanor broken, struggle, and break a sweat. Once they had said their goodbyes and passed a few words of caution, it was time to depart. Repressing the difficulty of leaving before the journey. Subaru, Rem, where's that girl? Rem, you mean Louis-chan? I think she's with Utakata right now. Subaru, I see. Rem, you don't want me to go and get her, do you? The tone of her voice dropped, and Rem gave him a questioning look. The tone of her voice was not pleasant, though she knew Subaru's intentions. Rather, the tone was one of deep-seated irritation and bitterness. Since the battles at the city hall, Subaru's suspicions about Louis had remained unchanged, despite the fact that they'd had very little contact in their hectic schedule. In fact, his suspicions were never cleared up. Even though she seemed to have a soft spot for Rem and Utakata, and was getting along well with the Shudrakians and the others, there was no telling when and where she might reveal her true nature. In that sense, he was worried about leaving Louis behind. It was just that. Rem, you've already been keeping your eyes away from her for the entire duration of the mission to take down Geral already, right? Subaru, Rem, after all this time, it's still at this. Upon being told that by Rem, Subaru had no words to reply. If Louis was going to take any action, she had already possessed several chances to do so. So it was probably useless to keep on being wary of Louis. Subaru, for the time being, I've already told Kuna and the others that they should remain vigilant. Rem, stubborn. A minute whisper of a word, and having caught it, Subaru mulled over it for a moment. The reason why he had not disclosed Louis's true nature and dangerous powers to Rem in the first place was because she had no basis whatsoever to believe Subaru's story. To lose Rem's trust and alienate her by telling her about Louis's situation was not within his wishes. But what about now? Their relationship had improved and she listened to him, albeit coldly. Maybe now she would not be so dismissive when he talked about Louis' true nature. Subaru, no, don't do anything stupid. Subaru shook his head and rejected the idea that had faintly popped into his head. She might believe him, but even then it would be pointless. Thus far, Louis had not revealed her true colors. It was hard to believe that she would give away her true nature as soon as he talked to Rem. The situation would remain the same. It would only make Subaru feel better, but in turn, it would increase Rem's anxiety. There was no need to do that. Rem, what's with that face? Subaru, yeah, I was just hoping that only good fortune rains down on Rem's life. Rem, huh? Rem's line of sight became narrower, as Subaru attempted to keep the warmth welling up inside him at bay. However, if he tried to say something, the conversation would go on and on and on and on. Bro. It's high time we left. So said Al, leaning against the carriage, waving his lone hand. Behind him was a carriage and a single horse-like creature boasting a body as sizable as the carriage, a creature called a galewind horse, which was said to pull them along their journey. Rem, I've heard that it's a rare animal in Wallachia, it seems it's only given to generals. Subaru, Zika-san lent it to me. She's actually female, so he's consistent. Rem, consistent? Rem tilted her head, seemingly unconvinced by Subaru's words. This was how Rem reacted to Subaru's words, for better or worse. Such happy circumstances would have to be put on hold for a while. Al, oye, bro. Rem, Al-san is calling for you. Subaru, yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. Rem, Subaru, the soles of my shoes think it's hard to leave your side and lift off the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The tip of the cane poked his back, and the sole of the shoe that should have been attached to the ground left it. He was forced to take 2 or 3 more steps forward, opening the distance between him and Rem. The distance between them became real. Subaru, Rem, I've told you many times. Rem, I'll be careful. I'll also be vigilant. If I'm in trouble, I'll turn to someone else. Goodbye. Subaru, ah. Subaru's shoulders slumped and he wilted as he was told goodbye in a harsh fashion. Directing her eyes towards him, Rem sighed deeply and said, Rem, take care, and have a good trip. I'll be waiting for your return. Subaru, oh. Rem, I'm not going to disappear all of a sudden. There are people other than you I trust, she added onto it, and Subaru reflected on it carefully. Then he shook his head several times, even as Rem frowned in disgust, and Subaru, I'm off. And with a big wave of his hand, he was sent off by Rem. The carriage was moving away, passing through the main gate of the fortress city and disappearing into the distance. The carriage was headed southeast of the city, to the demon city of Chaos Flame, where one of the most powerful people in the empire was based, and the focus was on whether or not they could persuade that person to join them. To be honest, if it meant recruiting someone, the choice to take Subaru with them was questionable. I am certain that anyone would agree that you are putting in effort. With her cane, Rem squinted at the tracks of the carriage, which was no longer visible. Subaru had been in a joking mood up until the moment they parted. He had made all sorts of excuses, but all Rem could think of was that he did not want to stop dressing as a woman. Of course, it did not signify that she believed all of the excuses to be lies. They have parted. The city shall be a little more airy once the boisterous ones have left. I am not sure, however, if they shall be bringing back good news, or Abel's head. Rem, Priscilla-san. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Rem as she stood there. Without even needing to turn around, a beautiful woman who made a vivid impression in red stepped out beside her, Priscilla, wearing a luxurious dress and sparingly exposing her violent beauty. Rem had not held a conversation with her since the latter had saved her life from Arakia's rampage during her assault on the city hall. So with her suddenly speaking to Rem, her confusion and bewilderment grew stronger. Rem, thank you very much. Priscilla, what is this gratitude in regard to? Rem, for what happened yesterday, at the city hall. I was saved from that woman, Arakia. Not only me, but everyone else as well, thanks to you. Priscilla, I saved many lives, you say? In my opinion, the credit for saving their lives goes to you. You used your talent and skills to save those who were dying. It was not my intention to show mercy to them. Do not take the liberty of twisting mine actions. Rem, I didn't mean to. Rem thought to herself as she tried to say that she did not. It was a bad habit to prematurely judge the thoughts and actions of others and their intentions, and try to fit them into one's own mold. She remembered many times of such a thing, not pertaining only to Priscilla. Considering her lost memories, she had only been alive for about 2 weeks. Rem, Priscilla, so, you will not state anything in riposte? That too, is an extremely dull decision, is it not? Rem, I'm sorry. I thought you were right. But I guess you can't twist the fact that I'm grateful to you, either? Priscilla, ho? Speaking with interest, Priscilla pulled out a fan from her cleavage, then opening it with a rapport, she hid her own shapely lips. However, in her unconcealed eyes, there was a light of pleasure and opportunity that could not be concealed. Priscilla, I had heard that you had lost yourself, but how dare you speak back to me? Rem, lost myself isn't quite the right expression. Just because I can't remember, doesn't mean it's gone. Placing a hand on her chest, Rem defended herself from Priscilla's words. If she had indeed disappeared, it would be no different from a dream unreachable by anyone. But Rem's lost memories were not gone. They were not in Rem, but in Subaru, who was desperately trying to attain them again. If what he had stated was true, she had a twin sister. She wondered if there was any trace of the person she had been before she lost her memories in that sister, or if there was any trace of her in the friends that Subaru had talked about, in the people she had not yet seen. If Rem could be satisfied with the fact that everything in her was gone, and that everything was building up from where there was nothing, then Rem, were I able to do that, my heart wouldn't be aching so much. Priscilla, Rem, all the time, every second, I'm reminded of it. Every time I look into his eyes, I know I'm betraying his expectations. Of course, Subaru probably did not mean to do that. The stench was so thick and intense to the point it was difficult to even regard him, and whenever she peeked at it, his face was always desperate. And that desperation was directed at the version of herself that had disappeared, not the Rem that remained. Rem, how selfish of me. I'm disgusted with myself. So she could not tell him that she was relieved to be apart. She found it difficult to tell him, who wished to not be separated from her. And not only was she relieved, but also had this disgusting feeling. Priscilla, what had you stated to be your name? Rem, eh? Priscilla, your name. Surely you shall not tell me you have likewise lost your name? But then again, you are not nameless, you are certainly called by your name. I am quite certain it is. Priscilla raised her gaze slightly, searching the void for an answer to her question. Perhaps she would remember Rem's name. Even in the short time she had been present here, Rem could sense that she was a very intelligent person. At the same time, she was also a very mean person. Hence, Rem, it's Rem. And before Priscilla could say the wrong name on purpose, Rem said it herself. Even though her memories had vanished, and there was no sign of them returning, and even though she was separated from the people who knew her in the past, at least the name she had been called and recognized for the past 2 weeks was real. Priscilla, interesting. Priscilla muttered shortly after hearing that answer. She then closed her fan with a snap, and lifted Rem's chin with the tip of the closed fan ever so gently. Pierced by the crimson eyes up in front of her, Rem's throat was scorched by that heated gaze. But even though she was unable to word it, she stared back with intent in her eyes. Priscilla, Rem, I shall be keeping you by my side for a while. Rem, by your side? Priscilla, you may have the background and ambition, but not the ability. Your ugly healing magic shall be rehabilitated by me in moderation. Then it shall become something you may lay your eyes upon. Rem, you're going to teach me how to heal? Priscilla, nonsense. I hold no background in the healing arts. I only have an eye for beauty. I shall know what you are lacking when I see it. Rem, The answer that came back was not the one Rem had expected, but in a way it was either more than she expected, or very far from what she had expected. However, if Rem's only current skill, the healing magic able to heal others, could then be utilized, it was worth relying on Priscilla's words. If only she had more power, she thought. It was something she regretted not having. Rem, but, Priscilla-san, aren't you returning to your base? Priscilla, I shan't. I have also attached that owl fellow to Abel. It shall not be long before we see whether the conditions I have imposed on him can be met. I shall wait here. There will be some inconveniences, but I shall summon Schultz to resolve them. Rem, ha. Rem was unaware of what was tugging at her heartstrings, but Priscilla had settled on staying in Geral. Either way, it would be helpful to have her as a mentor. There were still many people in this city in need of Rem's poor healing skills. She could not leave the city without tending to them. Priscilla, now, with that decided, prepare a room for me. I shall allow Schultz to take care of the details, but we require a place to spend today and tomorrow. Rem, I understand. I'll have it ready for you right away. Priscilla gave orders as if she owned the place, but Rem didn't feel like disobeying, so she obeyed. Priscilla had a way of making others obey her, but Rem herself had no resistance to being ordered to do what needed to be done. With a flurry of steps and a cane in hand, she returned to the city hall and thought that she should consult with Zika about Priscilla's stay and the arrangements for her room. The people of Shudrak were not used to city life as well, and so she felt bad that she had to rely on Zika for so many things. However, He was a man who would refuse or label something impossible, if solicited by a woman. There you are. Rem, Utakata-chan. Inside the city hall, on the way to the office where Zika would be, she ran into a girl looking out of the corridor window, Utakata. Upon noticing Rem's appearance, Utakata smiled at her with a friendly face. Rem could not avoid smiling in return, her cheeks relaxing. Rem, I'm sorry, I've been kind of busy. Utakata, you is fine, composed even. I'm more worried about Tar. She's been wobbling around. Rem, Tarata-san, right. Newly appointed as chieftain, Tarata was accompanying Subaru and the others on their journey. Even in the eyes of the young Utakata, Tarata must have looked shaky, almost crushed by her sudden assignment. Still, it was admirable of her to seek her own way out, and take the first step to gain confidence. While Rem had remained crouched in place, whining that she had nothing, the people around her continued to move forward, leaving Rem behind. She definitely did not wish to curse the world with her whining and drag everyone down alongside her. Rem, Tarata-san will be fine. So, Utakata-chan, the others, and I, will protect the place to which Tarata-san will come back. Utakata, got it. You're dependable. Rem, I wonder. When you say that, I feel a little more confident. Rem's cheeks relaxed slightly at Utakata's unpretentious words. Then suddenly, Rem noticed something strange and looked around. Utakata, standing in the aisle looking out the window, was alone. And there was no one else around. It still seemed like an inappropriate environment for a child to be walking around on their lonesome, but she wasn't trying to blame her for not being with an adult. Rather, it was something more fundamental. Rem, are you alone, Utakata-chan? Where's Louis-chan? Although she had been left to her own devices for a long time, Louis had grown quite fond of Utakata. They were friends of the same age and seemed to have a comfortable relationship, which was why Utakata being alone was such a conspicuously uncomfortable situation. Of course, she was probably overthinking this, but... Rem, isn't Louis-chan with you? Utakata, yes. Lou already left. Rem, eh? Rem went stiff upon hearing Utakata's words, the former's head tilted back. Stopping her thoughts from going blank for a moment, Rem did her best to use her brain to ascertain the truth of Utakata's words. Louis was not with her, so the meaning of Utakata's words was Rem, Louis-chan's. Utakata, she's gone. You helped her get into the carriage. And the brave and courageous Shudrak girl puffed up her chest with pride, speaking those words to Rem, in a completely nonchalant manner. Arc 7, Chapter 34, A Quarrel in the Carriage. The carriage moved slowly, but not to the extent of being idyllic, down the road. The chestnut-haired Galewind horse, swinging its huge body with a delicacy that belied its sturdy figure, was carefully escorting the carriage carrying Subaru and the others. Subaru, how predictable, we've got Lady, who isn't quite Lady. Given it's Zika-san's beloved horse. Subaru recalled this as he looked at the Galewind horse as it dashed, its master in the forefront of his mind. Zika's beloved horse, which they had borrowed, was named Lady, a name very close in meaning to lady, and a surprisingly fateful one for a person dubbed the Womanizer. In any case, thanks to Lady's efforts, the group's journey to the demon city of Chaos Flame had been progressing smoothly. If things continued at this pace, they expected to arrive in about 4 days. Subaru, but it's not just about arriving, you know. Not only the reputation of member of the 9 divine generals we're going to meet, but the sound of the name Demon City is also scary in the first place. The Demon City, a city bearing the word demon in its name. It seemed unlikely to be a simple matter. He'd gotten word that it was a melting pot of a diverse mix of races, but was that enough to crown the city with the words chaos and demon? With the fact that one of the 9 divine generals, someone who often caused a rebellion, was in charge included, there was the impression that they were only trying to urge on Subaru's sense of danger. That was one of the reasons why he had not brought Rem along. Subaru, I wonder what kind of chaos awaits us. Al, as chaotic as it sounds, it still confuses the hell out of me. That outfit and the bro I know don't seem to go together quite as well, and it's starting to look like a bug. Subaru, you're still saying these things? Subaru, who was in the front seat of the spacious carriage, looking out the window at the back of Lady's nimble running figure, turned around while gently using his hand to stroke his long black hair blowing in the wind. Raising his chin as if he were exasperated was Al, sitting at the back of the carriage. Al was occupying a three-seater in a slouched posture. He then hooked his fingers on the chin of his helmet, making his raised head look down. Al, you're definitely doing that on purpose. With a bitter tone, he blurted that out due to Subaru's behavior. Subaru shrugged his shoulders, feeling disappointed at Al's strong rejection. Surprisingly, Al was the second person after Rem to criticize Subaru's cross-dressing. Abel, the Shadrachs, the O'Connell siblings, and Zika, all of them naturally indulged him once they accepted it, but Al kept harping on it. Subaru, the same mouth that had said they were going to support me, is now complaining. So that whole mysterious conversation was a lie. Al, it was no lie, and my decision to help you's genuine bro, but that's not the same thing as this. I'm sure you'll be able to understand why I ain't happy with your cross-dressing, bro. Subaru, if you're on my side, you'll have to accept me as I am in the meanwhile. Al, you sure you wanna keep being called bro when in that disguise? For real? Once someone reiterated this to him, even Subaru would feel that it was a bit unreasonable. Natsuki Subaru and Natsumi Schwartz, albeit the two names may share the same body, there was a clear difference in the way they were and the way they stood. In other words, Natsuki Subaru was his grounded self, and Natsumi Schwartz was an idealized image of his own fickle self. Subaru, of course, I don't want to be a woman. It's about self-confidence and all that. Al, I didn't ask. Despite being rebuffed out loud, Subaru looked down at his body and changed his perception. Natsumi Schwartz had now been recreated with the use of a wig and makeup, but unlike the time he was posing as a dancer, his role in the future would be more intellectual. Therefore, the costumes and makeup had been put together to reflect that impression. The red-colored outfit with a collar was a one-of-a-kind design based on the uniforms of the Wallachian Empire's officers. The one worn by Zika had a similar design. He didn't normally wear a cloak unless necessary as it inhibited his movement, but he was proud of the fact that this bluff was working. Further down were pants, on his feet were tough boots, and on his head lay a military cap with a bird's feather on it. This was the complete picture of the female military strategist, Natsumi Schwartz. Subaru, well, I guess I'm more of a female soldier than a female strategist. When you think of women in military attire, you'd expect them to be dressed as men, right? Al, even when I'm literally looking at the fact of you, bro, cross-dressing as a woman, who's cross-dressed as a man, my confusion is only getting worse. Subaru, I don't want to stand out, so it's put together in the Empire's style. It's a male look, so I drew a bit of inspiration from Crush-san's taste. Al, I ain't sure if the Duchess'll be pleased with that expression, saying that you got a little inspiration from your previous encounters with her. Am I the only one who thinks that this is strange? What do you think about it, Emperor-san? Al raised his right arm in exasperation to Subaru, who explained the concept. With that, Al then turned his lifted right arm to the front, pointing at the figure in front of him. In the middle seat of the carriage, or in other words, the position where he was endlessly sandwiched in between their conversation, was Abel, looking out the window with a grim expression. He seemed to be pondering something with a serious look on his face. He raised his eyebrows at the imprudent name Al used, and without turning around, he coldly voiced a clown. Abel, I do not have the recollection of allowing you to call me that. Know that one careless word can jeopardize the very existence of the Empire. If you do not, you shall lose more than just your other arm. Al, gimme a break. I've gotten used to it, but an inconvenience is an inconvenience. If I lose another one, it'll be more than just an inconvenience. Abel, then you should bear that in mind. Al, hey, Hey, the imperial way's not even funny. It's hard for comedians like ourselves. Right, bro. Subaru, I don't want to be asked for my agreement. The atmosphere was tense, with no room for jokes or light-hearted conversation, but Subaru had no intention of criticizing the empire, like saying that it was a problem of the country's character. At most, as an individual, he found Abel to be difficult to get along with. The answer itself was light-hearted, so it was a complaint that he had never felt on the surface. Of course, when it came to issues of beliefs and values, it did not stop at that. Al, so, what do you think of bro's outfit, Abel-chan? Abel, .. For a moment, Abel's brow creased at the new name. Subaru was surprised by Al's daredevil approach, but after a few moments of silence, Abel snorted roughly at the insolence and disregarded him. Was it better than being called Emperor-san? Unsure of Abel's thoughts on this, Subaru suppressed an inner chill with a sigh. In the meantime, Abel looked at Subaru again to answer Al's question. Abel, yes, it is a ridiculous look, but I do not care as long as it pays off. You should separate your abilities from your hobbies. Subaru, don't stab me in the back under the guise of backing me up. How many times do I have to tell you that it's not a hobby, but a necessity? Do you think I dress like a woman because I like it? Abel, .. Subaru, don't just say nothing. Because of the suggestive silence, Subaru's suspicions were unfairly intensified. Naturally, this was a very unpleasant understanding for Subaru. He did not want to dress as a woman at all, if it was not required. However, if there was even the slightest possibility that it would resolve the situation, he would not exclude cross-dressing as an option. That was all there was to it. Subaru, everyone has a proper argument prepared by them, listen. Al, you said you were armed with an argument. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's a cliché. The emperor who was expelled from the throne recruits allies to regain it. In that case, it's only natural that there's a position for a mysterious woman to accompany him. Subaru, yeah, that's right. Like a strategist or a mage. And usually in those stories they have that sort of position be the heroine. I'm not the heroine. Al, don't get mad even though you said it yourself. You'd surprise everyone, not to mention me. Subaru was indignant, but his intentions were not understood by anyone other than his fellow countryman Al. In the first place, there were many phrases that would not be understood even in their homeland. Al's knowledge was quite close to Subaru's, as evidenced by the fact that he could even employ it. Subaru, I never asked about which time period he came from, or anything in depth. So far, even though Subaru had shared the information that he and Al were from the same place, they had never talked about which period they had arrived from. Al had once told Subaru that he had been summoned to this other world nearly 20 years ago. Furthermore, his experience had been so terrible that he had even lost one of his arms. Though the confession itself had been done without a care, the reality of it was not so frivolous. The anguish and despair that Al had endured must have been a constant part of his everyday life. Al was a man who had been tormented by the harshness of this other world much more than Subaru. Now that he was speaking about it, he realized how blessed he was compared to him. At the same time, he was wondering what the difference was between himself and Al. Because of this fear, Subaru had not tried to have deep conversations with Al, and Al had not tried to go any further either. However, considering the language used and the subcultural topics that they could understand, the original world where Subaru and Al lived must have been in the same time frame. If he had been summoned 20 years ago, he must have been the same age and from the same epoch. The current age difference between Subaru and Al was merely a function of the time in this other world they had been summoned to. Henceforth, despite the age difference, he and Subaru were on the same wavelength in their conversations. That seemed to be the cause of the vague tingling sensation Subaru felt when interacting with him. Al, I hate clichés. Subaru, huh? Al, a suspicious mage beside the Emperor. Ain't that a cliché? What about that? Al's light-hearted comment snapped Subaru, whose thoughts had gone astray, back to reality. Blinking his eyes, Subaru nodded his head in agreement with what he called a cliché, with a yeah. Subaru, it's a cliché, indeed. A bewitching female mage seduces the emperor and slowly turns him into a puppet of her will. And then the prosperous country collapses. Abel, I shall not allow it to collapse on its own. I shall take it back no matter what. It just. Subaru, just. Abel, it was neither a mage nor a woman, but it is true that there was one dubbed the Stargazer. Subaru and Al, Stargazer? The words from Abel's mouth were met with overlapped doubts from both Subaru and Al. It was a word they had never heard before, but they thought it strange. Subaru had never heard of this word before, but strangely enough, he held an idea of the characters in his head. And once the characters fit, the role of the word also came to mind, vaguely. Subaru, maybe they're a feng shui master, or something of the sort. Kinda like the position of a fortune teller? Al, it's more like a prophet, ain't it? I mean, that's what the stone tablet does in the kingdom. Subaru, yeah, the dragon history tablet, they called it. Convinced by Al's words, Subaru retrieved the knowledge of the prophetic tablet passed down in the kingdom from his head. Although Subaru hadn't laid eyes on the actual artifact, it seemed that the tablet contained information about future events that would occur in the kingdom of Lagunica, and was said to be a useful artifact that also provided solutions to said problems. However, having forecasted that the royal family of Lagunica would succumb to illness, the tablet had presented an approach for the selection of the next monarch, in other words, the royal selection, in which Emilia and Priscilla were partaking. Honestly, it was a result that made him tilt his head at the idea of being grateful to the prophecy tablet. Subaru, if it was serious about giving advice on how to save the kingdom, it would tell them how to cure or stop the disease in the first place. As he deepened his knowledge as a knight of a royal candidate, he learned that the royal family of Lagunica possessed no tyrannical behavior or imbecility, and were, at the very least, loved by their people. Many of their subjects and citizens had been saddened by their deaths, but none had been happy about it. It was still a mystery as to why the dragon history tablet had forsaken them. Subaru, if the other party's a slab of stone, it'd be a pipe dream to get any answers. Al, if they're a stone slab, then sure, but the Stargazer ain't one, right? What role did he play in the court, Abel-chan? Abel, dash. Not too far from all of your perception. Because the power of the Stargazer was to peer into the future, to preserve the empire. Abel's answer to the question was roughly in line with the impression Subaru had gleaned from the name Stargazer. Nevertheless, there was one problem. Subaru, but they weren't able to predict things. You were driven out, after all. Abel, as I told you before. The Stargazer's power is for the preservation of the empire. It does not necessarily coincide with my safety. Subaru, that would mean that it'd be better for the empire if you were chased away. Abel, at least, I suppose that is what the Stargazer has settled upon. Abel crossed his arms quietly as he answered nonchalantly. It could be argued that the tablet and the Stargazer, two objects with similar roles, had both overlooked the plight of what should be the most noble position in their respective countries. To suspect a connection between the kingdom and the empire was tempting, however. Subaru, before that, I'm starting to feel that there's a problem with you, who got abandoned by the Prime Minister, your right-hand man, and this prophet. You sure it's okay to put you back on the Emperor's throne? Al, oye, that's too straight of a fireball, bro. Subaru, no. Don't you feel concerned when hearing the situation surrounding this as well? Al, but that's it. Afro General approved of Abel-chan, didn't he? Subaru, yeah, that's right. Then I guess it's okay. With the mention of the Afro General, Zika, Subaru was peacefully convinced. Zika was on Abel's side, which was a relief, although it made him worry about a lot of other things. On the other hand, without Zika, it was highly doubtful that he could have gone along with Abel, given his suspicions. Regardless of how much he wanted to get himself and Rem back to the kingdom safely, it did not mean that he did not care what happened to the empire. To be honest, Subaru held more bad memories of the Empire than good ones, but there were many people he wished to see happy, including the people of Shudrak and the O'Connell siblings. Subaru, I'm starting to get pretty worried about including you in that, but... Abel, whatever you say, no matter what the Stargazer sees regarding the future, I have my answer. Subaru, Abel, if the Stargazer decides that I cannot remain on the throne, I shall not comply. If the Stargazer declares that my presence shall destroy the Empire, then I shall disprove that with my own hands. Abel's declaration was a little too passionate to be casual. Abel's fervor was equal to the fervor with which he had stated he would take back his throne on numerous other occasions. This was Abel's unyielding position and his unshakable heart. Subaru did not doubt Abel's last line, because he could feel that it was not merely revenge or rebellion, but a larger and purer belief. Other than that, he really wished more of the surrounding parts could be embellished to make it believable. GUIs. Look ahead a little bit, look ahead . Subaru, Just as the conversation was coming to a close, from the front of the carriage, from the coachman's bench suddenly came a boisterous voice, and Subaru and the others turned their attention to it. Medium, who was holding the reins of Reedy on the coachman's bench, was the one to raise that lively voice. It seemed she had not been allowed to take the reins during her travels together with Flop, so she had taken the initiative by speaking up, I want to. Medium, her tall, slender frame tucked into the platform, grasped the reins in one hand while pointing to the path ahead with the other. Medium, I see a lot of hustle and bustle up ahead. Can you see it too, Natsumi-chan? Subaru, barely looks like anything, I guess. Subaru leaned out of the window of the carriage, but he could not be sure of what Medium had been talking about with hustle and bustle. Maybe it was the angle, or maybe it was just his eyesight. Subaru had believed to be in possession of good eyesight, but in this other world, that was no longer the case. People from this other world had eyesight of a different level. Emilia probably had a visual acuity of 5.0. Subaru had the impression he had seen a TV program in his original world that said people in Africa had exceptionally good eyesight. In this regard, Tarata's eyesight, as one of the Amazonesses of this other world, was quite impressive. Subaru, so, what about you, Tarata-san? Can you see it? Tarata, wait a minute, that's... She answered Subaru's call, but Tarata was neither inside the carriage nor on the driver's platform. Leaning out of the window, Subaru beckoned her. She was atop of carriage, of all places. Positioned on the roof of the moving carriage, from which Tarata served as a sentinel keeping watch of all directions. Al, is it just me, or is it kinda uncomfortable to have people on the roof like that? Subaru, I don't know about Abel, but I'm used to it with our Garfield. Al mentioned Tarata, whose task lay atop the horse-drawn carriage, but Subaru, familiar with Garfield who wished to play the same role, was not particularly uncomfortable with it. In fact, in this other world, it was essential to be vigilant while on the move, so it will have proper effects rather than just a Choyuni thing. The fact that Abel did not halt her was proof of that. 1. Tarata, looks like Imperial soldiers are gathering. Looks like an ox cart or something is being stopped in front of us. Subaru, that's Abel, a checkpoint. So muttered Abel to himself after receiving Tarata's report and understanding the situation. The checkpoint that came to Subaru's mind was the one at the main gate of Geral. However, the fact that the checkpoint was not at the entrance to the city, but in the middle of the road, seized his attention. It was natural to check the comings and goings in a city, but the impression given by checkpoints on the roads was different, in that they were in response to some kind of anomaly. In short, they were most likely looking for something specific. Subaru, no way, us? Arakia got away from us, and that's how things got spread? Abel, of course, it is inevitable that information shall eventually leak out from Arakia. But I do not believe it can move as quickly and accurately as this. In addition, the Demon City is in the opposite direction of the Imperial capital. Subaru, so location-wise, they shouldn't have any reported information. Abel: yes. Although there is the matter of her companion, is there not? With his arms crossed, Abel was concerned not about Arakia, but about her companion. Arakia's companion was the person who had retrieved her from Geral. Al, the guy who dragged Lil Miss Arakia away? He's the kinda guy who'd fearlessly ride into the middle of enemy territory in the situation. He's probably a sharp and able person. Subaru, a sharp and able person. Abel's concern at Al's point of view made Subaru imagine something unpleasant. As far as the Imperial soldiers in the fortified city were concerned, Subaru had an idea of who the sharp ones were. And amongst the Imperial soldiers who had surrendered after the fall of the city hall, the object of Subaru's fear could not be counted. Perhaps they had mixed amidst the soldiers who had abandoned the city and fled. Subaru: no way. He did not want to think that it was that man who had taken Arakia away, no matter how much he wanted to. He wished that the fate of their relationship would not grow any deeper. Subaru: right now, we need to focus on the problem at hand. What do we do? Do you think we can bypass it? Tarata: right now, I don't think they're even aware of us yet. Medium and Tarata, two people with excellent eyesight, had been the first to spot them. Before the soldiers ahead of them noticed, they could go off the road and avoid the checkpoint. If nothing about them was found to be amiss, they could pass through brazenly, but if they had contraband or something, they would have no choice but to evade. But Abel: hold it, do not take detours. Subaru: And just before he gave the order to get off the road, Abel, of all people, stopped him. In response to his call for restraint, Subaru turned his suspicious eyes to Abel. Subaru: you tell us to not take a detour, what else do you want us to do? If they find you, we're in trouble. Abel: I want to know their goal. If the fall of Geral is the matter, the developments would be too swift. If it is my whereabouts, I would like to learn what the soldiers say they are searching for. Subaru: so, what's going to happen when they find you? You'll poke the beehive and we'll end up getting into a raging car chase. Of course, the possibility existed that they would be caught on the spot. Of the 5 people in the horse-drawn carriage, only 3, excluding Subaru and Abel, were capable of fighting, but their total strength was not much different from that of the dancing troupe that had ridden into Geral. In the event that they were to escape in their carriage, it would be extremely difficult to shake the enemy off on the wide-open road. Subaru: the conditions are too bad. Or do you have a better plan? Abel: there is. You. Subaru: heh? Subaru was stunned as he weighed the risks and rewards and decided that the odds were not in his favor. They were supposed to be talking about the odds of taking on a dangerous bet right now. Subaru: what do you mean? You want me to be the one to appear out there? Abel: there is already a precedent for this in the fortified city. The carriage is disguised so as not to be recognizable as one from the army. It shall be as we agreed upon in advance. Subaru: wasn't that just preparation for small talk while on the road? Abel's brash statement had been a setup for making conversation with other vendors and travelers along the way, not a premise to fool the carefully watching Imperial soldiers. Yet, Abel turned a deaf ear to Subaru's complaints that sounded like screams. Abel: I shall hide at the bottom of the wagon. You get the soldiers to talk. Subaru: wait, are you serious? Abel: do not allow the soldiers to look into the bottom of the carriage. You too might lose your life. Subaru: I don't know why you're so high and mighty. With that said, Abel stood up from his seat and put his hands on the floor. There was a slight gap in the floor underneath the seats, and the floorboards flipped up, allowing him to descend onto the bottom part of the carriage. The horse-drawn carriage had been originally intended to be pulled by the Galewind horse of General Second-Class Leaker. The exterior of the carriage had been replaced to disguise the fact that it was related to the Imperial Army, but this did not mean that its functions had been disabled. The carriage, designed to be used by people of high rank, had a mechanism which allowed the floorboards to come off, so that they could hide in case of emergency. Subaru was sure the one who had crafted this horse-driven carriage had never imagined that it would be the Emperor who would be hiding there. Anyway, Abel quickly lifted the floorboards and twisted his thin body into the narrow space. In earnest, he had entrusted the rest to Subaru. It was not so much daring as it was pride. Al, good grief, Abel-chan's so pushy. Nevertheless, we got no choice but to do it, bro. That was Al's comment about Abel, who had only made his point and quickly made his retreated. His words after that were based on the reaction of the checkpoint in the carriage's path. It seemed that their presence had become known to their side as well. Tarata, Natsumi, they're aware of our presence. Medium, then, it looks like we have no choice but to go. All right tilde, good luck tilde, Natsumi-chan. Courteously, Tarata's and Medium's shouts eliminated the option of a detour. Changing direction at this point would be like advertising it's inconvenient to have the carriage inspected. Therefore, they had no option but to proceed as His Majesty, the Emperor, desired, even though it was annoying. Al, bro, you ready? Subaru, yeah, I know right. It's nice to meet you. Al, well, that was some switch. Delivering a light tap to his cheeks with both hands, Subaru flipped a switch inside himself. If he slapped his cheeks hard enough, his makeup would be ruined. If he scratched his head, his hair would get messy. If he did not shelve his inner irritation, his words would become rough. He could not fool the Imperial soldiers with that. He had to play the part that was required of him, and accomplish the duty that was expected of him. That was the first step for Natsuki Subaru to regain the lost trust. Subaru, oh, thank you for your service, gentlemen of the army. What can I do for you? Subaru said, as he leaned out of the window, smiling as dainty and charming as he could, and waved cheerfully to the Imperial soldiers who stopped the carriage. The Imperial soldiers who had halted the carriage did not take the presence of a carriage carrying only Al, in addition to the three women, Medium, Tarata, and Subaru, seriously. What they had requested was the identity of the group and the purpose of the trip. As they had agreed upon beforehand, Al and Medium had been hired to guard Subaru, the daughter of a lower-ranking count, and Tarata was to be Subaru's servant. Before leaving Geral, Tarata's style had undergone trial and error, and been changed from the Amazona style that was instantly recognizable as that of the people of Shudrak. Currently, Tarata was dressed in the style of a male butler, which was Subaru's preference. Al given rave reviews, his words being bros dressed as a woman who's dressed as a man, and Tarata-chan's dressed as a man. I don't understand anything anymore. Anyway, the Imperial soldiers at the checkpoint had not been suspicious of Subaru and the others' kind of behavior. Only when being told that their destination was Chaos Flame, did they display a meaningful hesitation, saying, well, that's. Even among them, the Demon City's impression seemed to be poor. Soldier, I wouldn't really recommend visiting the Demon City, young lady. Subaru, even if you say so, I'm afraid my father will be angry with me. Even though I'm a noble, it's not a luxury the family of a lowly count can afford. Soldier, I see. Well, you seem to have a good head on your shoulders, so I guess there's nothing to worry about. Subaru, oh my, you flatter me. Smiling with the back of his hand over his mouth, Subaru elegantly sidestepped the soldier's suspicion. In general, there seemed to be no problem in getting through the checkpoint. The only thing left to do was. Subaru, well, there appears to be quite strict security. Has something happened? Soldier, oh no, it's nothing serious. There's deserters from a recent skirmish up north near Budim, so we're looking for them. And we're also looking for a wanted criminal. Subaru, wanted, is it? Careful not to let his voice waver, Subaru frowned at the sound of that. Fortunately, the soldier did not seem to notice Subaru's surging inner thoughts and nodded, yeah. Soldier, there's talk of a man wanted in the imperial capital being sighted around here. It's said that he's about 50 years old and has blue hair. Do you have any knowledge of him? Subaru, no, I'm afraid not. But to have deserters from the imperial soldiers, who are renowned for their strength, makes me worry that the mantra of the empire is being disturbed. Medium, it's okay, Natsumi-chan. We're here for you, so don't worry, don't worry. Let's hold our chests out strong. Subaru, well, that's reassuring, Medium-san. Oh ho ho ho. Subaru had not meant for that to happen, but Medium's blunt words made the Imperial soldiers lose their composure. There was the possibility that by probing into it, they would become suspicious, but it seemed that they had been successful in evading that worry. Tarata, too, was silent and played the role of a butler who did not interrupt her master unnecessarily. She had a tendency to be shy, though, so the silence may just have been natural. And, except for the women, the most worrying person was Al and his suspicious appearance. Al, my oh my, thank you soldiers for all your hard work. It's thanks to your hard work that a half-wit like me's allowed to work so lazily. Soldier, we are only working for the well-being of the Empire. Definitely not for someone as weak and lazy as you. Al, I know. I understand where I stand. Al, too, had perfectly handled the disrespectful move from the Imperial soldiers, having been met with scorn. It was hard to discern if he was acting or not, but he had a good point. The unnaturalness of hiring the one-armed Al as a bodyguard was also quashed ahead of time by Subaru. Subaru, it wouldn't look good if I didn't say I hired him as a bodyguard, would it? With his arm like that, I'm sure he used to be a soldier serving this country as well. Soldier, if he resigned his position because of his injuries, there's nothing for us to say. Just be very careful, because it doesn't mean that he doesn't have evil intentions. Treating Al's arm as a strength rather than a weakness reinforced the rationale for his frivolous attitude. The Imperial soldiers, with their aversion to weakness and their respect for the strong, were also considerate of those who had retired from the front lines due to unhealable wounds. With that, they had been capable of getting through the checkpoint without any major problems. Medium, well, Natsumi-chan was really good. I'm so impressed with you. Medium praised him as he waved from the platform towards the Imperial soldiers in the distance. At her words, Subaru shook his head with a, no. Subaru, it's no big deal. If the checkpoint had been set up for a more pressing reason, we would have had to use a lot of finesse to get through. In that sense, I guess you could say we were lucky. Medium, yeah? Then I guess so. I'm often told I'm lucky by Big Bro too. I feel that way too. Subaru, hee, both Medium-san and Flop-san are naturals at finding happiness, aren't they? Subaru smiled at Medium's pleasant answer as he put his hand on his cheek. At this exchange between Subaru and Medium, Tarata, who was sitting in the front seat of the carriage with an exhausted look on her face, turned around. Subaru tilted his head at her meaningful gaze, as she was relieved of her tension and patted her chest in relief. Subaru, what's the matter, Tarata-san? Is there a problem? Tarata, no, I don't have a problem, but... Natsumi, how can you be so bold? I've been wondering that ever since you planned to dress as a dancer. Subaru, yeah, I guess. Tarata had found Subaru's transformation into a woman hard to get used to. The time Tarata had spent with him in women's clothing was the same as Abel's, ever since they had entered Geral. And yet, it seemed strange to her. In a way, Abel and Flop had been able to pull it off with zero effort. Bianca and Flora were able to overcome all problems with their natural good looks. Of course, Subaru's character, Natsumi Schwartz, had no such sort of grounding. There was a quality that could not be disguised by clothes or makeup alone, and it was a problem that inevitably arose for those who were not in its possession. It took effort to compensate for that. Subaru, so, I just tried my hardest, that's all. The perfection of Natsumi Schwartz was part of the results of humanity's accumulated quest for beauty. Were it not for these pioneers, Subaru's cross-dressing would not have been accepted even at a school festival. Behind its success were the forefathers' many wishes and efforts. Because of this, he also had a sense of being unable to disregard what had been established. Tarata, I'm jealous of your confidence. I don't have that. Subaru, confidence. What I have is trust in Natsumi Schwartz, But confidence is a different thing. Tarata, A. Al, oye, bro, don't do that. You'll confuse Tarata-chan. That level of thinking's a bit too much for us to follow, you know? In place of Tarata, her flickering to and fro, Al interrupted Subaru's self-assertion. He was unaware that he was talking about something so difficult that it would confuse the two of them. He had merely stated that even though it was difficult to believe in himself, he could believe in the ideal image he had created in his mind, one that he could believe in. Subaru, I always envision myself as the best version I can be, you know? Tarata, I find that a difficult concept to understand. Subaru, but I'd recommend trying that mindset, you know? Comparing yourself to the person you admire can be painful, but you can envision your ideal self. Tarata, Tarata's eyes widened slightly as Subaru put his hand on his chest and spoke. Something about it seemed to resonate with her in no small manner. Tarata, envision, your ideal self. Resonated such, that it seemed that she had quietly stored it within her heart. Al, deserters aside, dunno what the wanted guy did. Even if it's a big help that Abel Chan's story hasn't spread, that was a pretty big deal. Subaru, well. A blue-haired man of about 50 years of age, I'm sure there are many gentlemen who fit that description, and I can even think of one in my memory, you know? In his original world, blue hair did not occur naturally, but in this other world, it could be seen as a not-so-uncommon hair color, rem at the forefront. The wanted man at the checkpoint earlier also fit that description, as did the heavy drinker who had once helped him in the city of Geral. The mercenary named Rowan also possessed said characteristic. Unfortunately, Rowan's demonstration of his abilities had been foiled by Todd's surprise attack, but Subaru believed that he would have been quite good were he able to do battle in a proper fashion. However, Subaru did not believe him to be a wanted man, one that would require the mobilization of so many Imperial soldiers. So it was possibly a matter of someone else, with similar characters, that was wanted. Subaru, in any case, Abel's situation hasn't been reported to the ordinary soldiers yet. As long as there's no disorder in the Imperial capital, it seems safe to assume that a body double's acting as Emperor. Al, dunno if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Honestly, I think it would have been more convenient for us if the Emperor'd been absent and that there was a lot of commotion. Subaru, I feel like it has its advantages and disadvantages. Setting handling things if he's discovered aside, the gravity of finding Abel remains unchanged. If the Emperor's absence were to become public and the Empire thrown into turmoil, it was currently unknown whether Subaru and the others would be able to handle it effectively. At the very least, Abel's perception was that they were still lacking in strength to claim the throne, and Subaru was of the same opinion. However, the insistence of going through the checkpoint had made him very nervous. Al, at any rate, now that we've escaped the checkpoint, let's get Abel Chan out of there. Subaru, right. Besides, I want to complain about something. Nodding at Al's suggestion, Subaru crossed his arms over his fake cleavage to assert his indignation. The reason for Subaru's indignation was, of course, the unreasonable reason given so they would go through the checkpoint. But beyond that, it was the reckless flailing by Abel during the checkpoint. While talking with the soldiers, noises had echoed from the bottom of the carriage several times, which had been disguised with great difficulty. Ultimately, it was settled that Subaru, posing as a woman, had a stomachache, saying, "It's not easy being a lowly count." But it was an outrage that damaged the reputation of the elegant Natsumi Schwartz. Subaru, it seems that His Majesty, the Emperor, isn't fully aware of his position. Al, oh bro, you seem angry. Well, guess I should be mad too. Al agreed with Subaru, who was eager to complain to His Majesty, the reckless Emperor. Then Al flipped up the floorboard, and Subaru peered into the bottom of the rocking carriage to complain bitterly to the face that appeared. Subaru, hey, Abel, what's going on? You have no idea how hard it was for us to cover up for you after you did that. You. Subaru, HK. Subaru's, or at least I think, which was about to come with his candid advice, was swallowed by a shout, causing him to jump away, landing in Tarata's arms. All of a sudden, Tarata was holding him in a bridal carry, but he did not have the leisure to admire her core strength. What appeared was not Abel breaking into laughter, but a young girl of golden hair. The girl was more than familiar to him, and he had more than enough bad memories of her. It was Louis, a girl who should not be present. Louis Arneb, an irregular representative in the Empire, burst cheerfully out from under the floor. Subaru, www. Louis, A.U. Subaru, why? Why are you in the carriage? ? Apparently, she had been hiding under the floor all along. I cannot believe no one had noticed it until now. It was probably the work of Utakata. His eyes going wide, Subaru's voice quivered. Following up Subaru's question was Abel, his figure emerging from the bottom after Louis. He patted the dust off his dirty traveling clothes and hand-combed his wildly disheveled sable hair. Then, regarding Louis leaning in towards Subaru, the latter still being held up by Tarata. Abel, It appears that she missed you a lot. So much that rather than being with Utakata or your woman, she opted to be with you. Subaru, what are you so composed for? Were you okay with being under the floor with her? Abel, how could it have been fine? She was unnecessarily rampaging at the bottom, and even I was chilled by it. I mulled over about how it could be explained away once the soldiers discovered me due to her. Shutting the floorboards and returning to his seat, Abel's words made sense to Subaru. It seemed that the cause of the commotion that had distracted Subaru's mind so much during the Imperial soldiers' inspection of the carriage was none other than Louis. Perhaps Louis, hiding in the bottom of the carriage as she was, had jostled with Abel, who had come down there to hide. He did not seem to have any talent for caring for children, although it was unclear how Abel was treating Louis. Subaru, then, what the hell can you do? Abel, you have been speaking disgracefully about me to no end, but what are you planning to do with that thing? Subaru, what should I do? Abel, I am telling you now, that there is absolutely no way we can turn back anymore. That checkpoint and time both, shall not allow it. Well, Abel-chan's right about that, ain't he? Touching the clasp of his helmet, Al nodded his head in agreement with Abel's words. Meanwhile, an anguished Subaru had Tarata put him down on the floor, then held down Louis's forehead as she giggled with awe, and snuggled up against him. Subaru, why did this happen? Confusion and bewilderment swirled within his head. On the other hand, there was a part of him that felt relieved that Louis was here, that he did not have to deal with this uncertainty being beside Rem, who had been left behind in Geral. However, the fact that Subaru had been followed did not make him any less cautious about Louis's true nature and what could be in her plans. Tarata, Subaru, there's nothing we can do, we'll take Louis with us. Subaru, even you are saying that, Tarata-san? Tarata, Abel's right, we don't have a choice but to keep going now. But we also can't leave Louis behind. I know that you and Louis have a complicated relationship. Subaru, .. Looking at Subaru and Louis alternately, Tarata timidly offered a neutral opinion. In addition to their mission to infiltrate Geral, they had also spent time together in the people of Shudrak's settlement. The majority of the Shudrakian, though not as much as Rem, were aware of Subaru's wariness and hostility towards Louis and her existence. Even with that in mind, Tarata had stated that leaving Louis behind was not an option. And, much to his own chagrin, Subaru agreed with her. Subaru, we can't just leave her here and let her cause trouble for people who don't know anything about her. Louis, you? Inclining her neck, Louis looked clueless. As things stood right now, ever since they had been sent to Wallachia, Louis had never shown her true face as the vicious sin Archbishop of Gluttony. But that did not mean it would not happen in the future, and Subaru would be responsible for any damage that may occur once her true nature surfaced. Subaru had enough conviction that she was dangerous and countless opportunities to preempt a lot of damage from being done. That was exactly why he felt he should strangle her thin neck this very moment, and sever her future. With that and that alone, Many seeds of anxiety would wither and die without sprouting. And yet. Subaru, Al, oh man. I dunno what's going on here, but that lil girl's fond of you, bro, right? I'm sure you understand that she might slow us down in the future, but we'll have to consider how to use that too. Subaru, Al. While saying this, Al tried to help the anguished Subaru reach a decision. Walking over toward Louis standing beside Subaru, he took some steps upon the floor of the horse-drawn carriage with a casual gait. Then, trying to stroke the girl's blonde head gently. Al, maybe with a child it'll be easier to have them look away in case there's another checkpoint like that. Traveling with a child ain't so bad after all. Ouch. Louis, Gauk. Just as Al's hand was about to stroke her head, Louis suddenly bared her fangs, literally. Louis opened her mouth wide and chomped at Al's outstretched hand as hard as she could. With a scream, Al pulled his hand away and Louis hid behind Subaru, snarling like an animal. It was an ungrateful act, like an unwanted stray cat biting the person who had tried to feed it. Al, whoa, that shit really hurt. I tried to help you out, but that was wrong. Subaru, why you've done it, haven't you? I knew it was your style to prey on others like that. Louis, you. Ow. Subaru, I can't understand you with your uhs and ahs. Louis was clinging to Subaru's waist, shaking her head. Subaru was struggling to pull her off, but the pressure was too tight for him to wriggle free. Luckily, Subaru knew Al's name and who he was, and Al himself did not appear to have lost himself due to having his memories snatched away. But the damage was yet to be confirmed. Tarata, please calm down. Subaru, Hyan. Louis, you? Once Subaru and Al began raising a ruckus, Louis started screaming like a child with a tantrum. To interrupt them, Tarata had intervened by raising her voice. Putting her hands under Louis's arms, she picked up the child, shooting Subaru and Al both with a potent gaze, her eyes like those of her sisters, conveying a strong impression. Tarata, you're a grown man and you're acting like a child. Even more, why don't you behave like a calm adult? The little ones will mimic you. Subaru, cool. Boo but, Tarata-san, the girls. Tarata, no buts, Natsumi. I know your relationship with this girl is complicated, but even if that's the case, what are you going to accomplish by making a scene? He was reprimanded directly, and the simplicity of the reprimand was the most effective reply for Subaru. How many could win against the argument that they had been acting immature towards a child? However, such naive theory would not be applicable to a Sin Archbishop. If only she was privy to the dangers posed by Louis Arneb, Tarata would surely possess a different opinion. Then, why didn't he just tell everyone who Louis was here and now? Subaru, The black emotions echoing from within his own heart caused his throat to clog. Subaru's cheeks tensed up, and Tarata and Al reacted in a quizzical manner. In the end, the whole situation had been brought about by Subaru's vague decision-making abilities. The only way to make them understand Subaru's wariness of Louis was to disclose the fact that Louis was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Unlike Rem, who had lost her wariness of the witch cult along with her memories, the people in this room would be able to understand the threat. Once they realized the gravity of the situation, they would not treat Louis as the child she seemed to be. And to get rid of the disturbing threat. What could be done to get rid of her? Subaru, Louis, you? Louis tilted her head at Subaru's expression while being held by Tarata. Immediately once Subaru and Al stopped being rowdy, Louis calmed down as well. As they had found out in the time so far, Louis would only make noise if there was a lot of it in her environs. If her surroundings were quiet, Louis, by her lonesome, would not make a peep. The reason as to why Utakata was such a good match for Louis was because she was an exceptionally calm child. Perhaps this form of behavior was another way for Louis Arneb to blend in with her surroundings. That girl, so vicious and irredeemably evil, that Subaru had come into contact in the white world he had arrived at the Pleiades watchtower, Was this the guise she had adopted? He was aware he must consider that way, and deal with it, and yet. Abel, I shall tell you this, our purpose here is neither pleasure nor amusement. Abel, alone in the seat, coldly said this to a Subaru still agonizing over the situation. For a moment, Subaru could not make out the true meaning of his words, but quickly realized that it was Abel's opinion on how Louis should be treated. This road trip was no game, Abel asserted. As soon as he voiced that and regarded Louis with his dark eyes, Subaru gasped at their coldness. Abel's eyes, directed towards Louis, were devoid of any warmth. This was a sign that Abel had not found any value in bestowing Louis with any consideration or warmth, and that he did not distinguish between Louis and a stone by the roadside or a wildflower. The warmth of his eyes made Subaru understand the consequences of revealing Louis's true identity. Subaru, let's take her. Abel, .. Immediately after making his decision, the dark eyes looking at Louis would turn to Subaru. The sharpness of his gaze felt like it was burrowing into Subaru's chest, but clenching his molars, he drove that out of his mind. Subaru, since this isn't a pleasure trip, show them you're useful. That's how it works, isn't it? Abel, yes, it is of no consequence. I had a feeling you would state such a thing. Subaru, that's a difficult evaluation to interpret. Whether it was disappointment or some other sort of emotion, it was hard to tell. Naturally, Abel wished to have his real intentions go unrevealed, and Subaru was afraid that rehashing them would lead to a different conclusion. Medium, hey, are you done with that? Louis-chan, come here when they are finished talking. Tarata, is that okay? Feeling the tense atmosphere between Subaru and Abel, Tarata asked for permission to respond to Medium's voice coming from the driving platform. Abel was already unconcerned, and although he had decided to take Subaru with him, he did not want to take Louis, so he decided to take advantage of their generosity. Medium, all right, Louis-chan, you want to hold the reins? Try to steer Lady Chin. Louis, you. Tarata, let's not do that. Louis was welcomed by the two women, although there was a lot of noise coming from the driver's seat all of a sudden. Subaru was the only one who had originally been quite wary of Louis, so there was nothing surprising about their reaction. If something had to be said, however, was that Louis's disappearance may have caused Rem, who had remained in Geral, to panic in search of her. Abel, I do not believe that girl could have gotten into the carriage by herself. If there is someone who assisted her, that one should reveal the situation. Subaru, well, I guess that's true. Perhaps sensing the nature of Subaru's anxiety from his expression, Abel dispelled without emotion. If he was right, and Utakata had helped Louis stowaway, that information would have been shared with Rem and the others back in the city. With him and Louis together, Subaru wondered if that would help with Rem's anxiety. Subaru, which would be better, her not knowing where she is or knowing where she is? Al, . Of course it's safer to have her with you, bro. I mean, from what Tarata-chan said, it sounded kinda complicated. With Al having overheard his muttering, Subaru's feelings were further muddied by Al's words. The relationship between Subaru, Rem, and Louis was not as simple as it appeared. Subaru, what, that's right. With Rem's figure behind his eyelids, Subaru found an excuse within himself. Regardless of Louis's identity, Rem would be concerned for the girl. Even if he told her the truth the next time he got the chance, it would be one-sided without Louis's presence. For that reason, Louis must be kept safe. Al, bro. Subaru, no, nothing unless. Al, do me a favor please, pay as much attention to Louis as you can. Al, what's with the out-of-the-blue request, anyway? What's with that little girl? Al, who'd just had his hand bitten, seemed to have some difficulty with Louis, and responded to Subaru's request in a reluctant voice, questioning his intentions. It was a natural question, but for a moment, Subaru hesitated to answer. When it came to Al, he would believe Louis's identity more frankly than the others. However, how would Al act upon learning that Louis was a Sin Archbishop? Would he understand the danger and become an advisor that held the same worries as Subaru? Subaru, dash. If she gets hurt, Rem will suffer. Please, I beg you. Al, dash dash. Subaru was troubled, but, a moment later, he kept the truth to himself much like he had done with the rest of the group. Hearing Subaru's answer, Al went silent for a moment, and... Al, yeah, sure. I'm worried she might eat my remaining arm, but I'll deal with it. With that as his reply, Al settled into the front seat of the carriage as if he had heard Subaru's request. He threw his legs out lazily as he listened to the voices of the three girls bustling around the driver's platform. It could be said it was his typical way of accepting a request. Subaru, dash? What is it? As he directed his gaze towards the back of Al's head, Subaru noticed Abel's own trained on himself. He folded his arms and slumped in his seat, his unreadable black eyes reflecting Subaru, frowning with just a hint of displeasure. This made him feel terribly anxious, so Subaru's question had ended sharply. Abel, however, gave a small hum, and said nothing. Subaru, you still haven't thanked me for successfully getting us past the checkpoint in the first place. Taking out his frustration on Abel's attitude, Subaru stroked his long black hair and settled into a seat a little farther away from both Al and Abel. The journey to the demon city of Chaos Flame continued with a sense of uncertainty about the future. However, upon hearing the bustling voices from the driver's platform, especially that of Louis. Subaru, really, who do you think is the cause of my suffering? The sound of the horse-drawn carriage swallowed his words of complaint up entirely, and so they did not reach anyone. Arc 7, Chapter 35, A Night for Talking. Medium, the place where Big Bro and I were was a really bad place, that was what Medium had said in her usual tone, as they surrounded a campfire at night. Always bright and cheerful, Medium never cared to keep her voice down. What had come out from her mouth was the story of the orphanage in which Flop and her used to be previously. From Flop, too, it had been heard that the two of them had grown up in poor conditions. The siblings had grown up while being beaten every day, in a facility that took in orphans. Flop had stated that they resented a world where unfortunate adults would beat up unfortunate children, and that they had vowed to take revenge, as well. Medium, I don't get everything Big Bro says 'cause it's too difficult for me. But when he's walking around with such big steps and his chest puffed out, I wanna help him. Subaru, even if it's revenge against the world? Medium, yes. Though, I dunno how he's gonna do it. With a bashful smile, Medium plunked down cross-legged, taking Louis into her lap then brushing the girl's hair from behind. The reason she had spoken about the orphanage in the first place was because of her skill in dealing with children. He was surprised that Medium, who, if he may say so, gave the impression that she did everything in a relatively rough manner, was taking such good care of Louis. So, he asked her about her familiarity, which led them to the previous point. Medium, because there were other children in the facility besides Big Bro and me, you know. Some of them were smaller than me, and it wasn't much fun, so I wanted to at least let their hair grow. Subaru, so because of that, you're good with the little ones. It makes sense, since you're very good at taking care of people. Medium, i.e., you think so. Well, if that's the case, I'm glad I could help. Medium's beautiful blonde hair glimmered, illuminated by the red glow of the bonfire. Louis, to her front, had hair the same color. The two of them were so intimate they appeared to be sisters. If Flora was considered and not Flop, one could say that there were three beautiful sisters. Subaru, I shouldn't have thought of imposing such a liability onto you and Flop-san. Medium, dash. Natsumi-chan, did you say something? Subaru, no, it's nothing. It's just that I really feel that Medium-san's been a great help to me. Setting aside the improper connection between the O'Connell siblings and Louis, it was a statement that seemed to have been wasted under false pretenses, but that was how he truly felt. There was a great deal of help from the presence of Medium and Flop being there, both militarily and emotionally. Had it not been for Flop and her, Subaru and the others' march through the Empire would have been much bleaker. Subaru, in that respect, shouldn't you be more grateful? Question mark, dash dash. Narrowing his eyes as he said it, Subaru tried to lure a response out of Abel, who was sticking right by the bonfire. Surprisingly, Abel had not made his quick return to the carriage for rest after dinner, instead remaining in silence. However, it did not appear that his attention had been focused on the chit-chat, or on Subaru's words that were merely sarcastic and teasing. Abel, medium, where are you and your brother from? Medium, huh? However, though not in response to Subaru's words, Abel posed a question to medium. The content of the question was based on the conversation that had just taken place. Caught off guard, medium's large eyes widened to their fullest and her mouth dropped open. It seemed she was surprised that Abel had started a conversation with her, and that he was listening. Medium, Abel Chin, you know my name. Apparently, those were not the sole reasons for her surprise. Anyhow, Abel let out a small sigh at medium, the latter having utilized a way of addressing him equally as disrespectful as what Al had used, one that could displease His Majesty the Emperor. Abel, remembering names is a trivial task. Cease such trifling admiration. Answer my question. Where are you and Flop from? Who was the head representative of that facility? Medium, representative? You mean the director? I don't remember his name, but me and Big Bro were in a little town called Avrik. Abel, Avrik. That's a town to the west. I shall remember that. Medium, dash. You're gonna remember it? What for? Abel, it shall be dealt with accordingly. Whether I do it directly or not. Abel's answer was succinct, but his true intentions were lost on medium. A question mark appeared on medium's face, and her expression was like her head had been stuffed full of questions. And Abel, unkind as he was, did not attempt to try and dispel the mystery. Subaru, for his part, did not quite get the whole idea, but... Subaru, so you want to listen to the people's frank opinions and immediately apply them to national politics? Abel, I am not that laudable. I have told you. It is a matter of definite punishment or reward. Achievements should be rewarded, and foolishness punished. That was Abel's creed as a ruler, and it seemed to be an unmovable way of being. Thinking back to the lifeblood ritual at the Shudrakian village, he had desperately appealed to Subaru as the latter was on the verge of death, to tell him of his wish. Behind that desperation laid the same belief. Namely, Subaru, you're the kind of person who can't stand it when other people come up empty-handed, aren't you? Abel, many are dropped into this world as have-nots. What they grasp in their hands and what they die with, is their life. There should be no thing such as letting go of something one has earned. Subaru, hearing that from the Emperor's mouth having been born as a have-nots unpleasant. Most people were have-nots, and had no choice but to struggle on, lamenting their incompetence and inability. They knew that life was like that, but could not tolerate being told that from the standpoint of those who are blessed. However, Abel did not even regard Subaru, who took this as irony. Abel, I am no exception. Subaru, dash? What do you mean? Abel, with the position, comes a certain amount of responsibility. If one carries a burden that they cannot bear, then those who are crushed are no more than fools. Character and pride can only be honed by daily self-awareness. In response to Subaru's question, Abel's gaze slowly turned toward him. He observed Subaru sitting next to the bonfire, and directed his sight to his dark hair and clothes, as if to examine them. Abel, false and contrived identities shall eventually be exposed. You seem to be quite adept at disguising yourself, but it shall take some effort to mend it once it comes off. Subaru, dash dash. Abel, I do not interfere with other people's interests as long as they produce results. I do not mean to contradict that statement. To see a false image as a pillar of support is something I cannot tolerate. Eventually, the entire foundation shall tilt. Abel's eyes, bathed in a feverish breeze, were as clear as a cold night. The words he had chosen had no room for consideration or understanding by others. Therefore, the true meaning of his words was not even half understood by Subaru. The only thing that remained was the pain of having had his heart insulted so callously, Abel, I have spoken too much. I shall be leaving the rest to you. After saying that, Abel stood up and disappeared into the carriage. The thick door closed with a thud. The only people now remaining around the fire were Subaru, Medium, and Louis, who was oblivious to the topic at hand. Subaru, what's with that guy? Then, making a bitter face as he held his own mouth, Subaru blurted out those words. It was as if he was a sore loser of a villainess, wasn't it? The iron-blooded female military strategist, Natsumi Schwartz, was much tougher and more supple. That was Subaru's never-ending desire for a heart of steel, and the image of the strongest woman in its possession. Medium, Natsumi-chan, are you okay? Medium's hand gently stroked Subaru's conflict-laden head. Medium moved dexterously next to him, sitting on her haunches, not letting her buttocks touch the ground. Her hands were proportionate to her height, large enough to grasp Subaru's head with ease, her large palm gently, and softly, wrapped around Subaru's heart. Subaru, yes, I'm fine. I mean, that guy was so insinuating. Did you understand what he was trying to say, Medium-san? Medium, not at all. But I could see that Natsumi-chan looked like she was in pain, so this is the least I could do. Subaru, that's not true. Medium, it's okay, I know. I'm in charge of using my big body to do my best and leave the hard stuff to Big Bro and everyone else. Medium smiled pleasantly and continued to pat Subaru's head, her face not showing any lie. Even though she was aware of her shortcomings, she did not permit it to bother her and had a sunny disposition, something she had in common with the people Subaru admired. Subaru, you're very mature, aren't you, Medium-san? Medium, no one's ever told me that before. Although I've been told things like, that I'm a good older sister, or that I eat a lot without having any issues after. Subaru, those are other nice things about you, Medium-san. Medium, UAE, because he was unable to express his gratitude and admiration even with all his words, Subaru was frustrated. However, Medium merrily accepted Subaru's hollow words of praise. Louis, curled up in her lap, was happy, like she was being carried along by her cheerfulness. It was a moment so peaceful that, to Subaru, it felt as if he'd been cut off from all hardship and anxiety. He ended up imagining it as such, so peaceful was this time. Time flowed protractedly, as he gazed at the flickering flames of the fire. Subaru, The world was so quiet, with the crackling sound of burning chips of wood popping. Subaru used to hate this kind of idle time. When spending it in a daze, he would feel tormented and driven by an unfathomable sense of urgency. He wondered if he was allowed to spend his time aimlessly, as if he were in a stupor. An unidentified black shadow would creep up behind him, crossing their arms around his shoulders in an intimate manner, persistently hounding Subaru. Keeping this nightmare away was impossible, even if he plugged his ears and closed his eyes. To escape from it, Natsuki Subaru had attempted everything. At times, he would be praised for his versatility and guile. But all of that was just an excuse to escape from responsibility and guilt. Natsuki Subaru was papier-mâché, the result of a series of excuses. Subaru, I'm just a little relieved that it didn't end up being just an excuse. ? Is that so? After listening to Subaru's story, Tarita nodded her head. On the other side of the flickering flames, Tarita's face was lit up red as she knelt on the ground. The shimmering radiance of the flames appeared to suit her brown skin quite well. And to mention something suiting, so did her outfit that concealed her identity as a Shudrakian. Tarita, having removed the white patterns on her body and being dressed like a civilized person, coupled with her tall and well-proportionate body, looked like a beautiful woman dressed in men's clothes. However, as she stood guard as a night watchman, she had taken off her jacket and rolled up her sleeves, giving the impression that she was more wild than smart. Tarita, . In the slight silence that fell, Tarita was lost in thought. She had pestered Subaru into speaking of his personal circumstances, of his original world. He had made the darker and heavier parts of his life ambiguous, but how had it affected Tarata? It had all begun when Tarata saw Subaru cleaning his nails and asked, "Where did you learn to wear makeup?" Using makeup and cross-dressing were not that big of a deal to him. Subaru had spent his junior high school year in disarray, and had taken up the challenge as a bit of entertainment to make a spectacular comeback in his high school life to come. "Subaru, I'm a bit of a meticulous person, so if I'm going to do something, I want to be thorough and not embarrassed to present it." As would be the case in any field, the efforts of many predecessors were involved in the development of arts. Subaru's high school life ended as a result of his attempt to show that he was not embarrassed of it. Since then, he had made up his mind that he would never dress as a woman again, but here he was. One'd never know what would be useful in life until it was over. In Subaru's case, who would not die even if he died, that rang especially true. Subaru, oh, that's not funny. Tarata, Natsumi's attitude, I'm jealous of it. Subaru, what? Tarata, why are you so surprised? Subaru, oh, no, it isn't something I've been told very often. It was a rather serious shock, and it took Tarata by surprise. However, the shock in Subaru's mind, as he pressed his fake breasts, did not go away. Objectively speaking, Subaru did not feel that his position was worthy of jealousy. It was partly from his own perspective, but ever since he came to this other world, and, in retrospect, even before that, his life had been a series of failures and disappointments. To be honest, had it not been for his encounter with Emilia, he doubted he would have had the chance to turn things around. Subaru believed that all his encounters and happiness had been given to him by Emilia, who had tried to save him from being beaten up by some thugs in that alley. The memory of that moment no longer was present in Emilia's mind, though. Tarata, I've always grown up hiding behind sister. Sisters as we all know how to be, so no one doubted she'd eventually become the chieftain. Neither did I. Subaru, Tarata-san. Falteringly, Tarata began to talk about herself. At first, Subaru had intended to stop her if she started talking about something she did not want to speak about, as a response to his confession. She had inquired him about the source of his makeup and cross-dressing skills, and Subaru had told her about himself, which were his own problems. He had no intention of forcing her to do so. However, upon noticing Tarata's moist eyes and trembling voice, her visage downcast, he halted. She was talking because she wished to, that was what Subaru felt. Tarata, sister and I are 3 years apart in age. But the reason why I feel sister's so big isn't because of the 3 years difference. That's right, isn't it? Subaru, Tarata, what sister could do when she was 10, I couldn't do when I was the same age. It wasn't a difference in age, it was a difference in something different. What that is, I don't know. Every word that Tarata spoke pierced through Subaru's heart. It was a story he had heard somewhere, yet, simultaneously, it was a story he had never disclosed to anyone. An inferiority complex towards her outstanding elder sister, something Rem had been harboring. An inferiority complex towards the person he yearned to be like, something Subaru had been tormented by. Tarata, why did my sister make me the chieftain? I just can't see myself in that role. He's that guy's child, after all. The disappointment in oneself, the feeling of guilt regarding the expectations of someone dear. Nearly overwhelmed by these feelings, Tarata had embarked along on this journey. Zelda, the former chieftain, had pledged to assist Abel on his journey with the goal of reclaiming the throne. Perhaps it was a journey for Tarata to reflect and acknowledge herself, and at the same time, a way to escape the burden of expectations that had fallen upon her. Tarata, during this journey, I have to find an answer. No, I need to harden my resolve. Subaru, resolve. Is that resolve to take over as chieftain? Tarata, Subaru's question was met with a nod from Tarata's thin chin. It would be unfitting to say she had arrived at an answer, but to say she had readied herself to a fitting fate was possible. The duty of being the tribe's next chieftain had been entrusted to her by Zelda. He He could understand that was the way she considered it. Tarita believed that taking over as chieftain was inevitable. She believed that she had no right to reject it. That it was the duty of a sister who had been appointed by her elder sister, and that she must lead the next generation of the clan. Subaru, even if you run away. Tarita, eh? Subaru, even if you run away, I think it'd be fine. I wouldn't blame you for that. The astonished expression on Tarita's face conveyed to him that she had not expected to hear such words. Though that had been the flow of the conversation, Tarita had confided in him her innermost thoughts. Her situation, the insecurities, the responsibility she carried on her thin shoulders, could be seen. He could also see that she was extremely responsible and self-punishing, and that she was struggling to cope with it. Or perhaps Tarita had wished that Subaru would tell her to get a grip here, to encourage her to make a decision that she could not make herself. Perhaps she wanted him to advise her that there was no such thing as a lack of self-confidence in the sight of Subaru proudly and unashamedly wearing women's clothes, but what Subaru had told her had betrayed her expectations. Subaru, if you can't bear it, if you think there's someone better suited than you, we won't blame you if you pack up and leave the carriage. At least, I won't. Tarita, but, if I'm gone, our strength will be. Subaru, of course, I'm worried about that. But I'll do whatever I can. Tarita, Subaru inwardly ridiculed himself for saying such selfish things, though he did not display it. If he heard this exchange, Abel would be discontent. As Tarita had said, she was a valuable military asset to their faction, which lacked in strength. That could be attributed to both their faction as a whole, as well as to the group on this journey. Of all things, he wondered whether it'd be fine to let them go. Tarita, you're saying I'm not needed. Subaru, no, that's a big mistake. I also want Tarita-san to be with us in terms of both personality and strength. But that'd be selfish of me, wouldn't it? Tarita, selfish. Subaru, because I'd be telling you to numb your feelings, so that I can live. Being an experienced and kindred spirit, Subaru could not force Tarita to do that. Subaru, who had been given the opportunity to exit that dark place previously, had declared to Tarita, who was older and possibly more experienced than Subaru in this matter, much like if they were senior and junior. You cannot be someone else. No matter if they were a blood relative or just someone close. No matter the degree one had longed for them, envied them, or scorched them into their heart. You cannot be someone else. Subaru, we can't be anyone but our own self. He could not be anything other than himself, and he had to at least become something he could like, something he could be comfortable with, something he could be confident in. Like a butterfly that would hatch after repeated disappointments, discouragements, and a small sense of accomplishment. Subaru, it's unpleasant, isn't it? So whispered Subaru, in a voice so quiet that Tarita had been unable to hear him. What he was recalling as he spoke was the ideal that Abel had conveyed to him a few hours prior, around the same bonfire. What many of the have-nots were clutching at, living with, in their empty hands, he had wondered. The essence of what he had stated seemed to overlap with what Subaru was attempting to say. Tarita, Listening to Subaru's story, Tarita's eyes swayed, her hesitation becoming even stronger. It was up for Tarita to decide which way her hesitation would lead her, but he knew that he should respect whatever she chose. Subaru had run away from the expectations placed on him and the guilt of not living up to them. He even suspected that his being summoned to this other world had been an act of consideration by someone who had taken in his desires to escape. Of course, that was the reason as to why he had been unable of saying goodbye to his parents, his real parents. Subaru, you know, the fact that I was able to escape was salvation. At the very least, had he stayed locked in his room, always trapped between expectations and guilt, Natsuki Subaru would not have been able to catch up with his current emotions. He would still be Subaru, his hands full with himself and no opportunity to strain his own heart, or to do something for someone else, or to give something to someone else. There was nothing wrong with running away until one was ready to fight. This should be a world in which everyone could choose not to fight. Tarata, confidence and determination. Subaru, what? Tarata, I'm lacking in confidence and determination. But that's not all. Hearing Subaru's story, which came from his own experience, Tarata muttered, her lips trembling. It had been so small that it seemed to have been drowned out by the sound of the crackling bonfire. Or perhaps she was filled with acute emotion, more so than when she had recounted the tale of her own powerlessness. Tarata, if I make a big mistake, how could I make up for it? Subaru, mistakes and making up for it. Tarata-san? Tarata, .. The question was repeated and Tarata let out a small ah. Her eyes widened, and Subaru could see the regret in them. In the same way she had spoken of making a mistake before, her regret for what she had ended up telling Subaru peeked through. It seemed like Tarata had been burdened with a lot of guilt regarding that big mistake. Not only the helplessness of comparing herself to her sister, but also the existence of her sister seemed to be a factor that prevented her from making her own decision. Tarata, the strange things I said. Please, forget them. What followed in the end was the conclusion that her untold story could not be told. He could tell by Tarata's voice and expression that she had not arrived at an answer, but Subaru interpreted it as a sign that he could not force her to talk. If only he could be there for her when she eventually felt the need to vent. Bro, time for a shift change. Upon Subaru's conclusion, a voice called out from the carriage. It was Al, twisting his thick neck as he slowly walked over to the campfire. The time for Subaru's shift was over, as the night watch was supposed to change every 3 hours. Subaru, I'm not happy that Abel and Louis are out of the rotation, but... Al, stop it, stop it. It'd be a terrible thing if we get executed for having Abel-chan work the night shift once he returns to the throne. Subaru, if you're on about grudges, I don't think I'd be able to decide how many of my heads should be lined up for that. Al, if you're aware of it, please control it. Because it'll make me nervous to be around you. Overhearing Subaru's rambling, Al made a reasonable complaint. Nevertheless, he would continue complaining about Abel's attitude going forward. The reason why Abel was so arrogant and tyrannical was because no one had ever spoken up. While he remained as a fugitive with no real power, to correct that character as much as possible was needed. Subaru, otherwise, even if he returns with our help, another rebellion will soon ensue, and he'll lose his head that time. Al, yeah, I'll leave that to you. As you can see from the princess, I'm basically a laissez-faire kinda guy. With a fluttering wave of his hand, Al threw out the idea of getting Subaru to change his mind. Sighing at Al's unreliability, Subaru turned to face Tarata again. Tarata-san, he called out to her as she gazed at the fire, lost in thought. Subaru, I'll leave you to it. If you find Al's sexual harassment or silly jokes unbearable to listen to, please let me know immediately. Tarata, sexual horror? Al, I'm not gonna act the same as I do with the princess. It's a matter of distance and intimacy, and TPO, 1. Subaru, that's something I'm not good at. Tarata replied in a faint voice, while Al loudly proclaimed his innocence. After comparing the two, Subaru stood up and whispered to Al as he brushed off the dirt on his hem and buttocks. Subaru, perhaps Tarata-san'll ask you for some life advice. If she does, please guide her as an experienced leader. Al, experienced leader seems to be the opposite of my description, doesn't it? I can't be responsible for other people's lives, as I've been actively running away from such things. Subaru, this is your chance to overcome your weaknesses. It's the same with Peppers. Emilia and Beatrice, who were not fans of Peppers as well, were also trying their best to overcome their dislikes in various ways, without losing their bold, challenging spirit. The two of them had yet a single battle together, but Subaru believed that as long as they kept fighting, one day they would be able to win. Subaru, so, please do your best, Al. Al, is it just me, or that doesn't resonate that much? At least, what he had just said met the conditions to inspire Subaru, so he concluded that the problem was with Al, who was not affected by it. Tarata, Natsumi, see you tomorrow. Subaru, yeah, see you tomorrow. Tarata called out to Subaru, who handed over the shift to Al and turned to head back to the carriage. That feeble yet certain promise of tomorrow gave Subaru hope that she would accept Subaru's words, and that they would meet face to face the following day. Running away was not a bad thing. There was power to be gained as a result of running away. But there were also people who would steel themselves to fight instead of running away, and were able to overcome it. Subaru hoped that was the case with Tarata. Subaru, back at the carriage, Subaru was greeted by the tranquil air of the dark interior. The interior of the carriage was divided by a simple curtain, separating the sleeping quarters for men and women in the front and back. The men were at the front, the women at the back, but the group currently sleeping was surprisingly quiet. Abel, Medium, and Louis were the three resting right now, and how quietly Medium and Louis were slumbering, Abel notwithstanding, seemed to him relatively surprising. Upon questioning them about their sleeping patterns, knowing that it was against etiquette, Medium had cheerfully replied, "If you snore too loudly, people will know where you are." It was not until some time later that Subaru realized that it had been during her travels as a peddler, or during her days in the facility that had been stated to have been in poor condition, a skill acquired out of necessity. In that sense, it might also be the reason as to why Abel slept quietly. "Subaru, you look odious, even when you're asleep. Perhaps I should doodle on you. ? What, you are staring at me quite rudely. Subaru, HK. In the middle of the allotted space in the carriage, Abel was sleeping. Upon peeking at his slumbering face, Subaru was startled by the sudden voice. He almost let out an instinctive scream, but Subaru managed to restrain it, instead saying, "You're awake? Subaru, since we're keeping watch, I hoped you could at least enjoy the benefits of it." Abel, it is the custom of the Wallachian imperial family to sleep with one eye open. I am no exception to that rule. Subaru, with one eye open, this isn't a movie. You serious? Abel, why should I crack a stupid joke with you? Subaru's breath hitched after Abel's retort, the latter unconcerned, one eye open as he had declared. The light in his dark eyes proved that his earlier words had been no deception. There was an old movie that talked of an assassin with the habit of sleeping with one eye open. Apparently, the structures of the human brain made performing this difficult, but seeing Abel doing it as a matter of fact in front of him, made Subaru realize that it was not impossible. But that was not the same thing as being convinced. Subaru, why don't you sleep properly? Do you think we're going to hurt you in your sleep? Abel, if there is a small chance, then it is a possibility. You cannot lose your life for lack of attention. Subaru, lack of attention. Hearing that detached reply, Subaru's voice trembled and he pointed out the window. All that could be seen through the carriage window was the light of a campfire some distance away. Two people, Al and Tarata, stood on night watch, on the lookout for any looming danger. Of course, it was also for their own safety, but... Subaru, who the hell do you think they're doing that for? Abel, Subaru, after all this time, you still can't even close both eyes in front of us? Natsumi Schwartz's skin peeled away, revealing Natsuki Subaru from their contorted expression. Faced with this, Abel's clear expression did not waver. As he had done in the past, Abel blinked alternately with his right and left eyes. Even the number of blinks was minimal, which was the same reason as to why he could not sleep with both eyes closed. The time they had risked their lives together in the lifeblood ritual, when they infiltrated Geral dressed as dancers, and when they boarded the carriage and headed for their destination, were no different. Subaru sympathized with the people who had to be on guard, in a situation where failure was not an option. So, why would Abel not make an effort to loosen up before entering a place that could be hostile territory, at least? At Subaru's raised eyebrow, Abel closed one eye. A single eye. He closed a single eye, folded his arms, leaned his back against the seat, and snorted. Abel, Do not consider any ideas about distorting my way of being. Mind your place. Subaru, Abel, the demon city is close by, you must do your part. I desire no more, nor shall I allow it. Subaru clicked his tongue as he was confronted with an untenable disconnection. There had been times when he thought he could be able to make some progress, but it was still no use. Subaru, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm going to snore so hard. He raised his voice in annoyance, but Abel did not respond. Subaru frowned in bitterness as he settled into a seat as far away from Abel as possible, loosened his clothes, and laid down, with care not to damage his wig. He thought about keeping himself awake as an act of rebellion against Abel, but Subaru was unsure what would be the point of doing so, or whether sleeping or staying awake would be the right thing to do, and so, his consciousness went blank. The carriage ride continued with various problems, anxieties, and relationship values in the air. The arrival at the demon city of Chaos Flame was just around the corner. Arc 7, Chapter 36, Chaotic Demon City. Louis, As she pointed at the cityscape in front of them, Louis bounced her butt off the driver's seat. Subaru would have liked to warn her that she was disturbing the handling of the Galewind horse, however medium, the one who held the reins, pulled Louis by her shoulders and said with a cheerful, yet unrefined I know. In addition, Subaru, who had also been watching the same thing, was suitably overwhelmed. Subaru, so that's the demon city of Chaos Flame. With a gulp, Subaru couldn't help but express his surprise with his own body. In Lagunica, he had been amazed by the scenic beauty of the Watergate city of Priscilla, and in Wallachia, he had been impressed by the difference in architectural styles. However, the spectacle of the demon city looming before him had bore a different impact on Subaru compared to either of these. In Subaru's perception, a city was an assembly in which a large number of people lived, and for this reason, unified styles and rules should be laid down for architecture. However, in the streets of Chaos Flame, no such sense of unity could be sensed. Undoubtedly, it was a crucible of miscellaneous and haphazard principles, befitting a city crowned by the term chaos. At the heart of the city lay the most conspicuous feature, a castle painted in vermilion glossy paint, and the streets expanded out as a circle as if encasing the castle. At first glance, it appeared similar to the structure of the royal capital of Lagunica, but even there one would notice a clear difference between noble, commoner, and poor. Chaos Flame, on the other hand, had none of that. Old ruins beside gleaming buildings, streets were lined with short buildings with sudden appearances of spires twice their size, and desolated sandy areas were adjacent to lush parks. There were countless beams and scaffolding that had been arbitrarily pieced together on top of these streets, and from a distance it seemed as if the entire city were covered in a lattice of spider webs. This was a city that had nothing to do with discipline, neatness, or decency in general. There was only one way for it to be called, the Demon City. He could tell, at a glance, that this was without a doubt, a place where chaos prevailed. Al, it looks like a city that could easily crumble with a giant's thrust, doesn't it? Said Al, calling out to Subaru, the former having been squinting at the mayhem, shading the tops of his eyes with his hands, spilling his thoughts about the spectacle that was Demon City. It was a trivial matter, but what was the point of putting his hands over the helmet? Al, I've lived in Wallachia for a long time, but this is my first time coming to the east, so it's refreshing. Subaru, is this your first time in Chaos Flame too? So you've been on the west side of Wallachia all this time? Al, it's more like, I've been in only one place on the west side. There's a coliseum smack dab in the middle of a lake, called Gladiator Island. I was a gladiator there for a long time. Subaru, a gladiator in a coliseum. Subaru was taken aback by the tumultuous grandness of Al's career, which he had incidentally heard about before. The loss of his arm included many of the things that Al had talked about without hesitation were very serious. It was because of the gravity of his situation that he spoke so casually, in order to not make the other person feel uncomfortable, but Subaru, that doesn't relieve my mental burden at all. Al, MH. What did you say, bro? Subaru, no, not a thing. By the way, what's a giant's thrust? Al, huh? Didn't they say that in your hometown? You know, earthquakes and stuff like that? When asked about the unfamiliar expression, Al twisted his head and replied to Subaru with a question. Although Al and him were from the same hometown in this case broadly referred to their original world, so of course their real hometown would be different. That said, while there were many proverbs related to demons, he could not recall many related to giants. Subaru, maybe it's related to a baseball team? I don't really know much about it. Al, oh, no, I'm not sure. I don't remember where I got the word, and I don't remember being particularly fond of baseball, but. Subaru, I see. Even though you'd look right at home drinking beer and watching a baseball game. Al, in the first place, I never drank anything of the sort. Sharing a bitter smile with Al at those words, Subaru remembered the age at which Al had been summoned to this other world, and inwardly agreed, yeah, that makes sense. In any case, during their little chat, the carriage that transported the group approached the front of the demon city, the entrance to the city of chaos. Speaking of entering and exiting the city, the most recent thing that came to mind were the checkpoints in Geral. Checkpoints had been set up at the main gates of the city, one in the north and one in the south, and in each the identity of people entering and leaving the city would be inquired, along with the purpose of their stay. In the end, it was possibly debatable whether the checkpoints were functioning properly, since they had allowed Subaru and the others to infiltrate, but Zika's words should then be taken in consideration. The soldier's eyes must have been burned by the sheer beauty of Natsumi and the others, so it should be treated as a result of their side's skillfulness. Regardless, the existence of such checkpoints was not different between the kingdom and the empire. Every city in Lagunica had such checks. Therefore, Subaru thought that this was a win-or-lose moment, and stepped into the shoes of Natsumi Schwartz again. Guard, enter. Medium, understood. Thanks. Louis, ah. The man had looked around the carriage and given them permission to pass. He was supposedly a part of the city's garrison, and a member of the One-Eye clan, a man from a race with a single large eye at the center of their face. To Subaru, the fact that he had been given permission to enter with just a quick glance was anticlimactic. He wondered if, possibly, the guard held the power to see something special in that characteristic single eye. Subaru, maybe that's why he's been appointed as a gate guard, isn't it? Abel, it appears that you are reading too much into it, but the One-Eye clan does not possess power of that nature. I have heard that they can see a little farther than normal people, but generally, there is no difference in the functioning of their eyes. Subaru, right. Because how'd he let such a suspicious carriage pass by? Subaru, who had put his hand on his chin while trying to convince himself in his own way, barked at the unkind words. Hearing Subaru's high-pitched complaint, the other party emitted a small snort, as they adjusted the angle of their face, a mask, an Oni mask in red. Following this, they sank back down in their seats. As soon as he had arrived at the demon city, Abel had equipped the mask he had brought along. Subaru had protested that such an action would make the guards and soldiers suspicious of him. However, Abel's mask did not come off, and the guards had reacted as he had foreseen, leaving Subaru bitter twice over. Of course, it was good news that Abel had not been suspected. Subaru, it's a serious matter, really. What kind of laws are in place, so that the city's first line of defense, the gate guard, is in such a state? Tarata, I agree with Natsumi. I'm wearing clothes with sleeves, and they didn't say anything about it. Subaru, Your surprise is of a slightly different nature than mine. Tarata agreed with him, her cheeks stiffened, but unfortunately, the gap in cultures she had experienced was different from that which Subaru had experienced. While Subaru's pertained more so with the way the city carried itself, hers was attributed to her self-identification as a Shudrakian. Subaru, It reminded him of the conversation Tarata and him had around the campfire, before their arrival at the demon city. Following that event, She never again spoke of the same worries and anxieties, but that did not mean that Tarata had been freed from their fetters. It was a concern that might not go away, even if she were able to achieve the decisive event of taking over as the chieftain. Subaru sincerely hoped that she could reach a resolution that would put her mind at ease if possible, however. Subaru, well, let's focus on the problem of the demon city. After overcoming the careless checkpoint, the carriage was swallowed by the chaotic and disorderly city itself. The high-pitched cheers of Medium and Louis being impressed at every step arose from the coachman's seat, and Subaru too witnessed the spectacle of what lay within the demon city, of that which could not be seen from the exterior alone. The first thing that struck him as he entered the city was the unprecedented number of races. The impact caused by the one-eyed guard at the gate had been quite potent, but once inside the city, he realized that the guard's presence was not particularly eye-catching. In broad terms, there was a large variety of beastmen, and it wasn't just catfolk and dogfolk, there were also rabbit and lionfolk, with a clear distinction between small and large among them, passing through the streets. A group of reptilian-looking lizardmen set up a store, a multi-armed tribesman with many arms, and a group of people with unusually long hair that might or might not be a fashion statement or a racial trait. As soon as he thought that, he noticed a race that appeared to be made of actual stone walking around, and a chimera whose body parts seemed to be mixed with another race's as well. Subaru, Subaru was left speechless by this senseless mixture of races. Of course, even in the royal capital of Lagunica, there were scenes that had reverberated within Subaru similarly, which had made him realize that he had been summoned to another world immediately. But later, as he acquired the knowledge required to live in this world, he also learned a smidgen of the complicated circumstances surrounding demi-humans. With how Emilia was ostracized for being a half-elf as an example, the environment for demi-humans in this world could not exactly be labeled as favorable. For better or worse, the custom of keeping away those who were different did not change even across worlds. Consequently, many demi-humans whose appearance very much reflected their characteristics left human settlements and kept to themselves to avoid trouble, so he had heard. The sanctuary, that which Garfield, among others, called home, was one of those. But what about Chaos Flame, which lay in front of Subaru's eyes? The variety of species living side by side and without prejudice aside, what had struck Subaru the most was the way they stood. With their backs straight, everyone was proudly asserting their own species. Beastmen that did not curl their claws and fangs, lizardmen that would not polish their scales, and those whose shapes were considered abnormal would not cover their faces and bodies with cloth. To Subaru's eyes, this was novel. Abel, what kind of laws are in place, you said? The one to speak suddenly was Abel, sporting the Oni mask, remaining in his seat. While not only Medium on the platform, but also Subaru, Al, and even Tarata were looking around curiously, the Emperor, his visage concealed, drew Subaru's attention with his words and continued. Abel, as you can see, what we have here is lawlessness. If you ask what sort of law prevails, that would be an intangible sort. It is a mockery of the nature of order, a city of vices, if you will. Subaru, vices? People are impressed, yet you still manage to put a damper on it. Abel, impressed? It left a deep impression on you? I guess that is to be expected from an outsider such as yourself. Abel shrugged his thin shoulders at Subaru's response, with a slight grimace on his face. The word outsider once again made him feel like he did not belong, which in turn reminded Subaru of the argument they'd had in the carriage a few days prior. In spite of that, as Subaru had been the only one becoming emotional, the other party would probably laugh at him labeling it an argument. Al, but ain't the concept consistent throughout this city that of disorder itself having become order? What do you think, Abel-chan? Abel, if you question the nature of order, you shall know whether this city is disorderly or not. Where do you believe the essence of order resides in the first place? Al, getting all philosophical on me. Bro, pass. Subaru closed one eye at Al, who had given up on thinking pretty quickly. However, unlike Al, bereft of pride, Subaru was not willing to raise the white flag so easily. He crossed his arms and twisted his neck, permitting his long hair to flow over his shoulders, then stated, "Subaru, the essence of order is not that, you know. Everyone getting along. Harmony. Abel, the essence of order is to be the same." Without reacting to Subaru's opinion, which sounded like he was in the lower grades of elementary school, such was Abel's statement. Frowning upon his words, Abel resumed piling on. "Abel, it is many beings sharing the same values. It may be doctrines or beliefs, goals or self-interest. When as a group, rather than as an individual, the identity that does not deviate from each other is called order. What is built on the foundation of that order is the pipe dream you spoke of." Subaru, pipe dream. Do you think peace is that ridiculous? Abel, struggle is an unavoidable human instinct. Even if the weapon for that is not a sword, but a language or a country, the essence remains the same. But order is the perfect mechanism for shaping an environment far from collapse. Behold. Jerking his chin, Abel urged Subaru and the others to look out the window. As he sat in his seat, he presented them with something that they could be confident of its presence without bothering to look out the window: the red castle, the symbol of the demon city. "Abel, as the clown said, there is an order called disorder in this city. And that poses as the reason as to why the city has not fallen into collapse, despite its existence as a melting pot for myriad species." Subaru, that castle. No, inside the castle. Abel, Yorna mishigya. The sound of Abel's voice assaulted Subaru's eardrums, which trembled slightly. Abel, his expression unseen behind that mask, spoke of that name. But what did he think of the existence of the most problematic person in the 9 divine generals? One who could be indispensable for him to regain the throne? The demon city, where various things stood in close proximity, both vertically and horizontally, where people without any sense of unity would arrive and leave. The castle at the city's core appeared to be looking down on the emperor's group that had arrived at its laps, its glossy outer walls glowing with a mysterious light. The information provided in advance regarding Yorna mishigya amounted to little. One of the 9 divine generals, the strongest of the Wallachian Empire, and a woman who had been anointed with the rank of 7th. Although she held a position as a general of the empire and was counted as one of the swords of the emperor, she was a loose cannon who had brought unnecessary chaos upon the country by committing rebellion many times. Zika had been the one to supply information about the 9 divine generals to Subaru on the behalf of the emperor, who was incapable of communicating with others, but the only 2 people whose humanity he had vaguely spoken about were Yorna and Cecilus, the first. In short, Subaru, from the craziest men and women of the empire, it's the woman who's the one that's recognized as such? With those words, as he mulled over what laid ahead, Subaru's fake chest became laden. Negotiating with the woman was the challenge at hand, but eventually he would have to face the man as well. Moreover, there was also an agreement on the fact that if they did not have him as an ally, they were almost certain to lose. Although when he started to say the same thing, he was reminded of the talk about order that Abel had given. "Subaru, it's those who are far from orderly that we've got to deal with, isn't it?" With a slight headache, Subaru muttered as he brushed a strand of hair off his forehead with his fingers. Abel's reasoning was deeply interesting, as expected of the emperor, but whether it would be of use in capturing Yorna soon was debatable. However, he was not simply trying to assert his dominance by telling Subaru something clever, instead he wished to convey something else. The order of the demon city. Chaos flame seemed to be overflowing with people and things in a chaotic and disorderly manner, but even in a pot brewing such bedlam, an order that would not crumble existed. Abel had declared that this order was Yorna mishigya. In other words, Yorna was in possession of the ability and ingenuity to bring all this disorder together and keep it from overflowing out of the pot. That was why Abel had not ordered her removal from the 9 divine generals, or even her execution, despite the fact she was a dangerous rebel with a history of multiple revolts. But I'm sure she's got a screw loose, and I don't want to get the short end of the stick, bro." While Subaru was lost in thought, casually sitting cross-legged, laughed at him. Subaru exhaled lighted as he peeked at Al, the latter sitting in a slouched position on the wooden floor. There were times when his calmness would save the day, but it was on a case-by-case basis. Subaru, Al, please behave yourself. You never know when, where, or who might be watching you. Also, please stop calling me bro. Al, hearing you out about my attitude and posture's fine, but aside from bro, what should I call you? Something like bro but written as sis? 1. Subaru, isn't that something that can't be conveyed without the kanji? The beauty of the Japanese language's variety of expressions was mind-boggling, but at present, there was no use in increasing the number of exchanges between Subaru and Al that could only be understood by the two of them. What they needed was a way to call each other externally. Subaru, since you address Medium-san, Tarata-san and Abel as Chan, wouldn't it be more natural if you addressed me as such? Al, then, Natsumi-chan? Whoa, gives me goosebumps. Subaru, please withstand the urge. You lack so much composure. As the leader of the group, Subaru reprimanded Al, who showed the hair on his right arm standing on end. It was a strange thing to say, but it was unavoidable, because seniority had not played a role in the selection of personnel this time around. Considering the weighty part he had to perform, tempering his behavior was something Subaru had to do. At any rate. Subaru, we're already inside the Crimson Lapis Castle. The whisper not leaving his mouth, Subaru began putting his mind in order. Yes, Subaru and the others had already been invited to enter the Crimson Lapis Castle at the heart of the Demon City, as they had sought an audience with Yorna Mishigya, the lord of the city. After the entrance to the Demon City had been accomplished, the subsequent actions were swift. They had procured an inn in which they could stay with their Galewind horse and carriage, booked a room, and began actions towards their goal of conquering Yorna. Having said that, because they had already decided what steps were required on the way there, no hesitation was to be found in their actions. The action to be taken was: Abel, deliver this to the lord of the castle, Yorna Mishigya. She should respond. With that, Abel handed Subaru a letter written by him. The envelope containing the letter was enclosed with beeswax, rendering it impossible to open. It was customary for important documents to be stamped with a ring, or similar, bearing the family crest before the beeswax hardened, as proof of their origin. However, there was no such proof stamped on the sealing wax of the letter he had been given. Abel, both of the Emperor's symbols I took with me have already been shattered, one by you, the other in the City Hall of Geral. Subaru, oh. The lifeblood ritual and the Arakia panic, yes. But if we don't have anything to show where it came from, I wonder if she'll read it. Even if she does, will she really believe us? Abel, there is no need for unnecessary concern. I shall not disclose the contents of the letter, but I have made it so that if she reads it, she shall know I am its writer. Subaru, I see. By the way, wouldn't it be more reliable if you went there in person? Subaru asked frankly as he put the letter he received in his pocket. The reason why he had been requested to hand over the letter was because Abel would not accompany him to the castle. It seemed like a problem that could be solved in one go had he gone along, even if it meant proving his identity and circumstances. In the first place, hadn't Abel gone along with them to negotiate directly with Yorna? Technically speaking, with Abel not going there, wouldn't it be the same as if he had stayed behind in Geral? Subaru, if anything, I think the journey would have been much more relaxed that way, without having to worry about checkpoints along the way. Abel, your disrespect knows no bounds, does it? Subaru, because you're disrupting our vibe all by yourself. More precisely, it was not restricted to just Abel. Louis's presence, too, was one of the disruptors, but since he wanted to give Abel a snide remark at this juncture, he put aside the matter of Louis, a specialist in disturbing Subaru's mind. Abel, it goes without saying, but I shall be having a direct word with Yorna Mishigya. However, it is not convenient for me to make my entrance so prematurely. You, too, should perceive that. Subaru, perceive. Oh, yeah, that's right. Abel's grumpy words, conveyed through that Oni mask, peacefully convinced Subaru. Now you mention it, this was an opponent who had been involved in several rebellions in the past. From Yorna's point of view, the rebellion had most likely been raised because of her dissatisfaction with Abel's rule. Naturally, the relationship between Abel and Yorna was like water and oil, or in some cases, like a smoldering powder keg. It's already something that he dragged himself all the way to the demon city. Abel, at present, your task is to deliver the letter to Yorna Mishigya. However, you must keep it secret that it is a missive from me. From the Emperor, Subaru. Why not? If I don't say that, won't I get turned away at the door? Abel, it's just in case. Nothing bad shall befall you for allowing her to read the letter, however I cannot read her mind before you hand it over. Therefore, be creative. Subaru, creative. Subaru looked at Abel in surprise as he was thrown an unexpected challenge. The latter crossed his arms, his expression still hidden by the Oni mask. Abel, if you look at this city, you can get a rough idea of her temperament and how she weighs her likes and dislikes. Use all the gumption you possess to get her interest. Subaru, there was some malice in your phrasing. Abel, I do have a backup plan, but I would prefer to not rely on it. It shall not endure for much time. Considering my purpose, we have a long way to go. Do you comprehend that? Subaru, you really are a pompous man, aren't you? Subaru's lips curved in a grimace at the manner in which Abel spoke his instructions. He was not afraid to side with Yorna now, and raise a rebellion against Abel. With that rumination in his consciousness, he felt like he could get along with Yorna. If they could both have a chat about their grievances against His Majesty the Emperor, they could become best friends. Subaru, well, I guess I'll proceed in that direction then. Abel, you seem to have had a flash of inspiration, however, it does not appear to be anything proper. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing persuasive about being told that by the initiator of something improper himself. And so, after going through with this, Subaru and the others had made their way to the epicenter of the demon city, the Crimson Lapis Castle, the residence of Yorna Mishigya. In accordance with Abel's instructions, they were taken up to the castle while going without the mention of his name. Although this was a somewhat unusual move, Yorna's private soldiers, who were as unconcerned as the gate guards, ordered Subaru and the others to enter the castle and await an audience with Yorna. All said, Subaru and the others were now spending their time inside the castle, within a large waiting room with a wooden floor, until Yorna, the lord of the castle, was ready. There were no guards in the waiting room, and they could leave at any time if such was their will. The laxity and carelessness of the security system was enough to make Subaru, an outsider, nervous. In the first place, things had proceeded so smoothly that even Subaru was bewildered. Subaru, of course, it's convenient, but if they let visitors into the castle like this, with or without the general first class, wouldn't they be given free rein to assassinate? In fact, they haven't even taken away our weapons. I was surprised when they said we could enter with them. Medium, well, we don't mean to be violent or anything. They won't get mad. Subaru and Al were taken aback by their response, which frankly smelled more of defenseless than magnanimity. However, Medium, who had been sitting calmly beside them, laughed boisterously at their conversation. Subaru, Al, and Medium had been the three to embark to the Crimson Lapis Castle as messengers. The remaining people, Abel, Tarata, and Louis, were currently waiting at the inn. Since Abel could not come to the castle, one of them had to stay behind to guard him. And since he wanted to avoid having to spare hands for Louis' protection, who would be in no conceivable scenario be useful, their split had resulted in this. Subaru, I also briefly thought about the possibility that the owner of this castle likes unusual things. If that were the case, it was possible that the people of Shudrak, who would scarcely leave the forest, would attract Yorna's interest, so making Tarata a member of this had come to mind. However, leaving Abel and Louis alone at the inn was not an option, so the outcome produced was that Tarata had been left with a rather laborious load. Al, Even if she likes unusual things, with so many species in the city, wouldn't 1 or 2 Tarata-chans be considered unusual now? Subaru: yes, I thought so too, that's why we're going with this plan. Medium: Natsumi-chan, you're so bold. I was surprised, and so was Alchin. Al: yeah, Alchin was so surprised. Even though Subaru had his reservations about Al, who shamelessly took advantage of Medium, the latter saying right? With a tad of pride. Subaru had a bright idea upon being asked to deliver Abel's letter as a messenger while being disallowed to mention his name. In fact, the reason they had been allowed to enter the castle this way was probably because his idea had worked out so well. Subaru: the hint for our conquest is, Abel pisses me off. Medium: haha, Natsumi-chan, you do snap at Abel, don't you? I think it's awesome. Subaru: awesome? Am I? Or is it Abel's terrible character? Medium: both of them. Subaru: you've got some nerve too, Medium-chan. Raising her hand cheerfully, Medium alluded to the relationship between Subaru and Abel. The relationship between Subaru and Abel was not quite like that of water and oil, but they had no choice but to walk along the same direction, hence, they were bumping shoulders with each other as they went. In terms of a close relationship, it could be said to be similar to that between Subaru and Julius in a time past. However, taking in mind the stuff at Pleiades Watchtower, Subaru put a lot of faith in Julius. Though he would never tell him that, nor was he intending on displaying it via his attitude. Subaru: but it's not that easy either, you know. To put it plainly, one could guess that the rivalry had faded and that they had come to terms. However, that too was the result of a long road, as well as a reasonable quantity of peaks and valleys, having been overcome. Improving relationships was no trivial undertaking. A rough road would never be leveled unless both parties were willing to make it better, at the very least. Even if one side attempted to smoothen it, as long as the other trampled and laid waste to it, it would never happen. Thank you for your patience. Messengers, this way. Such bitter sentimentality was interrupted by the words of a servant who had made her appearance in the waiting room. The girl who had shown up was the same girl who had guided them here, a deer person with large antlers on her head. She was a half-beast man who, the antlers on her head aside, mostly resembled a human being. The girl, still in her mid-teens, wrapped her slender body in a kimono-like outfit, its long hem sweeping the floor as she led Subaru and the others. The grace of that figure and that gesture made Subaru's knowledge tingle slightly as he recalled something similar. With Subaru not being capable of putting a finger on it, the girl who was guiding them conducted them to the upper parts of the Crimson Lapis Castle, to the very top level. The construction of the Crimson Lapis Castle gave the impression that it was closer to the old-fashioned Japanese castles in Subaru's knowledge, rather than the Western-style castles that he had grown used to seeing. Naturally, the materials used and the architectural style were different, but the interior and the way the floor had been designed with big open spaces gave him the aforementioned impression. One of the reasons for this could be the fact that here and there people clad in a kimono could be seen, together with the girl who had been showing them around. In any case, Subaru and the others followed the guide in a well-behaved manner, having been brought to a room where they would meet Yorna. Please wait here. Yorna-sama shall be here shortly. Subaru: yes, thank you. Oh. After thanking the girl for showing him around, Subaru was ushered into the hall, where he tilted his head. The reason for this was the presence of previous guests in the hall. Within the atrium, there were figures other than the 3 of them who had been ushered in, all facing away as Subaru's gang entered from the back of the room. That neither of the figures was Yorna, the lord of the castle, was clear from the fact that the chair placed at the far end of the room was empty. Subaru: those people over there are. These are the people who, much like you, have requested a meeting with Yorna-sama. Yorna-sama is a capricious person, so she wishes to see everyone at once. Subaru: yes. Subaru groaned a little from the difficulty of nodding at the girl's nonchalant words. It was an idea that was not only unreasonable, but also illogical. In the first place, even if such a situation had been arranged, it would be an extremely awkward one for people who did not even know each other. There were times a party would wish the contents of their words would go unheard by strangers. Al, and that's exactly what we are, Natsumi-chan. Subaru, if you call me that, then I'll get goosebumps too. Having had his innermost thoughts peeked into and been called out, he replied to Al. In fact, albeit the details of the letter he had brought along were unclear, it would undoubtedly describe the circumstances in which Abel had been forced to abdicate his throne, and request Yorna's cooperation as a foothold to regain it. Since they had no clue about Yorna's personality, what her reaction to the letter was likewise unknown. At the very least, Abel had stated that she would not wrong them. Was she able to read the missive? Servant, please wait inside. Yorna-sama is here. Ignoring Subaru and Al, who were whispering to each other, the girl who was leading the way bowed and stepped back. Of course, stopping her would not change the situation. If the one who had ordered her to do so was her master, Yorna, it would be pointless to blame her for this. Medium, so, what are we gonna do? Medium tilted her head as she shook her tied-up hair as she pleased, and touched the twin blades on the back of her waist. She was quietly following Subaru and the others' plans, which made her surprisingly reasonable. Medium, who gave the impression of being uninhibited and emotional, was, however, obedient to the directions he had been given. Perhaps this was the result of the partition of roles between her and Flop in their journey as a duo. Subaru rubbed his eyes in response to Medium's straightforward and honest question, rocked his head, and with a "we can't do anything about this," he stepped into the room. Subaru, just in case, let's ask her to clear the room before handing her the letter. We may be refused, but things are what they are. There's no harm in trying. Al, if it were the princess, there's a chance she would have your head chopped off, saying it didn't suit her fancy, you know. Subaru, please don't give me such an example. Having been presented with this most extreme of cases made him become more wary of Yorna, who may also be one such extreme being. As Subaru hesitated a little to enter the hall, Al tapped him on the shoulder. Al, don't worry. I told you. I'll lend you a hand. Today, I ain't gonna let Br. Natsumi-chan get into any trouble. Subaru, Al. You're the one who's making me nervous. With those words, Subaru then glared at Al's hand on his shoulder. Al hurriedly withdrew his hand, but for better or worse, his shoulders had relaxed. Accepting Al's sentiment with gratitude, the three of them also stepped into the hall. The atmosphere of the large hall was, the absence of tatami mats excluded, akin to that of a tatami room in a historical drama, where the lord of the castle would hold council with his vassals. Same went for the messengers in the seats below, waiting for the lord of the castle to make their appearance in the upper seat. Subaru, for the moment, let's stay over here, shall we? Advancing through the hall, Subaru settled down in a position opposite to that of the previous guest. It seemed strange to sit in front of or behind the guests, so he took a position on either side of the hall, keeping a slight distance from them. In historical dramas, there was a strange pattern in which the vassals would deploy to the left and right of the lord of the castle, leaving the front of the hall open. And they had ended up in a matching arrangement. Pondering that this coincidence was strange, Subaru took a glance at the guests that were there before. The other party amounted to 4 people, and like them, they had kept their weapons on their bodies. Among them was one devoid of weapons, sitting a tad ahead of the other 3. Perhaps that person was their representative, and the other 3 their guards. Subaru, they all seem more dependable than Al. So did Subaru speak, while looking sideways at the 3 guards and trampled all over Al's earlier concern. Moving on, he turned his attention to the front of the guards, to the person being protected by them, even though he thought it rude. What kind of person had required to seek audience with Yorna, and for what purpose? Subaru, HK. At that very moment, Subaru's throat tightened up due to shock, his cheeks and neck completely frozen stiff. An inaudible voice leaked out, and as he turned his face down in a panicked reaction, the person in question heard the sound, then directed their gaze towards him. However, having seen Subaru's face directed downwards and in line with the elevated seat in front of them, his gaze fell away, as if he was not interested, and his attention was diverted. Sensing this, Subaru took a gentle breath at the explosive beating of his heart. Al and Medium behind him seemed to think it strange to see Subaru like this, but they soon would experience the same jolt that Subaru had, because Subaru, you've got to be kidding me. That was Subaru's bitter complaint, and, just 5 meters next to him, waiting for Yorna Mishigya to make their appearance, was a man donning the same visage as Abel, who was not supposed to be here. Arc 7, Chapter 37, The Lord of the Crimson Lapis Castle. Towering at the heart of the demon city of Chaos Flame, the Crimson Lapis Castle. The city looked like a wedding cake with no sense of unity, created by painting chaos on top of disorder. Beams and scaffolding of different materials and styles had been strung together, and the castle, with its alternating shimmering red and blue hues, was one of a kind, amidst the demon city. A city that could not be understood without a certain artistic vein. To begin with, the word lapis lazuli essentially referred to the color blue, so utilizing the word crimson in conjunction would be contradictory. However, a glance at the exterior of the Crimson Lapis Castle would convince anyone that such usage was accurate. The stone used abundantly in the foundation and framework of the castle was, as its name implied, quite literally lapis lazuli. The jewel emitted a deep blue luster, and within said gem, crimson was swirling, like a drop of blood slowly dropped into water. So occasionally this supposedly blue lapis lazuli would be clad in a red glow like that of Ica. A castle of chaos, clad in ever-changing colors, refusing to stay as one single shade. That was the Crimson Lapis Castle of the Demon City, the residence of its lord, Yorna Mishigya. Subaru, Having been summoned to the topmost floor, where he would soon meet Yorna, Subaru's back was drenched in cold sweat. The reason behind this was because he laid eyes upon a group of people waiting for Yorna in the same keep, and in that group, a face that should not be there was present. Accompanied by 3 men who appeared to be his escorts, there sitting with all the composure in the world was a familiar black-haired fiendish figure, that was to say, it was none other than the countenance of that who was supposed to be waiting for him at the inn, Abel, but there was no way that they could have possibly come across him here. It was for this reason that Subaru and the others had gone to the Crimson Lapis Castle as messengers without him. In other words, the reason he was here, even though it was impossible, was Subaru, he's a fake, disguised as the Emperor. Muttering this to himself, Subaru's face turned stark white. They had been told beforehand that there was someone who looked like Abel and behaved like him. The accuracy and suddenness of the encounter had floored him, but that was why he held no doubt about it. He was one of the 9 divine generals, the body double of Emperor Vincent Wallachia. Medium, Abel Chin? Why are you here? Al, whoa, everything's right, Medium Chan. All Chin's here. Behind a Subaru frozen in shock, a dangerous scene occurred. Having found a familiar face in the crowd, Medium then approached in a friendly manner. Al rapidly covered her mouth and pulled her backwards. Although Medium was taller than him, she obeyed quietly, even though she was surprised at the outburst of the one-armed man. A close call, but Medium's action had been negated. But the exchange seemed to have attracted some suspicion from the other party. Aside from the man with the same face as Abel, a man with yellow-green hair, someone who was probably his bodyguard, glared towards them as well. That said, Subaru, that was a nice follow, Al, yeah, I'd like to pat myself on the back for my godly reaction, too. But that guy's a little bit too much of a surprise, ain't he? Subaru, yes. I agree. As Al retracted Medium, Subaru nodded with a serious face next to him. Battling with an unforeseen opponent, and the worst collision imaginable. With this turn of events, it was fortunate that Abel was not with them at this moment. Had he been present, it would have sparked the start of the battle to determine the true Emperor of Wallachia, Subaru. Perhaps that's an option as well. Glancing over at the 3 guards accompanying the man donning Abel's face, Subaru was being cajoled by temptation. The vastness of the troops hiding inside and outside the city was unclear, but at least there were only 3 of them belonging to him here. He was a false emperor protected by tens of thousands of imperial soldiers within the imperial capital, but here and now would be a great opportunity to unmask him. Subaru, no, it's too soon to tell. If they were to believe Abel's words, the position of the emperor was no cradle of peace. Abel never even shut both of his eyes simultaneously in public, constantly on alert for people attempting to slay him in his sleep. Considering the position of emperor was one in which this was a normal behavior, even if this emperor was an imitation, it was unthinkable that he would make a public appearance devoid of any protection. In other words, either the 3 people he brought with him as guards were quite powerful, or he had other measures in place. Al, you wanna take a shot and see if it works? Subaru, if it were easy to continue, that could be an option. However, what I'm more afraid of is a development we can't recover from. So, please, don't do anything rash. 1. Al, yeah. Subaru did not know how serious he was, but Al appeared to not mind the rejection of his proposal. Al's opinions tended to be rejected relatively often, but that was only because he tended to come up with them faster than Subaru could, giving them time to calmly assess it. This reduced the number of detours in his train of thought, and allowed him to spend more time examining proper options. At the very least, they should find a way to get through this without upsetting the false emperor and his group. He also wished to determine the purpose of the other party's visit. Why had he made his appearance in Chaos Flame with this timing? Plus, even though things were in reality different, it appeared like the emperor himself had shown up, medium, MMPHN. In the midst of his thoughts, medium, who had her mouth covered, groaned something. She had been forced to step back without explanation, and her mouth was being kept shut, so her indignation was understandable. Al released her with a sorry. Medium, far, that was tough. Al, sorry, I didn't notice. It's not like I did it on purpose just because of how soft medium Chan's cheeks are. Subaru, the more you say, the more the sexual harassment allegations increase. Medium, I don't really get it, but more importantly. Al's excuse was met with a blank stare from Subaru, and medium, who took a breath with all her might, thrust a finger at them with both hands. Subaru and Al both recoiled from her forcefulness, and then. Medium, I still don't really get it, but. Is that Abel Chin a different person from the Abel Chin we know? Al, oh yeah, you ain't wrong. After all, the real one's supposed to be sitting in an inn downtown, waiting for us to come back, right? That's why we're in a pickle. Medium, wouldn't that be bad? Because of Natsume's plan? Subaru, me? What have I done? Medium pointed out that although she did not grasp the details, she comprehended the essence of the problem. Subaru, frowning at being the subject of her point, immediately understood her concern. Medium's point, and what she intended to do, was obvious. And it was something that Subaru and Al should have realized before she had spoken. Of course, there would be no time to take action once the realization dawned on them. Even so, they should have been prepared enough to discuss how to proceed. Dear girl, Yorna Miss Higya-sama has arrived. Without giving them a chance, it was the dear girl acting as a guide to announce that their time had run out. Upon her reappearance, the girl lowered her large horned head and bowed to Subaru, the false emperor, and their groups. Then opening the door at the front of the hall, she voiced, "Come in." At that moment a figure slowly stepped into the room, and upon seeing their figure with his own eyes, Subaru succeeded in putting the impression he had of the dear girl into words. Subaru's conception of the dear girl was that she resembled a Komoro. Komoros were apprentice prostitutes who worked in Japanese red light districts in the olden days, learning etiquette and the arts while taking care of the other prostitutes in these glamorous pleasure districts. The unexpectedly stylish kimono and hair ornaments were likely what had brought such a notion to Subaru. More than anything else though, was the person who brought the girl in question with her. Subaru, The reason why Subaru had succeeded in using Komuro for the girl was precisely because of the person who had made its entrance. Forgetting to breathe and regarding that other person with eyes wide open was a reaction arisen from instinct. Because his mind had been corrupted, his consciousness was dominated by a human being so beautiful and overwhelming. Yorna, there are a lot of guests today, aren't there? The one to speak those words was a tall woman, as she narrowed her almond-shaped blue eyes. Her tall, slender body was wrapped in a bright kimono with a floral pattern, and her hair, which faded from white to orange progressively as it reached the tips, was tied with care and allure. Her hair was adorned with kanzashi fashioned from animal bones and horns, and many other hair ornaments made of fangs and scales played a role in pleasing the eyes of those laying their eyes upon it. 2. However, they were merely ornaments, forms of beauty crafted by human hands. In order to truly exhibit their charm, the person being put on display, and the quality of their inner nature was important. And in this regard, the quality of the person wearing the kimono was something that need not be questioned. Yorna, Her beauty was stunning as she moved her svelte body in a supple and relaxed manner. Those sophisticated gestures and actions that seemed to have taken the eyes of the beholder into consideration, despite the somewhat languid atmosphere, were glimpses of the optimal solution to the act of attracting focus. What made the impression of the shuffling gait even more striking were the fox tails that looked too large for her slender body, 9 of them, with rich fur. Given the fact that her hair was tied up in a bun, the kanzashi, and between all her hair ornaments, were perked up animal ears, the information that she was a beautiful foxwoman, clad in a kimono, seeped into his brain like the smell of liquor. Yorna, welcome to my castle, you've come a long way. With that, she sat on the chair in the upper part of the hall and threw out her long, supple legs, resting her weight on the armrest. She reached out her hand, and the Komuro girl who followed her held a fine, gold-painted kiseru in her pale fingers. 3. The beautiful woman lit the end of the kiseru in her hand and smiled bewitchingly, as she let the rising purple smoke fill her lungs. She was sitting in the seat of honor, looking down at her guest, the Emperor of Wallachia seated below. Yorna, Her majestic and gorgeous appearance, her way of speech, and her manner of wearing the kimono, exposing her thin shoulders, allied with the presence of the Komuro accompanying her, reminded Subaru of the words prostitute and courtesan. Of course, Subaru had never seen a brothel or a prostitute in person. It was just knowledge he had acquired from period dramas and other works that dealt with past epochs, but there was nothing else that came to mind. No, to say that there was a lack of further words to describe her would be an overstatement. At this juncture, there was undoubtedly another word to describe her. It was true that she was both beautiful, and it was true she behaved like a prostitute. However, taking precedence over that, she held the position of 7th among the 9 divine generals. Yorna Mishigya. The beautiful woman who appeared, Yorna Mishigya, was called by name, then directed her gaze at the man who had named her. On the wooden floor, their eyes focused on Yorna's own blue ones, was the fake emperor. For the purpose of differentiating him from Abel he would be called Vincent, but it was him. Subaru, naturally, the same voice. Only a scant quantity of words had been issued, but the voice was very much that of Abel's. Apparently, the resemblance was not only in appearance, but also voice. However, provided his appearance was being copied, that the voice would be likewise similar was natural. Henceforth, there had been no shock. Rather, Subaru gasped at the sight of Vincent and Yorna facing each other. They quietly looked at each other and exchanged glances. Their appearance was as magnificent as a painting. A beautiful and lustrous beauty, and an emperor with a magical appearance that miraculously combined dignity and majesty. What kind of event would the meeting between the two on this day leave in the history of the empire? Whether this affair would lead to love or bloodshed would depend on what was to come. Subaru, what on earth's the purpose of their visit? Why Vincent's party had come to the Demon City was currently something that was currently unreadable. The reaction to their encounter with them and Yorna's entrance was what took priority, but regarding the aim of Vincent's visit, what was the purpose in him having come to one of the 9 divine generals who kept rebelling? Provided he was playing the role of the true emperor, he must hold some legitimacy. However, why would Yorna welcome the emperor, given that there was bad blood between them, into the castle? If he were to end up saying that, due to Yorna's position, she could not refuse it, then that would be all she wrote. Yorna, my oh my, your excellency, it's been a long time. As Subaru had a rough time with those thoughts, to his front, Yorna smiled with the corners of her eyes lowered, inserting the kiseru in her mouth. Then exhaling a puff of purple smoke, she closed one eye rudely, and said, Yorna, I'm honored to have the privilege of seeing your countenance. No matter how many times I've invited you to the Demon City, you've never come. Vincent, an invitation, is it? Without touching on the 2 instances of disrespect, her posture and the smoke, Vincent frowned in displeasure. Then, crossing his slim arms and tapping his elbows with his fingers while in thought. Vincent, raising an army against me every so often was your invitation? If so, my response would have been evident. Yorna, yes, indeed. That's correct, but my neck's still connected to my chest. In addition, it seems that you don't have that troublesome little boy with you today. Vincent, Yorna, yes, my chest's throbbing with excitement to think that my feelings may have reached you. Please forgive me. Yorna cleared her throat and let out a chuckle. Her seductive tone of voice and smile, however, did not cause Vincent to waver in his expression. Vincent's perfection as a false emperor was remarkable, but at the same time, Subaru was concerned about Yorna's attitude, about the passion in her eyes and words toward Vincent. It had only been a brief exchange, but in Subaru's eyes, the 2 of them. Al, no way, did that girl plot rebellion just to get Abel-chan's attention? Subaru, I really hope you're wrong. Al seemed to have arrived at the same conclusion as Subaru, those words causing Subaru to clack his molars. He preferred that one of the Empire's greatest warriors would not be someone to deploy their army out of a personal grudge, and it was hard to imagine that there would be anyone around with feelings of goodwill towards Abel, while the latter did not consider them a person. That was the main reason for the tense state of Subaru's cheeks, but something more important existed. That being the pretext for Subaru and the others to request an audience with Yorna in the first place. It was an attempt to capture her attention with the slogan Abel pisses me off, with the presumption that it would not get through to anyone who was favorable to Abel. Were the unpleasant imaginations of Subaru and the others true, it would be a not-so-entertaining matter for Yorna. Yet, in spite of this, she'd shown Subaru's group up into the castle. In fact, that would be why she'd had them being sat alongside none other than Vincent's party. General First Class Yorna, is that behavior not a disrespectful one to take? What are you thinking? Yorna, While Subaru and the others were worried about the unclear situation, the Emperor's group continued their conversation. In Vincent's stead, who had fallen silent, the figure with yellow-green hair that appeared to be Vincent's bodyguard was the one to cause Yorna to raise her eyebrows. A man with short, upswept hair, with a portion hanging down as long braids, he seemed to be about the same age as Vincent, perhaps a little older. Clothed with a sand-colored cloak over light armor of black color, his face and physique gave the impression of being as sharp as a wire. His piercing eyes glared at Yorna as if to denounce her. Yorna, so you there with His Excellency, you're Kafma, I am Kafma Irelux. I have been ordered to accompany His Excellency. I was planning on only being a bodyguard, but your demeanor is disgusting. Yorna, my attitude, is it? What do you mean by that? Kafma, everything. Yorna's words sounded leisurely, to which the man who called himself Kafma became enraged. He glared at Yorna and pointed his hand at Subaru and the others witnessing the scene in silence. Kafma, in the first place, why do you want others to be present here? This is your castle, but at the same time, a territory of the Empire. Did you forget that fact? Yorna, of course I did not forget, I belong to His Excellency. Kafma, I am not talking about that. You guys there, you guys. Subaru, wha? Us? With Kafma's anger being directed at them, Subaru's shoulders trembled, startled. He would have preferred to be left alone, outside of their attention, if possible, but that was quite hopeful. However, when someone asked you something, there was a way to take advantage. Subaru, are we interrupting something? If so, we'll come back another day. Yorna, that'd be a problem. I have a limited number of hours in a day, and if you miss today, I don't know when the next time will be. Kafma, do not keep them here. Those girls are probably feeling awkward too. Subaru, yes, that's right. For some reason, Yorna was trying to keep Subaru's group present, but Kafma somehow agreed with Subaru. As long as he was by the false emperor's side, he and Kafma were enemies, but the latter's words and actions were so upright that he seemed to be the sole ally in this situation. However, Vincent, Yorna Mishigya, what are you thinking? Suddenly, the one to break the tension was Vincent Volakia, the false emperor himself. After he spoke, Kafma, who had been worked up, immediately backed down. Even though the voice and the face were familiar, Subaru also felt his guts shrink. Even though he was cognizant that he was a fake, the feeling of intimidation was genuine. Vincent, answer. What are you thinking? Having silenced both his servant and the uninvited attendee, Vincent inquired Yorna yet again. In response to that question and the high spirits, Yorna narrowed her eyes slightly. Gently bringing the kisseru to her mouth, allowing the fluttering purple smoke into her lungs, she exhaled sweetly, giving exaggerated emphasis to her answer. Kafma's cheeks tugged slightly at the disrespect of keeping the emperor waiting yet again. Yorna, of course, I am always thinking about Your Excellency. About Your Excellency the Emperor of Wallachia, Vincent, Yorna, he. Don't give me those cold eyes. But I'm sure His Excellency will be more pleased if you knock the guests over there down a few pegs, right? With a small laugh and a confident attitude, Yorna pointed at Subaru and the others with her chin. Then, for the first time, Vincent's consciousness turned his attention to Subaru's group. He must have judged that there was a reason for the previous exchange, aside from Yorna's whims. In order to stop this bad turn of events, Subaru cleared his throat with a ahem, in preparation for a reprimand. Subaru, I'm sorry, but I have a new suggestion. We seem to be in the wrong place and there are some things we should most likely not hear. We'd like to step back and go to. Yorna, my oh my, that's a very timid thing to say. Subaru's words were interrupted as he bent at the waist and attempted to leave the scene politely. Noticing Yorna's eyes hidden by the purple smoke for only a moment, and the glint of childishness therein contained, with an oh Subaru realized that he had committed a misstep. If he was going to go back, he should have made the decision upon seeing the faces of the people ahead of him. He had misjudged it, and now ended up regretting it. Because. Yorna, I heard it from Tanza. You came here to tempt me into becoming the enemy of His Most Gracious Excellency the Emperor, didn't you? And, such was the manner in which she disclosed the entirety of their intentions. Arc 7, Chapter 38, A Reward 8 Years in the Making. Abel pisses me off. Subaru had believed this slogan to be a good strategy for conquering the flamboyant, Yorna Mishigya. After all, Zika, a man of distinguished character, had branded her as an owner of a destruction wish, someone who had, time and time again, raised an insurrection. Subaru's pretext for requesting an audience with her was that a suitably powerful person wished to speak to her privately in order to rebel against the current emperor of Wallachia. Subaru's group of 3 were visiting the Crimson Lapis Castle with a missive from that powerful man. In truth, he had not told a single lie. The current emperor of Wallachia was none other than the one who had ousted Abel, having usurped his name and position. The suitably powerful person who wanted to talk privately happened to also be the real emperor, the one supposed to be sitting on the throne, so there was no falsehood in his words. Subaru's aim was to ensure that the letter from Abel was received no matter what. If necessary to achieve this goal, they would tell as many lies as possible. Subaru, this is what Natsumi Schwartz's plan is all about. In the end, he had been applauded by Al and Medium for his ingenuity. However, Kafma, rebels against His Excellency, you say? With what had been said to Yorna now laid bare, the atmosphere of the hall grew more gelid. Kafma Irelux, Vincent's bodyguard, who had been the most passionate person in the hall for a while now, exuded a hostility that could be mistaken for cold air. Subaru could tell by the sternness of his gaze that a peaceful exit from this place was no longer possible. A schemer drowns in his own tricks, that phrase that had never before been more voracious for him. Subaru, but aren't the timing and lack of shared information both Abel's fault? Kafma, keep your mouth shut. General First Class Yorna. Kafma silenced Subaru, who cursed Abel for getting him into this absurd situation. With that, he then thrusted his steely gaze toward Yorna. Kafma, did you knowingly allow His Excellency and these people to attend at the same time? Yorna, Kafma, I want you to answer. As Kafma raised his voice, his anger was not directed at neither the increasingly anxious Subaru nor his group, but rather at Yorna for having created this tense situation. The reason for this was not because the blame lay with Yorna. In simpler terms, it was a sign that they did not regard Subaru and the others as a threat. In fact, the fighting spirit emitted by Kafma, now standing up vigorously, gave Subaru the feeling that he was as strong and threatening as Arakia, whom he had encountered at the city hall in Geral. At the very least, there was no doubt that he was powerful enough to be assigned to accompany the Emperor. From his perspective, it was probably inevitable that Subaru, who went without saying, but even Al, and Medium would be judged as being unworthy of caution. Al, we're the ones this concerns but we're being excluded. Is that good or bad? Feeling the same about Al's dim complaint, the tense exchange continued, with Subaru and the others not included in it. Kafma questioned Yorna, who put her mouth on her kiseru and let out a puff of purple smoke. Then she tilted her head with an eye wonder, as she shook her vibrant hair ornaments. Yorna, what do you mean by, knowingly? Kafma, how shameless. As I have repeatedly advised His Excellency, you are still dangerous. Yorna, you're stating the obvious. With all the disorder I've made. Do you perhaps not know what I've done? Kafma, HK. Yorna's words, that could not be thought of as anything other than a provocation, caused a vein to bulge out on Kafma's forehead, albeit odd. From what he could gather from their exchange, Subaru found himself agreeing with Kafma. Yorna's personality was honestly the worst, even from Subaru's point of view. Although they had readied themselves for a certain degree of viciousness based on her reputation, it had exceeded their expectations. However, it seemed that she was not simply planning to give up Subaru and his group, who were plainly rebellious elements, to Vincent and his men, who happened to be visiting. The air was too far tense for a scene in which traitors were being presented to the Emperor. Most of all, Vincent, as usual, your taste is repulsive. And then, disregarding Yorna's intentions, Vincent's voice was loosed. At Vincent's cold words, Yorna raised her shapely eyebrows slightly. Yorna, oh, does it not suit your taste, Your Excellency? Vincent, preposterous. If too one-sided, it is akin to letting a rabbit hunt a dog. I have not grown tired of the Empire to the point of making mere cruelty an amusement. Vincent's statement was one of indifference, but with a definite air of authority. Taking it in stride, through the gaps of her tied-up hair, Yorna's fox ears quivered. Subaru could not ascertain what sort of emotion she was expressing. However, the same went for Vincent's feelings. Subaru, What sort of storm would brew in his heart upon confronting rebels face to face? Understanding the inner thoughts of the fake emperor was even more difficult than imagining the thoughts of the real one, especially when he knew that the person in front of him was an imposter. The fake must think badly of Abel, as he had driven the other away, but Subaru can't be stupid enough to let it show. Vincent, you. Subaru, HK. Subaru gasped for breath as Vincent's black eyes pierced straight through him. In an instant, Subaru was forbidden even to avert his eyes, and while still unprepared, he locked eyes with his greatest foe. His face was a replica of the real one, though how it had been made was unclear. Both the genuine and the fake possessed the same sharp black eyes that attempted to peer through one's every action. This made Subaru's insides squirm. "Vincent, if you have something to say, say it now." "Subaru, those are some annoying eyes." "Kafma, wah." Subaru, ah. "No, no, no. I didn't mean it like that. It was just unintentional." At the most inopportune time, the questioning of the false emperor coincided with a leak of annoyance. Kafma was lost for words, his face one of absolute surprise, after Subaru hurled verbal abuse straight at the emperor. Subaru then gave a hurried wave of his hand, to which Vincent closed one eye and became silent. He was surprised, but at the same time, he regarded Subaru as if assessing him. The look the real Abel had directed at Subaru in the Budim jungle, the Shadrakian village, and the city hall in Geral, this one was of the same kind as those. "Subaru, ah, anyway, we." At his back, Al and Medium were also watching the situation with bated breath. Subaru's shocking rant must have put them under a lot of pressure. The atmosphere in the hall was cold and tense, and one additional gaffe would shatter it into pieces. The situation they had been put into was too painful to begin with. Not just Yorna but Kafma as well were not the kind of opponents that Subaru and his group could compete with. If that were the case, wouldn't it be wiser to recant their opinion to Yorna, emphasize that them being rebels was outrageous, bow their heads, and leave? Even if it would make the scene bland? With that in mind, Subaru tried to loosen the corners of his mouth in an attempt to put on an amiable smile. Subaru then realized Yorna's gaze homed in on him, with nary emotion. "Yorna, .. In silence, Yorna watched Subaru's movements as she took a drag of her kiseru. It was a very ambiguous look, neither disinterested nor indifferent. Uncertain as the rising purple smoke, it was like a phantom that disappeared even when one tried to grasp it. He thought it would be deeply foolish to try to rely on it. However, Subaru had a hunch that this was a turning point. That gaze, on the verge of losing interest in Subaru's group, was not as capricious as to consider taking back what had once been given up on. The opinions discarded here could never be scooped up again. In other words, Yorna Mishigya's cooperation could nevermore be obtained. It was synonymous with blocking the way to an unreliable victory in the dark. Therefore, "Vincent, answer me carefully. What were you going to say to me?" Subaru, well, At Vincent's question, Subaru took a heartbeat too long to look up. Kafma, beside the false emperor, narrowed his eyes and turned his attention to Subaru. Behind him, Al and Medium's tension swelled, while Yorna sustained a mouthful of purple smoke in her lungs. Seeing those changes at the corner of his eye, Subaru looked at Vincent, and declared, "Subaru, it is as Yorna-sama said. We are declaring war on you." Yes, as if clinging onto a position that he should not withdraw from, a peace that he should not give up on. Rem, who was waiting for his return in Geral, Abel, who was absent, and Al and Medium, who were bracing themselves behind him, had entrusted Subaru with this decision. In order for Natsuki Subaru not to misunderstand the significance and weight of this, and not throw it all away. Vincent, .. Vincent's dark eyes flickered slightly upon hearing the hostile declaration. Subaru's insightfulness was not able to decipher which emotion it corresponded to, joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure. Instead, he experienced the rapid parching of his tongue, brought by the enthusiasm of his own words. Naturally so. Unlike Abel, who had been deprived of his real power as the emperor of the Wallachian Empire, which boasted of a vast territory, the fake emperor in front of him was the one who definitely held it as leverage. Had Vincent not raised a hand to hold Kafma after hearing the gaffe from earlier, the latter would have exploded in rage and Subaru's life would have been cut short. But that had not come to pass. Vincent would not allow it to happen. Yorna, kuhu. Looking down at the confrontation between Subaru and Vincent from her high seat, Yorna let a faint sound slip out from her throat. A chuckle escaped from the corner of her mouth as smoke leaked out of her mouth, and her shoulders trembled with amusement. It seemed that Subaru's life-threatening pronouncement had taken an effect in relieving her boredom, at least. Vincent, what are you laughing at, Yorna mishigya? Yorna, first of all, these guests have not retracted their words. In addition, the three of them might possibly put His Excellency's life in jeopardy. What do you think? Vincent, do not taunt me, woman. Even you, who believes in disobeying me, understands my intentions. Vincent's expression did not change as he met Yorna's provocative gaze. Like that, he once again cast his dark eyes to Subaru, who had declared his hostility. Vincent, this is the land of the sword wolf. Only if you possess the metal to aim at my head can you truly be called a citizen of the Empire. Subaru, that's very sweet of you, isn't it? Vincent, humph. With a snort, Vincent dismissed Subaru's sarcasm with a laugh. Vincent's behavior, the way he responded included, was a perfect facsimile of the real thing. If Abel were here, he would have responded exactly the same way. That Abel was together with Subaru and the others made the latter suspect the possibility that he was the false emperor. Although in that case, Subaru and the remaining people would be at a complete impasse, so he wished for it to not be the case. Vincent, but the value of my head is not so low that I can hand it to you that easily. Subaru, dash. Then, what do you intend to do with us? Vincent, well, that's the problem. The statement acknowledged Subaru and the others who had shown outright defiance to the Emperor by getting the better of Kathma, who was on the verge of a violent outburst. However, the following words showed that there was no change in the cold gaze Vincent directed at his opponents. Even if he valued their spirit, there was no reason for him to give allowance to those who sought to harm him. Subaru's and Vincent's black eyes met, the atmosphere of the room an infernal blaze. Yorna, oh, I'm a sinful woman, too. When I see men fighting over me like this, it makes me quite excited. Kathma, as if it was someone else's problem. First, there are more women over there than men. Saying men is not accurate. Yorna, kuhu. Yorna let out her impressions, which really stuck out like a sore thumb, about the staring contest between Subaru and Vincent. In reaction, Kathma's face grew increasingly angry. Kathma, my excellency. Order me. Those people are. Kathma, you did that thingy. You've been making a bit of a ruckus for a while now. Fed up with the stalemate, Kathma attempted to appeal directly to Vincent. However, it was not Vincent who interrupted him, nor was it Yorna, but someone else, Subaru, Subaru's mouth involuntarily let out an exhale as he turned to the direction of the voice. The voice had been so far outside of Subaru's consciousness that the very fact that it had been uttered startled him. It was one of the three people Vincent had brought along as escorts, a small figure sitting cross-legged on the wooden floor, someone other than Kathma. You know, most things work out better when His Excellency's the one to do the thinking rather than us. We're seriously going to be in the way if we keep yapping, really. It was a wrinkled old man who spoke those words, his hair colored white, donning long eyebrows. He was an old man who had carefully crafted an atmosphere of annoyance in both the tone and content of his speech. His appearance was so striking that it was hard to understand why he had not been seen before. No, he had been in sight. It was just that he had been out of awareness. Perhaps that is what it meant to truly be out of sight. Once the old man pointed this out, Kathma turned to him and said, "But, Kathma, it would be the duty of a loyal subject to remove His Excellency's troubles, Master Olbart. Olbart, when you call yourself a loyal subject, doesn't it sound like a prelude to someone being purged for being self-serving? I don't like the idea of chopping off the head of a promising young man." Kathma, HK. Shaking his head lazily, the old man, the one called Olbart, picked at his ear. Kafma's cheeks tensed up, making one wonder what kind of pressure he had felt from that gesture. However, Kafma was not the only one who had caused their cheeks to stiffen. Upon hearing the name mentioned, Subaru's cheeks tensed up as well. Subaru, Master, Olbart. Olbart, oh? You know me? I'm kinda well known after all. Subaru, if you're aware that you're a celebrity, then yes, I'm sure of it. His lips trembled as he spun the name that Olbart reacted to. If he had that reaction upon witnessing Subaru's look of shock, then there was no doubt about it. In the city hall of Geral, and then on their journey to the Demon City, he had heard of Olbart's name. From here on out, the 9 divine generals would be an inevitable part of Subaru's strategy to conquer the Empire. One of them was Yorna, and the other was Subaru, the vicious old man, Olbart Dunkelken. Olbart, I don't really like that name, you know. Vicious old man sounds awful. Do I look like such a vicious old man? Well, if someone asked me directly, I wouldn't be able to say that I do. I wouldn't be able to say it, kaka. The old man smiled, as he opened his mouth wide and displayed his beautiful white teeth, which looked great for his age. However, Subaru was in no laughing mood. They had encountered Vincent, the false emperor, as they worked towards their goal of getting Yorna on their side, and in the end, he had brought Olbart with him. This meant that, at this point, Olbart too was a member of the other faction. Subaru, Arakia and Chaisha, and also Olbart. Subaru felt like he was reaching his wits' end. Members of the 9 divine generals they were aiming for had seemingly been secured by the enemy already, and furthermore, they were just going for those said to be high-ranking. The problem was that not only the future, but also the situation in front of them was getting worse at an accelerating pace. Even if it had been just Kafma by himself, he'd have been way too much to handle, and now Olbart of the 9 divine generals had joined the fray. It was not they could have arranged all those terrible conditions thus far, even if they'd planned to. Al, hey, old man, do you remember me? Olbart, what's that? Sweat flowed down Subaru's forehead, running down his cheeks and dripping from the tip of his chin. Amidst all this tension, an unexpected voice made Olbart raise his eyebrows. It was Al, who had called out from behind Subaru. Al leaned forward, Subaru's eyes widening in surprise at that action. Subaru, Al? What are you doing all of a sudden, when every move we make's being questioned right now? Al, Natsumi-chan's still talking like a woman for the most part in this situation, but I didn't just butt in without thinking. No, I didn't think about it, but... Hey, old man. It's me, hey. Subaru, it sounds like you're a phone scammer talking like that, when it would be rash to think that just because he was an old man, he would be able to pull off such a scam. In fact, in response to Al's call, Olbart leaned forward and snorted, Olbart, well, that's quite the eccentric look you got there, boy. Even though I'm an old man, I wouldn't be able to forget someone who looks like that. Do we really know each other? Al, maybe I don't know you that well, and the last time I saw you, I wasn't wearing my helmet. But I didn't have an arm, and we chatted a bit. Olbart, you're the armless one who talked to me at. Al, oh, right. Lil Miss Arakia was with me, too. Lowering his voice slightly, Al mentioned Arakia's name, the fearsome girl who had stirred up so much trouble for Subaru and the others and, like Olbart, was a member of the 9 divine generals. Al's words were something Subaru could make no sense of, but as soon as Olbart heard them, his eyebrows shot up and he shouted, Oh. Olbart, you're that guy. You're the guy who took back the island with Akari. Now that you mention it, you look similar to him. Kaka, I can't believe you're still alive. Al, oh, I'm alive. Somehow, my stars have come full circle. Olbart, so, by some chance, you've become an enemy of His Excellency. Maybe I should have talked to you earlier to make His Excellency's reputation better. I messed up. Al and Olbart exchanged words, the former speaking in an easygoing tone, the latter with a broad smile. Unknowing of the relationship between the two, Subaru could only stare blankly. As for whether things were getting better or not, even that was difficult to gauge. Vincent, Olbart, you know that man? The one person to intervene to put an end to such doubts was Vincent. Olbart, with crossed arms, replied, "Oh, yes." To the false emperor's query. Olbart, 2 or 3 years ago when you just ascended the throne, there were revolts all over the place, weren't there? Kafma, Master Olbart, His Excellency ascended to the throne 8 years ago now. Olbart, huh? Thought it'd have been 'bout 3 years ago. Dang nabbit, it's been 'bout 10 years, which Tommy seems recent, guess I just screwed up. Vincent, never mind that, just proceed. 8 years ago, what happened? With Olbart going off on a tangent, Vincent set him back on track. In accordance with that correction, Olbart pointed to Al and said, "So, Olbart, there was a rebellion on Jin and Hive back then. And the ones to stop it were this guy with the helmet and Akari." Vincent, ho. After hearing Olbart's story, for the first time, Vincent's interest turned to Al. It was difficult to ascertain which way the pendulum had swung, good or bad, but it seemed that his effort had not immediately led to him being punished for his rudeness. On top of that, Al stepped forward so that he was alongside Subaru. "Al, Your Most Gracious Excellency the Emperor, as old man Olbart over there is seemingly aware of. Actually, 8 years ago, I was of service to His Excellency, and I have yet to receive my reward." Olbart, "Although, you said you didn't want anything." Vincent, "Olbart, keep your mouth shut. You may resume, clown." Al, "I was hoping to get my reward today." Subaru imagined a sound that seemed to silently freeze the air in the hall. Al's fearlessness in demanding a reward for his own achievements over 8 years ago, coupled with the presence of someone who knew of Al's deeds, was certainly a gamble worth taking. The fake emperor who had not opted to execute them immediately after hearing Subaru's declaration of war, Vincent possessed both reasons and resolution to act as the emperor of Wallachia. And, if Abel's words were true, then his beliefs would include definite punishment or reward. Then, "Vincent, what do you request? My head?" Al, "It would be a massive victory for me if I could get you to give it to me, but it would take a lot of courage to ask for it. So." As he said this, Al turned his head to look at Subaru. Realizing what he was being asked to do, Subaru pulled out an envelope from his pocket. All along, their objective had been to deliver Abel's missive. "Subaru, it is our purpose to give this missive to Yorna Summer. If you would like to reward my companion for his service, please allow it." Vincent, "A missive?" Subaru, "A love letter from our master, to Yorna Summer." Hesitant to call him master, Subaru stuck his tongue out internally and continued to speak. Hearing the expression love letter, Yorna, who was sitting at the head of the room, laughed and cleared her throat with a coo-hoo. Her interest seemed to have been piqued. And Vincent's reaction was not an undesirable one either. As he squinted his dark eyes, Vincent pondered for just a few seconds. "Vincent, over 8 years have passed, but the Gladiator Island incident was troublesome." Subaru, "Oh. Vincent, you may have your reward if you so desire it. You may deliver the missive to Yorna Miss Higya." Gesturing with his chin, Vincent indicated Yorna. It took Subaru a moment to comprehend the intent of Vincent's words, but upon realizing that it meant that Al had won his bet, Subaru and the others looked at one another. It had been a high-stakes gamble, and Al's decision to go for it had been the correct one. Vincent, however. Subaru, huh? Just as they were about to burst in jubilation, Vincent held up one finger and spoke up. To Subaru and the others turning to look at him, the false emperor closed his black eyes, which felt like darkness itself, and said, "Vincent, the only thing I shall allow you to do, is to hand her your missive. You know the meaning of that, do you not?" And thus, the words spoken were processed. Subaru's eyes widened at this, and he quickly turned around, gnashing his teeth as his gaze fell on Yorna, gazing over the situation with a grin. The goal of Subaru's party, though, was to give her a missive and get her to respond. Subaru, if I were to give you the missive, when should I expect a response from Yorna-sama? Yorna, yes, I see. Upon that question of Subaru's, Yorna cast her gaze towards the void, then turning the Kisero upside down, dropping the ashes into a jar prepared by the attending Komoro. Yorna, I'm a woman, after all. I don't want to be seen opening a love letter as soon as I receive it. That's why. I'll carefully read and respond to the guests after they have left the castle. Subaru, dash. So you will read it once we leave the castle, won't you? Yorna, as the lord of the demon city, I won't speak lies in front of my attendants. Subaru could not tell whether the light in her blue eyes was sincere or naive, as he was unfamiliar with her. However, he no longer had a choice. For example, were he to alter Al's reward, instead saying that the reward would be to exit the castle safely, Vincent probably would have allowed for that as well. However, much like the previous one, that plan would terminate the possibility of joining forces with Yorna. Meaning. Subaru, Al, Medium-san. Before he completely made up his mind, Subaru called out the names of his two companions. What was going to happen and what needed to be done required the cooperation of both of them. So, it made sense to get their approval before taking any action. Subaru turned around and met their gaze, as Al and Medium nodded to each other. Al, well, I told you bro, that I'd lend you a hand. Medium, big bro asked me to take care of you, too. He said to take care of Natsumi-chan for him. Al tilted his head, and Medium exclaimed with powerful words. Encouraged by the answers of those two, Subaru nodded back at them. Then Subaru slowly walked towards the front of the hall, towards Yorna leaning on the armrest in the seat of honor, while she puffed on her kiseru. With her bewitching beauty in close proximity, Subaru presented her the missive amidst a sweet scent. Subaru, here you go, a missive from our master. Yorna, thank you for your hard work. But it's going to be a lot harder from here. Subaru, yes, I am aware. Supple fingers took the missive, and the words expressed with a smile, cursed the future of Subaru and his friends, but Subaru responded to her words with dignity and turned around. And then. Subaru, Your Majesty the Emperor, I'm afraid we're going to have to take your throne. And so, right in front of him, he announced a declaration of war even more clearly than before. The events that took place at that moment were dramatic. Kafma, how dare you, you insolent little. Immediately after their declaration of war, Kafma's eyes went wide open. Following Subaru's proclamation, the height of rudeness and disrespect, Kafma Irelux wished to prove his loyalty to the Emperor with his own power. As a result, Kafma's clothes exploded as his arms were extended, and countless thorns rushed towards Subaru. Dark green-colored thorns like slithering snakes surged towards Subaru, their overwhelming mass blanketing his vision. The ivy of thorns, each of which in possession of needles as thick as Subaru's arms, was a deadly weapon that would squeeze its prey out of every last drop of life. It was a strike that would not permit for any reaction from Subaru, and akin to a snake swallowing a rat, it engulfed Subaru's body in thorns with no effort. Al, well said, bro. The thorns pierced through his entire body, and he prepared for the fierce pain to come. However, it was not the pain that struck Subaru, who had tensed up his body, but rather the shock of him being pulled backwards and falling on his buttocks. Stepping before Subaru was Al, whose words had reached him from the side, taking the thorns on with his blue dragon sword. Al, with Subaru behind him, drew out the thick blade and parried the enemy's attacks. Incapable of blocking their entirety, his shoulder and side were stained with blood. Nevertheless, Al had been able to protect Subaru from this overwhelming mass. Subaru, what about Medium-san? Medium, you are. That was so close. If I hadn't done what Olchin said, I would have died. Subaru turned around hurriedly, and right beside him was Medium answering in a loud voice, having pulled her twin swords. Glancing over, she was swinging her twin blades up and down, slashing away, or catching, or stepping on, preventing some of the thorns approaching her from all directions. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief at the certainty of her skills, and the fact that she was safe. However, relief was too premature. After all, this was merely the first wave. Yorna, what an extravagant magic trick. Subaru, HK. To the rear of Subaru's group, putting themselves on guard, was Yorna, who would have been within range of the thorns as well. She pulled her kimura into her arms and exhaled purple smoke, while remaining in the same posture as when she had accepted the missive. There were signs of thorns closing in on her from all sides as well, but they avoided her as if by design, the thorns twisting unnaturally as if there were a circle of space around only Yorna. It was impossible to speculate whether it was Kafma who had intentionally bent it or Yorna who had done something about it, but Subaru, I apologize for the disturbance, we will leave you to it. Yorna, have a safe return home. If the three of you fail to leave the castle, Subaru, you won't read the missive. I understand. When explained once again in simple terms, Yorna's intentions could be understood without doubt, no matter how hard to grasp they may be. Vincent, too, had made it clear that the game was on. Subaru, game's on till we leave the castle. Al, medium-san. Al, yeah. Medium, all right. Subaru, to the right. Immediately after the strong replies, Subaru barked loudly. Hearing this, his two companions comprehended Subaru's decision that very instant, and 3 blades were brandished. The blue dragon sword of the one-armed man, and a pair of supple swords furiously cut through the thorns, blowing away the mass that blocked their vision and their path, and the 3 figures flew out of the greenery. Just like that, they pressed down on the wooden floor to gain speed and momentum. Kafma, you think I am going to let you escape? However, after one step forward, a needle as thick as a thumb snagged the tip of Subaru's nose. As it flashed across his vision, it appeared to be more akin to a piece of white bone to him rather than a thorn. It was not a shot intended to deter Subaru, but a blow that should have pierced his temple. He would have died had Al not swiftly placed his blade in the path of the launched needle. Subaru, thorns and needles, along with a freak show. Al, it's the insect cage tribe. They attack with the insects they carry inside their bodies. Subaru, this isn't the Aburame clan, too. While having a dispute over something trivial, Subaru kept his stance low and moved forward with Al and Medium providing support. It was not the exit of the hall that they were headed for. Even if they headed that way, they would have had to retrace their steps the long way back down the castle tower. There was no way they could continue to be exposed to Kafma's attacks for that long. In other words, Subaru and others would need to take a significant shortcut. Therefore, Subaru, medium-san. Medium, yeah. Subaru, do your best. Medium, I'll do my best. The moment she received that encouragement, without exaggeration, Medium's whole body bounced and her momentum increased. With her long hair billowing, she swung the twin swords in her hands, fiercely dispatching the thorns that rushed forth in complicated and bizarre trajectories. Of course, this was partly due to Medium's own skills. But in addition to that, Al, right. Right knee. Nape of the neck. Sexy hips. Medium, ha. Take this. Al's blood-curdling shouts told Medium of the aim of the approaching dangers, and Medium responded instantly, successfully guarding against and handling the thorns just before they hit. Subaru wondered how far he could see, but Al's high level of survivability, which had also been demonstrated against Arakia, apparently applied not only to himself, but to others as well. Taking advantage of this, Medium reached the window of the hall. With a single swing, she destroyed the wooden railing, and her long, leaping legs blew down the wall. Beneath their gaze, the hall of the castle tower, which was more than 30 meters above the ground, had opened up. The blue sky of Demon City spread out in full view, and a wild wind greeted Subaru and the others. It was not a matter of all or nothing, but Subaru, if we get out of the castle, Yorna put her hand on the missive. Since they'd accepted these terms, Vincent's group would cease from doing anything further. Perhaps, it wasn't like they had made such a promise explicitly. But with nothing else to believe in, it was the only way to see things through. Medium, Natsumi-chan. Medium, who had smashed through the wall, beckoned him, and Subaru ran as fast as he could. He was grateful for not having worn a skirt carelessly. If the cause of death were cross-dressing, Subaru would not be able to face the efforts of his many predecessors. At the last moment, Subaru, while even forgetting to keep his appearances up, kicked the floor as hard as he could. He would then catch up with Medium, and exit through the wall with her. Olbart, sorry, but I got a job to do too, you know. Subaru, car. HK. At the same moment, intercepting Subaru and Medium, the old man appeared in front of them as if from out of nowhere, and his piercing hand struck them both squarely in the chest. His breath caught in his throat as he was struck by the impact. Subaru's consciousness cracked, everything seemed to shatter after he took the blow from the divine general. However, Medium, Natsumi-chan. It's nothing. Subaru, huh? A loud voice called out next to him, and Subaru regained the consciousness he had almost lost. Looking down at his chest in a panic, no damage from Olbart's piercing hand could be seen. There was no blood, no sign that his heart had been removed without bleeding. Medium, let's go, Natsumi-chan. Don't bite your tongue, okay? Medium grabbed Subaru by the collar as the latter looked around in confusion. With a large step, she then crossed the wall she had breached, and threw herself out of the crimson lapis castle without hesitation. Subaru and Medium leapt into the blue sky, intertwined with each other. The sensation of rising through the air caused by the jump disappeared in an instant, only for them to be thrown into a falling trajectory a second later. Subaru, Kia. With a high-pitched scream, Subaru pulled Medium close into him and then felt around his own waist. Following that, he pulled out the familiar feeling in his hand and held up his weapon, a whip, while in midair. Had he simply jumped without any preparation, it would merely amount to an act of suicide. Albeit the preparations performed towards their odds of success had not been many, Yorna's provocation, their declaration of war on Vincent, plus the offense and defense with Kafma and Olbart, had all been a series of gambles. He had barely picked up everything that was there, so he just had to trust that he could pick up the very last one as well. Subaru, don't miss. While hugging Medium's thin waist, Subaru swung his arm and unleashed the whip. The tip of the whip extended not into the void, but towards one of the beams that stretched throughout all parts of the demon city, stretching like a spider's web all throughout the city, reaching likewise one of the outer walls of the crimson lapis castle, hooking the whip onto that place, and utilizing it as a stepping stone to get out of the castle grounds. That was the best move Subaru could come up with amidst the chaos of the hall. Subaru, HK. Feeling the tug on his arm, Subaru wrapped the whip around his wrist with all his strength. He thought that this would support his body even if his grip were not strong enough. At worst, the damage would shatter the bones in his wrist. And then, Subaru, Al is. Yark. Al, my bad. The moment the whip came taut, Al came crashing upon Subaru's back. Apparently he had been able to jump out of the castle, just like Subaru and Medium. As a result of having crashed into each other in midair, the three of them clung to each other and hung down, entrusting nearly 150 kilograms of weight to a single arm of Subaru's. Subaru, Ji Gua. The bodies of Subaru and the others arced around one of the beams outside the crimson lapis castle, using it as a pivot, while the screams of his arm and wrist, elbow and shoulder, of his entire right arm, were replaced by real screams. As it was, the best thing to do was to wait for the recoil to subside, and have everyone climb up the whip and return to the beam one by one. Subaru clenched his molars, as he compared the time it would take to get there to the time it would take his right arm to necrotize. Al and Medium, And just as he was about to exert all his strength, Al and Medium's voices overlapped. Before he could see what was up, the burden on Subaru's right arm vanished. No, to be precise, the burden had not vanished, but the beam onto which the whip was attached had snapped. By the thorns extending from the breached walls of the keep, by their fierce mass. Subaru, ah. With screams trailing behind them, Subaru's group of 3 flew through the air in a tangled heap. Their bodies flew in a parabola, recoiling from the whip on the beam. Even though it was better than jumping from the castle tower, Subaru and Al, as ordinary people, would not be able to survive being knocked down a height of more than 20 meters. As he searched a way out of the situation, while screaming his head off, the faces of Emilia, of Beatrice, and of Rem popped up one after another in Subaru's mind. Everyone, .. With a ferocious crash, the 3 of them crashed through the roof and into the castle stables, entangled with one another atop haystacks. Arc 7, Chapter 39, Vicious. Taking a look outside through the large hole in the saloon wall, Kafma twisted his lips in disgust. Under him, in the raging wind, smoke lingered. He strained his eyes towards the building into which the 3 of them had disappeared to, having successfully escaped the hall. He could not see the fugitives anywhere. Kafma, .. The beam that had developed a crack crumbled with a loud sound, but as it was too far away, to hope that its debris would crush that insolent group would be folly. But Kafma, I will not let you escape. I will do whatever it takes to avenge your disrespect towards His Excellency. Olbart, no, we can't do that. They bet their every card on this opportunity to escape, didn't they? If we chase 'em now, wouldn't we make it pointless? Kafma, Master Olbart. Having been stopped from pursuing the fugitives, Kafma turned around, his teeth chattering. Receiving that gaze, the diminutive old man voiced a "oh, scary," and made himself smaller. Seeing his reaction, Kafma's eyes grew even sharper and angrier. Kafma, why did you let those girls go in the first place? If it's you, Master, you should have been able to seize them in the blink of an eye. Olbart, oh? I could tell you the same thing. And I didn't cut corners too much either. That young fellow with the helmet, he's got some strange tricks up his sleeve. Kafma, young fellow, I got the impression that he really was not that young. Olbart, that's not really important. Most of you look like waddling kids to me, actually. I've been an old man since you were born. Twisting his wrinkled face into a smile, Olbart pointed at himself. Kafma was about to point out this light-hearted attitude of his yet again, but Olbart continued with Olbart, you may have forgotten, but I got to keep an eye on that fox girl over there, don't I? You never know when she might turn on your excellency. Kafma, General First Class Yorna. Indeed, I have been rash. Olbart, kaka, as long as you understand. Once that was mentioned, Kafma sagged down as if ashamed of himself for losing his cool. At the exchange between the young man and the old man, Yorna, having been designated as a dangerous person, put her hand over her eyes and spoke. Yorna, that's quite rude of you. How dare you speak of a delicate woman such as I as you'd speak of a dangerous animal? I've never been so humiliated in my life. Kafma, who do you think you? She mocked them while faking tears, and Kafma's anger was directed at Yorna. But Yorna cleared her throat while bathed in his gaze, then gently lowered her hand to touch her eyes. As she did so, she brought her kiseru to her mouth, filled her lungs with purple smoke, and deeply exhaled, letting out a large plume of smoke. The smoke slightly wavered as it made its way to the big hole in the wall. Once the fluttering purple smoke reached it, an astonishing change was born. In nature very much like that of a hallucination, the demolished wall was mended in a spectacle. The wood used in the areas where the collapsed walls of the Crimson Lapis Castle had been damaged, wriggled and mended akin to a creature's wounds being healed. It was a building being repaired, but a strange and unearthly one. The impression it gave was more of a living being, rather than something inorganic. That unrealistic scene caused Kafma, standing by the wall while tensing his cheeks, to retreat, and look back at Yorna. Yorna, with this, Everything's back to normal now. So if you could as well, please fix your mood. Kafma, this is General Yorna's. Vincent, this is why one cannot mess with the demon city without proper care. But that is not the sole danger posed by this woman. After she finished repairing the outer wall, Kafma gasped towards Yorna, who produced a supple smile. His shiver was complemented by Vincent, who had not even twitched during the earlier commotion. The man at the top of the empire glanced at the wall, then focused on Yorna. Vincent, they have exited the castle. The conditions set forth by you and I have been met. Yorna, so, if that's the case, it'd be somewhat unseemly for us to deny their efforts. I hope you understand that, Your Excellency. Vincent, Yorna, of course, you've got your own ideas, Your Excellency. I respect that. But don't forget. The Lord of the Demon City, Yorna Mishigya, who had not made an effort to correct her posture against the Emperor from beginning to end, smiled as she looked at the silent Vincent. Yorna, this is the Demon City, my city. Even that blue youngster's sword cannot reach me. Albeit that declaration was appropriate for the Lord of the Demon City, it was inappropriate to announce it to the Emperor, for the Emperor of Wallachia, who carried out his rule across the entire empire. For Yorna to act as if her control over even a single city was superior was more than just disrespectful. However, the words of Yorna Mishigya could not be denied. Because everyone knew it veracious, regardless of whether she was right or wrong to speak them. In this demon city of chaos flame, Yorna Mishigya possessed absolute power. Therefore, Vincent, I shall give you one night. To consider it a defeat for the Wallachian Emperor would disregard that very Emperor's foresight and deep thinking. However, it was not easy for even those close to the Emperor to discern the intrigues the Emperor held within the depths of his dark eyes. They must only believe that Vincent's words were not unreasonable nor erroneous. Yorna, thank you. Then I'll take my time to examine the reply to the letter. And so answered Yorna to Vincent's permission. And while her words were spirited on the surface, her attitude and face did not display any gentleness at all. Both of Vincent's guards, Kafma and Olbart, had their own opinions regarding Yorna's attitude. But the reason as to why they allowed that from Yorna was their own guilt for letting those three escape. With Vincent's admission, there was nothing to be gained from backtracking. Kafma, but your attitude is inexcusable. I will continue to repeat this. Yorna, Kuhu. If you look at me with such scary eyes I won't stop shivering. Master Olbart, could you do something about it for me? Olbart, you're going to spring this on me. I'm an old man with a short life ahead of me, it's the duty of young'uns to be kind to the older generation. Wait, maybe I found the best idea to get goodwill from most people. Is my era comin'? Kafma, Master Olbart. Kafma raised his voice in anger at Olbart's mischievous remark. Watching it with a smile, Yorna shook the smoke fluttering from her kiseru. Squinting at the appearance of these generals, Vincent gave a light snort of his nose, then turning, the Emperor regarded the final person accompanying him, the one who, contrary to Kafma and Olbart, had not moved any more than Vincent. Vincent, you have been talking very little. It is unlike you. It is, isn't it? Well, it'd be complicated if I were to meet some people. The voice of a young man donning a wry smile responded. The young man was wearing a blue robe over his head, which prevented his face from being seen by others. That in itself was a normal thing for him, but the fact that he had tightened the neck of the robe even more than usual apparently had something to do with the guests previously present. The man sighed, and shrugged while being in the line of sight of the silent Emperor. I thought I had to clam up in this demon city. The stars, too, seem to want that. Vincent, is that what the stars want? Nonsense. I'd prefer if you didn't call it nonsense. Shrugging, the man grinned at Vincent's words of disregard. With this bitter smile, he continued. If your excellency was serious and took heed of the star's desires, you wouldn't have come all the way out here, would you? Vincent, you fool, Do you believe you know what lays within my heart? ? Please don't be absurd. The man's shoulders shrunk as Vincent folded his arms and lowered his voice one note. Vincent then looked away from the man, from the Stargazer, and narrowed his eyes at the sky into which the three rebels had disappeared, beyond the wall that had already closed. And then, Vincent, the wishes of the stars are nonsense. That murmur that no one was capable of hearing remained as a whisper to himself, then vanished. Subaru, coughed. Kark. Achoo. Coughing into the thick cloud of dust, he desperately worked his lungs. His back aching from the impact, Subaru ran his hand over the affected area to check for injuries. He fearfully retrieved his hand to see it not stained by blood. It seemed it was merely a bruise. It was a miracle. The probability that the building materials from the destroyed building or the pieces of the collapsed beams could have pierced him or tore his vitals was high. Just how much luck had he? Subaru, we don't have time for this. Medium-san. Al. ? Here. Ushouch. Shaking his head, he quickly called out the names of the two people he was supposed to be with. And hearing a reply originated from beneath the rubble at his side, Subaru moved to push aside the debris in a hurry, as to search for those people. The buried medium coughed, then blinked her eyes. Medium, I thought I was gonna die. Are you okay, Natsumi-chan? Subaru, I managed somehow, thanks to Medium-san's and Al's protection. Medium-san, are you hurt? Does it hurt anywhere? Medium, that tickles Tilda. It's okay. I'm fine. Checking Medium's shoulders and back, she wriggled and pushed back against Subaru's chest. It was no bluff nor lie. It appeared she had no noticeable injuries either. It would seem that both of them had been blessed with a tremendous amount of luck. Subaru, Al's, looking for Al, who did not respond. Subaru scanned his surroundings. As the clouds of dust finally settled, Subaru noticed that he and the others had jumped into an empty stable. The building beside the Crimson Lapis Castle was apparently a warehouse where hay for Galewind horses were stored. The reason as to why Subaru's party had been saved from their helpless fall off a great height was said hay, which had acted as a cushion. Had it not been for the hay, at a minimum Subaru would have died a horrible death, being crushed like a tomato. In Wallachia, where healing magic was rare, Rem not included, there was a high possibility that those with serious injuries would not be saved. In that sense, the environment of the Empire was much more conducive to death than Lagunica. Of course, it could be said that the Empire's notion of survival of the fittest was what had caused all this danger in the first place. Medium, there he is. Orchin. And then, as Subaru looked around the dimly lit room, Medium next to him moved as if to jump out. She bent down beside a cart that had been overturned by the impact of the fall. Under the heavy pile of hay the three had fallen upon, entangled with one another. Something had begun to stir. Subaru hurriedly rushed over, and the two of them, him and Medium, shoveled through the hay. Eventually, a listless thick arm appeared from under the hay, and they pulled it up. And then, Al, yoch. My right arm's gonna come off as well. Subaru, that's not funny. Medium, but Orchin's alive too. That's amazing. Subaru scolded Al for his unfunny joke, but was relieved by Medium's words. Al was pulled out of the haystack. His body was in a terrible state. Unlike Subaru and Medium, who had miraculously escaped with only a few bruises and scratches, Al's body had numerous lacerations and bruises all over. He had fended off Kafma's thorns and, if only temporarily, Olbart as well. As of his jump onto Subaru and Medium at the very end, he was in a position in which he could easily be pursued by the enemy. Each of the wounds he had received were wounds that were supposedly Subaru and Medium's to receive, originally. Subaru, Al, what's the matter, bro? You got a depressing look on your face. Subaru, well, Al, it's a miracle that we all survived the no-rope bungee. Looking at me like that won't make me feel better about the scars on my back, though. It's a shame for a swordsman, you know. Turning his shoulders in a languid manner, Al ran his mouth, as to encourage Subaru. That attitude caused Subaru to choke up, but he then nodded quickly, I guess so. Al tried to act aloof and as if everything was someone else's problem, but his efforts in the offense and defense so far were all due to his sincerity to Subaru. He sympathized with Subaru's goals, and promised to assist him. To that end, the man who was even willing to fight for Subaru's life, was Al. Subaru, I was wrong about you. Al, huh? Subaru, I thought you were always aloof and irresponsible, unreliable and unserious about everything. Al, oi oi. Subaru, but you risked your life for me. I won't forget that. Putting his hand on his fake chest, he spoke of his genuine resolution to Al. Without him, Natsuki Subaru would not be alive at this moment. Therefore, from now on, Natsuki Subaru would fight without forgetting the favor he received from Al. Even if his life could come to an end the next moment. Medium, Natsumi-chan, Alchin, if you two mess around too much. Subaru, yes, I know. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, Al's sacrifice will have been in vain. Al, it ain't a sacrifice. At Medium's urging, Subaru wiped his face with his sleeve and gave a strong reply. It was fortuitous that all three of them had survived, however it was still too early to be relieved. The conditions proposed by Yorna and Vincent had been met, at least, but whether Kafma and Olbart would back off was uncertain, until he knew that for sure, they would have to survive. Subaru, we need to leave now. Hide ourselves and get the answers over there at. ? No need to worry about that. Subaru, HK? He was about to walk out while lending his shoulder to Al, when a voice called out to him. Surprised by this, he abruptly moved his hands away, and Al, who was leaning on his shoulder, tipped over and screamed, "Go!" But he did not have the leisure to worry about him. A confrontation had begun between Subaru's group and this new figure at the entrance of the stable. Subaru, you're... ? My apologies for the delay in greeting you. A servant of Yorna Miss Higia-sama I am, called Tanza. The person to speak these words with a respectful bow of her head, was a person with a distinctive kimono and deer antlers, the deer girl who had been beside Yorna. The girl who called herself Tanza slowly looked up and faced Medium, who stood in front of her as if protecting Subaru and Al, and shook her head. Tanza, do not be alarmed, all is fine. I mean you all no harm. Medium, really? But we broke the walls of both this place and your master's castle, didn't we? Tanza, the castle and the stables will be fixed by Yorna-sama. Yorna-sama has accepted you as messengers. No one will interfere with you again. Medium's anxiety was dispelled by the words Tanza had added at the end. That line caused Medium's eyebrows to lower in relief, but Subaru's impression was the complete opposite. Aside from Yorna going to fix the walls and stables, the question was more, what would happen afterward? Subaru, to say that no one will interfere with us, is a big deal. We know His Majesty the Emperor was there, you know. Subaru stood behind Medium, protected by her, not worrying about looking good. Tanza's grey eyes stared at Subaru as he stepped forward. In spite of her pretty face, she was a girl whose emotions did not show. Amiability was supposed to be a crucial part of a Komoro, but her behavior reminded him of a doll. Subaru, at the very least, we are those who'd hurt His Majesty the Emperor. And you'll all overlook that? Is that what Lady Yorna said? Tanza, yes. No one can stand against Yorna-sama here in the Demon City. I believe Vincent-sama too is aware of that. Subaru, oh. Tanza's answer was matter-of-fact, but with absolute certainty. Hearing this, Subaru was taken aback, swallowing down the words he was about to continue with. Following that, Subaru and the others looked up at the ceiling of the stables they had just broken through and confirmed that there was no movement in the Crimson Lapis Castle. Based on his short impression, Kafma would have followed them right away. Subaru, not even that's happening. Apparently, you're to be believed. Tanza, Vincent-sama will return as well. Your letter will be answered tomorrow. Subaru, I understand. Tanza, then, have a safe trip back. Tanza bowed in response to Subaru's sigh, and turned her back on the three of them. She had performed the minimal amount of work precisely, and was now seemingly returning to Yorna's company. Suddenly, as her back departed, Subaru called her out to stop her with Tanza-san. Tanza stopped and turned around, as he stared back at that motionless, doll-like expression on her face. Subaru, what kind of person is Yorna-sama to you? The pretext for that inquiry was because Subaru had too many inner impressions of Yorna. As long as she remained unknowing that Vincent was a fake, the way she treated him should be the same as the way she treated Abel, the emperor. He did not believe it fair to overlook her disrespectful and rude behavior only because of the pretense that she was a powerful woman, but it was unclear to him as to why she was acting in such a manner. What was it that Yorna had for Abel, affection or hostility? Combined with the fact that she had encouraged Subaru and the others to struggle, the depths of her heart were almost unreadable. Therefore, Subaru, I would like to hear it from someone who's beside her, their impressions of Yorna Miss Higya-sama. Tanza, she is a loving woman. Loves her allies and hates her enemies. Lover of all things that reside in the demon city. Subaru, Tanza replied without hesitation, and for the first time a hint of emotion flashed through her eyes. It disappeared in a flash, but to Subaru's eyes, it seemed to be filled with a faint passion, and he was unable to say anything else. Unable to follow up, he could only watch the girl's back as she walked away. If asked if he had obtained the answers he desired, he would have to say that he had not. Instead, the mysterious impression he had of Yorna had only been deepened. He could not detect falsehood in Tanza's words. But it was difficult to believe that that woman was a loving person. Ever since they had arrived at the demon city, Subaru and the others had been toyed with at her mercy. Al, good grief, she's gone. What are we gonna do? Subaru, there's nothing we can do but go back. For now, we have to trust Tanza-san's word and wait for a reply tomorrow. In the stables from which Tanza had disappeared, Subaru again lent a shoulder to Al, who had fallen on his butt. While supporting his weight, Subaru looked up at the crimson lapis castle once more. Subaru, a showy, eye-catching castle. Is this what Flamboyant had been referring to? While he muttered to himself, Subaru realized that Tanza's words had been true. This strange castle that edged between blue and red was devoid of the hole that he and the others had created. No matter how much he strained his eyes, it was nowhere to be found, not even a shadow remained. Abel, I see, so he came, huh? Subaru, do you have something to say? Maybe along the lines of I'm sorry, or I apologize, or please forgive me. After scrambling back to the inn, Abel received a report of the incident regarding the delivery of the letter. Frowning heavily at his first remarks, Subaru's face filled with hatred, as he pressed for an answer. Despite this, Abel, donning the Oni mask, pushed Subaru's forehead with his palm with annoyance. Abel, why must I apologize? You guys did well. I was just about to praise you on a job well done. Subaru, praise? Praise, you say? Don't give me that condescending attitude together with that phrasing. You don't have to praise me, I'm just doing what needs to be done. Hey, you too. Al, don't get me involved. Subaru stuck his tongue out at the dissatisfied Abel while protesting furiously, calling for backup. Al, however, sprawled his feet on the floor and waved his hand saying, "Gimme a break." By net content, Al was the one to display the hardest work of the job. Leaving the first aid of his body with injuries all over to Tarata, his body started to resemble a mummy from all the bandages. With the combination of his black helmet and the bandages all over his body, the surrealness of his appearance was incredible. Tarata, I'm glad that Natsumi and Medium are okay. I really should have gone with you, I was so worried. Subaru, hey, hear that? This is the correct response. As Emperor, why don't you follow the example of Tarata-san, who's taking over as the chieftain? Tarata, please stop, I'll die. Having been appraised as a good role model by Subaru, the latter currently explaining what should be the mindset of someone of higher position, Tarata shook her head, her face turning pale. Even though her attitude was fearful, Subaru could not help but feel disappointed. Was there nobody out there capable of punishing Abel? At times like this, he felt ashamed that he had no choice but to take advantage of someone's vulnerability. Louis, you. All. Medium, R. Louis-chan, you can't do that. You see, Natsumi-chan and the others are in the middle of an important conversation. Louis, you. And then, Subaru's thoughts were disturbed by a high-pitched scream coming from the adjacent room. Taking a glance at the doorway to the neighboring room, he saw that Louis and Medium were having a scuffle with each other. Of course, there was no way Louis could resist Medium, so it resembled a sumo wrestling match between an adult and a child. Soon after, Louis was carried away and her figure once again disappeared into the other room. Louis, ow. Subaru, sheesh, what the hell's going on there? Ever since I came back, she's been trying to jump at me. Al, for some reason, she seems to be attached to you the most, bro. She doesn't even look at me. Not that I want her to be attached to me. Hearing Subaru's sighs, Al let out a grumble in his final form, which looked like a cheap Halloween costume. Next to him, Tarata wiped her forehead with satisfaction, her aesthetic sense not too bad. Subaru had found someone who would compete with Emilia and Beatrice, making him miss them all over again. No, it was not just the two of them that he missed, but everyone on the other side of the border. Soon, it would be 20 days since Subaru was sent to Wallachia. As long as Beatrice and Ram were around, they should be aware of Subaru and Ram's safety, but that was all, that they would not be able to convey any information beyond that made it even more frustrating. He wished to find a way to meet up with Emilia and the others as soon as possible. Subaru, and yet, this masked man keeps leaving all the important bits out. Abel, you can point at me and say I am the masked one? If I am masked, what are you? A fool and a clown, perhaps. Al, I'd say we're all wearing cheap Halloween costumes, ain't we? Al's words had guessed Subaru's innermost thoughts from just a moment before, and that expression, coupled with Abel's point, caused Subaru to gnash his back teeth with a grr. In fact, Subaru, dressed as a woman, Abel, donning his Oni mask, and Al, as a man wrapped in bandages and wearing a helmet, all looked like participants in a costume party. It somewhat mirrored Chaos Flame. In this place where many different races were mingled, it seemed as if they were all trying to keep their individuality from being buried. Of course, Subaru's cross-dressing was for practical purposes, that it was something that could not be avoided. Subaru, anyway. I was able to meet Yorna-san at the castle, but I also ran into the Emperor's entourage. That was your body double, correct? Clapping his hands, Subaru corrected the flow of conversation by force. He was careful to keep his voice low to avoid being overheard, but he wanted those in front of him to hear exactly what needed to be heard. In response, Abel nodded his head, sporting the Oni mask with a yeah. Abel, even if there are many who may resemble my appearance, there is merely a single person in a position able to perform an impersonation of me. Chaisha Gold? Subaru, Chaisha Gold. One of the 9 divine generals. If I remember correctly, the White Spider, right? Abel, that is correct. Quite wise, and excellent at commanding a large army. And Al, the first person who betrayed Abel-chan. Following Al's last comment, Abel, his arms crossed while sitting on the bed, silently affirmed it. He had been the first one among the treacherous 9 divine generals, a person who Abel must have trusted very much. That was Abel's substitute. No, rather than a substitute, he was now in the seat of the Emperor. Subaru, Chaisha. Why do you think the fake Emperor came to the Demon City? Abel, he understands the conditions of victory in a battle against me. Subaru, the one with more 9 divine generals on their side wins. Securing the 9 divine generals, the symbol of strength in the Wallachian Empire, was the decisive key to victory. To obtain this key, Subaru and the others had taken the trouble to go to Chaos Flame. However, based on Abel's current answer, there was only one possible purpose. Subaru: so, are they also trying to get Yorna Mishigya on their side? Abel: that is difficult to imagine. Yorna Mishigya. He is not reckless enough to believe that she would listen to persuasion or negotiation. Subaru: then what are they doing here? Abel: that much is obvious. He knew that I would come to the Demon City. After hearing Abel's answer and being unable to comprehend it, a question mark popped up above Subaru's head. Equally puzzled, Al raised his hand, voicing an Abel-chan. Al, are you really saying that fake Emperor was able to predict that Abel-chan was gonna come to Chaos Flame? If that's for real, ain't we in trouble? Abel: he can follow my thoughts with considerable accuracy. After all, starting with where I would show up after having left the throne and the capture of the fortress city, plus the arrangement of the 9 divine generals. Naturally, the Demon City would be narrowed down as a critical location. Subaru: knowing that. No way. Subaru widened his eyes as he processed Abel's nonchalant words. Then he pointed at Abel, who looked at him quietly, with a trembling finger. Subaru: you were expecting us to run into the fake Emperor, weren't you? To avoid running into each other in person, you stayed at the inn by yourself. Abel: fool. What is the point in doing such a thing? If you have the number of pieces under your control reduced without resistance, you shall spoil the path to victory even in an already won match of Shatranj. Subaru: well, I guess that's true, but the only point that did not make sense was that Abel would make a move detrimental to himself. The only problem was that he could not disprove it, and as long as that was the case, Subaru's conspiracy theory that Abel was a malevolent mastermind would end up being labeled as quite literally just a conspiracy theory. In any rate. Subaru: anyway. Back to the point, what do you mean? That the false emperor knew that he couldn't convince Yorna-san to join his side. Yet, he still showed up at the Demon City because you're coming. Abel: he will take the initiative, and ruin the relationship between Vincent Volakia and Yorna Mishigya. Do you think it would be so easy for me to reach the top of the tower of the Crimson Lapis Castle after such an event? Al: oh, that's kinda. What a devious guy, oi. Once Al nodded his head in agreement, Subaru became annoyed and agreed as well. At last, Subaru understood what Abel intended to say. In other words, Vincent's goal was to make Yorna neither friend nor foe, but to keep her cut off as an invalid vote. To do so, he had personally gone to the castle and had planned a decisive breakdown of the negotiations with the Emperor. Subaru: so, if we had arrived one day later. Abel: their plan would have been in place. Hence why I stated it. That it was a job well done. Subaru: motionless with surveying eyes, Subaru stared at Abel without blinking. In other words, the previous exchange had been his way of displaying appreciation. If that was the case, a boss could only be so bad at praising his subordinates. Even patting himself on the back would be more effective than the compliment from Abel. Subaru: well done, me. Al and Medium-san too. Al: oh, yeah, well done, us. Medium: year tilde. Natsumi-chan's cutting remarks were awesome. The three of them, who had overcome death together and become more united, praised each other. Unlike Abel, Subaru felt pity for Tarata, the latter feeling lonely for having been left out of the group. Subaru: but there are many things I wish you'd told me beforehand. For example, the fact that Yorna-san has feelings for you. Al: oh, that's something I've been meaning to say as well. I'm begging you, Abel-chan. It can't be helped that you're a lady killer by nature, but in that caste you gotta pay the Eichmann tax. 1. Abel: I really do not understand what you are talking about, clown. Furthermore, you two misunderstand. Al: what do you mean misunderstand? I'm just looking at the actual interaction. Despite saying actual, it was Yorna and Vincent's interaction, but the fact that she was directing flirtatious glances at Abel was true. However, Abel heaved a deep sigh upon Subaru and Al's persistence. Abel, I am not one towards whom Yorna Mishigia's thoughts are being directed at. It is the Emperor of Wallachia. Subaru, so that's you, right? You're not going to tell me now that you're actually the fake, and the other emperor's the real one, are you? For a moment, the suspicions born in him back at the Crimson Lapis Castle were rekindled, and Subaru glared at him as if he were telling a joke. However, Abel dismissed him with a preposterous. Abel, do not take it at face value. It is true that I am the Emperor of Wallachia, however, Emperor of Wallachia does not refer to solely me. There have been emperors of Wallachia in the past, and there will be emperors of Wallachia in the future. Subaru, that's... Subaru rolled his eyes after digesting Abel's concise explanation. Next to him, Al let out a dumb-sounding ho tilde. Al, so you're saying that Yorna Chan's goals Abel Chan's wealth or status? Abel, I shall not delve into the details, but I am pretty certain that is what it is about. What she desires is the pinnacle of the empire. To be the most favored mistress of the Emperor of Wallachia. It does not necessarily mean me. Subaru, I kind of feel sorry for you. Abel, do not pity me based off your own advancing narratives. In a sense, it was a clearly defined prerequisite for love. The Emperor's most favored mistress, in other words, Yorna's goal appeared to lay in becoming the Emperor's wife. Certainly, in that position, she could rule the empire both in terms of power and financial strength without becoming the Emperor. To rule the demon city of Chaos Flame was not enough to satisfy the greed of that beautiful foxwoman. Tarata, now that you mention it, what did you write in your letter? Al, well, maybe that he'll take her as a wife if she comes to us or something. I think that's the quickest way to do it, and she's so beautiful. Subaru, I wonder if her beauty's enough to make up for the fact that she was so difficult to handle. Subaru believed that it was possible to tolerate some selfishness and bad character provided it was a beautiful woman, but only up to a point. Priscilla and Yorna were undoubtedly beautiful, but Subaru would not take either as his wife. No matter how many lives he had, he could not handle living in a state of constant anxiety like that. Abel, I have no intention of revealing the contents of the missive. However, it shan't disappoint your expectations, I can assure you of that. Subaru, guarantees can only be established when there's trust. Oh no, let's not go there. There's no point in saying it. Stop. Clapping his hands together, Subaru forced the topic to end there. Abel looked at him disapprovingly upon witnessing that unsatisfying conclusion, but Subaru, looking at Al and prefacing with "by the way," continued with a new topic of conversation. Subaru, a divine general was there, you called him Olbart. Vicious old man, was it? Al, yeah, he was there. That old man's bad news. I've met a lot of guys in my time, but he's on a class of his own among those I've come across. Subaru, do you think that old man's already been recruited by our opponent? If that's the case, then Arakia, Chaisha, and a third person have already been taken. To have the majority of the 9 divine generals, 5 must be held. But whereas Subaru and the others were still struggling to recruit the first one, there were already 3 9 divine generals on the opposing side. Al, by the way, from what I heard before, that old man's ranked 3rd. They also got the 2nd, Lil Miss Arakia, and the 4th, Chaisha. Subaru, they've got the biggest numbers pretty much covered. Upon hearing Al's bleak report, Subaru shouted aloud. If the ranks were in order of strength, the difference in strength seemed hopeless already. Since Yorna held the rank of 7th, Subaru's distress was to be expected. Abel, do not bellow. It is likely that Olbart has not allied himself with the other faction. Currently, he is merely obeying the orders of the Emperor as a divine general. Subaru, and your basis for that is? Abel, Olbart Dunklerken is too, a man whose following plays cannot be read. If one wishes to shift the current situation, the path to victory must be rectified. Influencing Arakia might be trivial, but Olbart is not as easy to ensnare. Subaru, so what you're saying, is that the 9 divine generals can't be controlled completely after all? In other words, since he had been unable to hold the reins of power, the body double who had taken his place would be unable to hold the reins of power either. It was a conversation that he believed there was nothing to be happy about, one that made him feel uneasy about the future to come. Tarata, then, the old man named Olbart has room to be on our side. Abel, naturally, adequate leverage must be brought to the negotiation table. He is a crafty old man with needs and expectations. Once the situation becomes clearer, we can decide what to bring. Subaru, oh, by the way, you knew him, Al, didn't you? What's your relationship with him? If they wished to negotiate with Olbart, Subaru believed Al to be the best choice. The conversation between Al and Olbart at the castle tower had revealed this possibility. Subaru, Gladiator Island, was it? So you played a role in resolving a case that happened there? Al, oh, yeah. There ain't much to add, though. 8 years ago, when I was still a gladiator in Wallachia, I got caught up in a rebellion on the island. Gladiators from the island took a high countess hostage during a death match, and gave demands for his release. Subaru, that sounds like a major incident to me. And you solved it, Al? Al, to be exact, it was me and Lil Miss Arakia when she was still a lowly. And then there's the High Countess who was supposedly being held hostage. We can talk about those details later. Clouding the second half of the story, Al scratched his neck awkwardly. It seemed to be something difficult to speak of, but even without the hidden details, the gist of it could be understood. Al had resolved an incident in the Empire and 8 years later sought a reward for his achievement. That had permitted Subaru and the others to fulfill their purpose and return with their lives. Subaru, did you really want to use it that way? Al, I don't think I'd ever have a chance to use it anywhere but there, so why not? To be honest, I didn't think it'd be such amazing foreshadowing. I want to thank the lethargic me of the time. Al gave a cheerful chuckle, apparently wishing to avoid making Subaru feel any more self-conscious. At the same time Subaru felt grateful for his concern. Abel, voicing an "is that so?" nodded his head in assent. Plucking the chin of his Oni mask and gently flipping it upward, Abel exposed his bare face to Al, and Abel, I had gotten word that a gladiator of the Gladiator Island had labored in the turmoil immediately after my accession. I too had heard that he had requested no reward. Would that be you, clown? Al, seems like it was. I'm more surprised that it reached the Emperor's ears and that he was able to remember it. Feels like he's also gonna remember later all the frivolous talks we had during our travels. Abel, it was a great deed. I shall reward you for your service. No matter what happens. Al, oh. Abel's words were grave and adorned with an unmovable sincerity as he showed his true face. Abel's creed of definite punishment or reward once again gave him the appearance of an emperor. Abel's upbringing as an emperor would not overlook those who did not seek rewards for their achievements. Al, too, would not be able to escape this time without receiving a reward. Abel, whatever the case, now that the missive is in her hands, we cannot avoid waiting for tomorrow's response. Subaru, that's right, isn't it? There's nothing more we can do. In the meantime, Yorna-san's attendant girl said that the fake Emperor's group would not lay a finger on us. Abel, if that is what Yorna Miss Higgia said, there is no reason to cast doubt onto it. Abel accepted Tanza's assurance of safety without hesitation. It seemed that there was something hidden there that Abel had yet to tell, something that had not been conveyed to Subaru and the others. However, Subaru, even if I told you to tell me about it. Abel, I am the one who shall choose what information to relay to you. The information you shall get is what you are capable of handling. At least for the time being. Subaru, at least for the time being. Ha! For a moment, Subaru's manner of speaking returned to its original form, and he admonished himself for the discord that had formed in his heart. It would be easy to dismiss this as uncooperative from Abel. But he himself wished not to be defeated. Just like Subaru was doing his utmost, Abel too was doing his utmost. That approach might be something desired by Subaru, but he was still not in step with Abel. Al, so, that's it for today, huh? Fortunately, we were able to save our lives and be able to connect them to tomorrow. In addition, we've thwarted our opponent's goals, so I'd say we've done well. Al spoke in a loud voice, breaking the delicate atmosphere between Subaru and Abel. Taking this into consideration, Subaru nodded and said, I guess so. Despite the unusual circumstances, the first step toward winning over Yorna Miss Higya had been taken, thanks to Al and Medium. There was no option but to wait for Yorna's response the following day. Subaru, as expected, I'm very tired. As soon as he concluded that there was nothing else to do today, his body became heavy. The tension must have dissipated, and so his body had become aware of his fatigue, from having to go up the castle right after their arduous journey, to meeting with Yorna and encountering the false emperor. It was the conclusion of an important bout. His right arm was sore from the strain he had put on it, and he had to take care of his whip, which had been utilized quite recklessly. After the completion of a large task, it was important to maintain your body and tools. Subaru, nevertheless, I'm sleepy. Holding his wobbly head, Subaru muttered to himself in a daze. Seeing Subaru's condition, Tarata supported him while saying, Natsumi. Tarata, you finished an important mission. I'll take care of your equipment, so please rest early tonight. I'll also take care of the night watch. Subaru, being wary of night attacks in the city so post-apocalyptic, too. With a small smile at Tarata's concern, Subaru decided to take her word for it. Exhaling deeply, he went to his assigned room. However, as he did so, You? Subaru, it's you again. Louis, who was supposed to have been separated from him in the adjacent room, jumped on Subaru as if she had been waiting for him. At Louis's behavior of grabbing onto Subaru's arm, Subaru put his hands on her head, utterly fed up. Were it not Louis, he would not have minded the childish pleas for attention. However, it was hard to let his guard down considering it was Louis, particularly so when he was tired. Wordlessly putting his finger on Louis's forehead, Subaru flicked her white forehead, prompting an "Ue" from her. Subaru, I don't have time for you. Now, please step aside. Louis, you are? ? Oh, she's out of bed again. I'm sorry, Natsumi-chan. Hey, Louis-chan, come here. You're with me. Louis's body, as she clutched her forehead, was carried by Medium's arms stretching out from behind her. After that, Louis continued to flap her legs, struggling to jump towards Subaru. Her figure disappeared behind the door again, and this time Louis's misdeeds came to a definite end. Subaru, sheesh, what was that? Al, she's gotten even more attached to you, bro. Ain't that it? Even if she hasn't followed the story, she feels that you almost died. Subaru, if Al's point was right, then Louis's attitude was out of concern for Subaru. It was hard for Subaru to accept that, emotionally. Louis was acting like an innocent child, but deep down, an evil and unforgivable malice was present. Stubbornly believing this was the basic premise of the relationship between Subaru and Louis. Subaru, Abel, I'm going to go to my room to rest. You can. Abel, do not bother. You being present would not be of much use to us in a crisis. Subaru, don't just leave it to Tarata-san. Be on the lookout for night raids all night. Upon obtaining a response devoid of any concern, Subaru replied with a scathing remark. He was sorry that Tarata, who had to mediate all this, was in a panic, but for the time being, he was relieved that everything that had to be done before he went to rest was now over. Subaru, I'm going to take off my makeup, undress, and sleep like a log. Returning to the room he had been assigned to, Subaru bobbed his head as he undressed. Now that he had left the Shudrakian village, it was not possible to repair his wig easily. It needed to be treated with great care and attention, so the process was very delicate. He washed the wig by pressing it into a fine mesh net, then carefully washed his clothes and shoes after taking them off. After the minimal treatment, Subaru sunk into bed. Closing his eyes, he slowly drifted away from consciousness. Subaru, tomorrow, then. The circumstances had evolved again. If the situation changed, what he saw would change. If what he saw changed, a path would open. If a path would open, he could get closer to his goal. That was where everyone he had been separated from was. Subaru, Rem, Biko. Emilia, Tan. With an ache in his heart, Subaru called out the name of his loved ones in another country. As he dreamed of his loved ones' names and his reunion with them, his consciousness faded. At a slow pace, the awakening of his consciousness came, and Subaru opened his eyelids atop the bunk. He was not one to fall asleep easily, usually, but last night he had been so tired that he slept very well. So deeply that he did not even remember having dreamt. He'd thought that would have been enough to rid him of much of his fatigue, but... Subaru, what? 3. However, it was not sufficient rest that prompted Subaru's awakening, but a noisy presence. In the bedroom where Subaru slept, some kind of lively voice and presence came from the other side of the door. This had served as an alarm, having pulled Subaru out of sleep. A noisy atmosphere upon waking was never a good sign. Outside the window, the morning sun was leaking through the closed curtains, indicating that it was a little too early in the morning. Feeling the already noisy atmosphere of the demon city, Subaru looked at the wig drying in the shade, at a loss what to do with it. Considering what he had done so far, he should dress like a woman with his Natsumi Schwartz persona. But if the situation on the other side of the door was dire, there was no time for cross-dressing. Mulling it over for a moment, he decided that first priority went to finding out what was occurring. There was a high likelihood that he was jumping into the wrong conclusion. If it was indeed important, Al, Medium, Tarata, or someone other than Abel would have woken Subaru up. Therefore, Subaru, With this thought in mind, Subaru attempted to get out of bed, and fell from his shoulders to the floor. The impact sent sparks flying in front of his eyes, causing Subaru astonishment at what had happened to him. It was not that he was sick, or that he had stepped on the clothes he had taken off. It was, however, that his foot had missed the floor entirely, as if he had misjudged the height. Subaru's legs had been unable to cover the distance from the bed to the floor. Subaru, that's ridiculous. Subaru, too, was troubled by the fact that his legs were short, but not to the extent that it interfered with his daily life in any way. Even with his short legs, he had been with his body for 18 years. He sat up, only to realize that he could not have messed up that badly. Strangely, compared to last night, everything in the room looked bigger. Subaru, hey, what kind of joke's this? His cheeks tensed and his voice quivered, as Subaru touched his face. Gasping at the loud sound of his heartbeat, he crawled, his arms and legs clutched by his bulky clothes. Just like that, Subaru headed for the mirror in his bag. A mirror was essential for fixing his makeup and getting dressed, so he reflected himself in it to see what had happened and... Subaru, what the hell is this? Looking at what was reflected by the mirror, Subaru muttered in dismay. The mirror trembling in his hand, its reflection was none other than Natsuki Subaru. However, However, there he was, young Natsuki Subaru, as a boy around 10 years old. Arc 7, Chapter 40, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, Subaru's throat froze upon regarding his own face reflected in the mirror. It was a face he recognized, but a face he felt reluctant to say he was used to seeing, which came as no surprise, as his face reflected in the mirror was a relic of the past, no more than a fading memory. For that which was reflected there, was the face of a young Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, what is this? The hand grasping the mirror trembled, the pale face of the young boy rocking minutely and repeatedly. His other hand, the one not holding the mirror, reached for his face as if to check it, and fingers that were smaller than those in his recollections, ones befitting the young face, came into view through the mirror. Judging from the facial features and height, that was a roughly 10 years old Natsuki Subaru. Subaru was a mischievous boy whose stature was slightly over average, having reached the average height for a Japanese person only once his limbs had fully developed. With certainty, he had been a pipsqueak back then, at the time of elementary school. To speak of his perspective at the time, he had wished to grow up as fast as he could. Subaru, what the hell is this, HK? In the mirror, his lips and eyes appeared to shake, and not just because his hands were trembling. It was also a clear sign that his soul was rejecting the abnormal situation reflected in his eyes. It was a sight worth being dubbed a nightmare. Were this simply rejuvenation, then more than a few people who dreamed of such a thing existed. Unfortunately, Subaru, as a flowering teenager, had nothing to do with such desires. Even if it was a great wish of his, however, he would probably attach the condition that he wants to choose the right time and place. That was how absurd this state of emergency was. Subaru, I can't stay like this. HK. After a long time, Subaru came to himself and rushed to his bedroom door. By no means would the inn's lodgings have a perk such as rejuvenation. It was natural to think that this was an attack from someone hostile. He had to hurry and share the information with his friends staying at the same inn, to come up with a plan to overcome this obstacle. Subaru, guys, we're in trouble. You may be surprised by the suddenness of this. ? Oh, I knew it. Subaru's chin got smaller too. Subaru, what? The moment he twisted the doorknob, which felt as if it were higher and heavier than usual, and opened the door with great force, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. Nay, it was a sight he should have expected. Outside his bedroom, in the living room where several people had gathered, Subaru was greeted by a girl with a lovely face and a cheerful smile, waving her hand. Her clear blue eyes and golden hair with its characteristic weave, her unmistakable sunny clarity allowed Subaru to connect the girl to the woman in his recollections. Subaru, medium-san? Medium, that's right Tilda. When I woke up, I was so surprised to see how tiny I was. But I'm relieved to see Subaru chin's tiny too. Buddies. The one who spoke these words with her hands in the air in jubilation was a girl of about 12 or 13 years of age, wearing a thin cloth wrapped around her bare skin. She had declared herself to be medium O'Connell. Albeit she was quite tall for a woman, having been caught up by the same phenomenon as Subaru, her size had shrunk considerably. However, she was still half a head taller than the shrunken Subaru. Anyhow. Subaru, not a situation in which you can simply be happy that you found a buddy. You were? ? Ook. As Subaru tried to swallow his initial shock, his body was blown away by an impact to his side, and someone pressed down on his upturned chest. At the feeling of pressure, Subaru unconsciously raised a shriek like that of a squashed frog. Medium, Louis-chan, you can't do that. Because Subaru chin's so tiny. Louis, Medium, Kea. I can't lift Louis-chan because I'm too tiny Tilda. Medium desperately tried to pull away the fierce beast flailing on Subaru's chest. However, her shrunken arms were not enough to stop the savagery of this evil and tyrannical being. With that, the young Natsuki Subaru was about to be laid waste to, with no way to do anything about it. ? Louis, don't. Subaru's going to be crushed. Louis, arc. Along with a sharp reprimanding voice, the heavy monster on his chest was removed. When he looked, Louis, now away from Subaru laying on his back, for some reason had a sad look on her face. The one to put her hands under Louis's armpits and lift her up was Tarata. Her appearance, with her blue-dyed black hair, was no different from what Subaru knew. Medium, Tilda, Tarata-chan, thanks. I wasn't strong enough Tilda, Tarata, no, it wasn't much. Subaru, are you okay? Subaru, oh, yeah, you saved me. I'm so glad you're the same, Tarata-san. And he took the hand that the medium offered him and raised himself up, then looked at the back of the room. There, sitting on the sofa, silently observing the flurry of events that had just taken place, was the dark-haired man whose face was covered by an Oni mask, Abel. Subaru was relieved to see him unchanged, but he also had a few thoughts on how he had not tried to help at all. Subaru, nothing happened to Abel. His appearance, the fact that he was hiding his face included, had not changed since yesterday. Whether it should be called a blessing or not could not be gauged at this point. However, the fact that Abel, whose face he could not see, did not welcome this situation could be seen from the displeased air that came through the Oni mask without a hitch. In fact, as proof of his unsettled state of mind, he turned his gaze to Subaru and said, "Abel, this is a disgrace," and with a mere sentence, he was able to disregard the situation. "Subaru, I think I'm rather cute and charming." Having received a blunt remark, Subaru's gut reaction was to spit out a retort. However, Subaru himself knew very well that this was nothing more than a sarcastic remark. The abnormal situation that had befallen him and Medium, which did not seem to affect Abel, Tarata, and Louis. "Subaru, if that's the case, the other ones?" "Oh, I'm glad you're paying attention, bro. I was afraid you'd forgotten about me." Subaru, HK. Just as Subaru was wondering about the last of his companions staying at the inn, the answer was presented to him. Eyes wide open, Subaru turned around to see a dark-haired figure in front of him, one that had come out of another bedroom. He was a boy around the same age as Subaru, around 10 years old. His strange appearance was quite eye-catching. After all, the boy was wearing a suitably torn cloth wrapped around his face, as to hide his appearance. "Subaru, Al, right? What's with the covering?" "Al, my helmet doesn't fit anymore. The only thing I could think of was to wrap a cloth around my head instead. Don't mind it too much." "Subaru, even if you tell me not to mind it, it's going to be on my mind." Then the young Al, his face hidden, waved his right hand at Subaru. Because less was covered compared to the helmet he usually wore, his tied black hair, habitually hidden, was exposed. It reminded Subaru of the way Abel used to conceal his face with a piece of cloth before sporting the Oni mask, but the way Al had wrapped his was looser. He looked just like a cheap-looking killer in a movie. "Subaru, I know you can't wear your helmet, but do you have to cover your face?" "Al, oh, that's a statement without delicacy, bro. I ain't wearing the helmet for style or as a whim, but as the manifestation of a complex. Even if I'm now a child in appearance with the intellect of an adult, it doesn't make it any less real. It ain't like my arms grown back. That means the scars on my face haven't disappeared either. It's the same for you, bro, right? Subaru, that's..." As Al said this, he showed his left arm, which was unchanged, his upper arm still in a state of having been lopped off, proving that Al's perception of the current situation was correct. Those three people, made up of Subaru and Al, as well as Medium, were unintentionally rejuvenated. It was not that time had rewound, however, it was a clear change in their bodies. Subaru, .. In response to Al's words, Subaru also flipped up his own loose-fitting shirt, and confirmed that the old scars all over his body had not vanished. His small child body was covered with all sorts of scars that made him want to look away. The years he had spent in this other world had not disappeared. He had never really thought that there would be a day when he would be relieved by the existence of those scars. Despite that, the scars had taught him something, that this was a situation in which his limbs had simply shrunk. However, Al, a misfortunate destiny such as having our limbs shrunken doesn't just happen at random. Medium, right tilde. This might mean I'm not gonna be able to help Big Bro with his work. He's way too weak, so this is a big problem. Subaru, it's definitely true that it's a big blow to the O'Connell siblings' business, but it spelt trouble for long-term business plans for sure. However, there was certainly also a heap of troubles short-term. Currently, Subaru's problem was that, due to him being misshapen, he did not have any clothes that fit. Such was not the case for Al and Medium, though. Subaru, Al, you mentioned that your helmet doesn't fit, What about your weapons? Al, good catch. I can't wield one with my cute little arm. Medium, it might be hard for me to hold both of them. But I should be able to manage one. Ah. Subaru, watch it. Medium drew one of her twin swords from the scabbards at her side, but the blade slipped through her grip and nearly sliced Subaru's knee, albeit barely. The tip of the blade almost grazed Subaru, then stabbed into the floor, bringing him horror. Medium, wow, Subaru chin, I'm sorry. Subaru, it didn't cut me, so. But that's pretty bad. With a sullen sigh, Medium pulled out the stuck sword and carefully put it back in its sheath. The weapons she had been able to use so freely just the previous day were now in a wholly unusable state. To Medium, whose expected active role was that of a fighter, this was a crisis that shook her to her core. The same could be said for Al, though not in terms of his military prowess. Subaru, this means that Tarata-san's the only one with any legitimate fighting strength at the moment, right? Medium, what? I'll do my best even if I'm small, you know. Subaru, I appreciate the spirit, but you don't meet the labor standards. Medium's undampened attitude was nice, but a realistic view of the situation was also required. With both Al and Medium in this state, the only one able to fight properly was Tarata, and even if she was assured of her abilities, it would be a lonely endeavor amidst enemy territory. Tarata, it's only me? In fact, Tarata was evidently accepting the pressure herself. The reason for this was that the roles that would otherwise have been shared could no longer be divided, and must now be carried on her two shoulders. He felt guilty to her for that, but... Subaru, it's going to be quite a burden. But what do we do from here? It seems like they'd have eyes on us, but should we escape from Chaos Flame? Al, so, you think it was that sexy lady castle owner who did this, bro? Subaru, the three of us were the only ones affected. Having been asked that by Al, Subaru quietly nodded his head. It went without saying that Subaru, Al, and Medium had a single thing in common: all of them had gone to the Crimson Lapis Castle as messengers the previous day. That being the case, it was perfectly legitimate to suspect Yorna's involvement in the circumstances of their shrunken limbs. Abel, it seems that you are not as distraught as I had expected. Abel, who had been quietly ruminating about the contents of Subaru and Al's conversation, interrupted them. Sure, Subaru had been quite distraught right after waking up, but now that he had run into Al and Medium in the same situation, his agitation had lessened considerably. In a way, it was possible to say that buddies, as Medium had put it, truly existed. And yet... Subaru, perhaps I just missed the timing to be surprised and panicked. Maybe after I find more inconvenient things with this body, then I'll realize the importance of my lost height and weight. Abel, even though you have shrunk, you are a man who always feels the need to talk. Subaru, adaptability and cleverness are two of my few selling points, that's why. He was being increasingly scorned for ceaseless chatter, but Subaru still retorted without regard. Sure enough, Abel's gaze from behind the Oni mask became sharper, and he muttered with visible exasperation, "You talk too much." However, he did not stop at that, and resumed his words. Abel, you can discard your suspicions about Yorna Miss Higya. Your transformations differ from the principle of the techniques employed by that thing. Subaru, are you sure? Abel, as far as I can surmise, yes. It is up to you to decide whether this is worth believing. Abel directly denied the suspicions held by Subaru just before. However, it seemed that the basis for this denial lay only within Abel. Subaru's mouth curved in frustration as he was told that he was free to decide whether it was to be trusted or not. Despite this, it did not take him long to mull it over. Subaru, I understand. But if it wasn't Yorna, then who was it? Abel, perhaps it was Olbart Dunkelken who caused it. Subaru, Olbart. That old man from yesterday? Abel mentioned the name of the architect of this situation to Subaru, who, swallowing his dissatisfaction, placed trust in his speculation. What had come from his mouth, was the name of the false emperor's companion they had run into at the Crimson Lapis Castle the previous day, a diminutive old man who was said to be one of the 9 divine generals, among the empire's strongest and labeled a general first class. He was a person who had been bestowed with the 3rd rank from the top. Naturally, Subaru had anticipated him to be a man possessing might which was not to be taken as trivial, but Subaru, I didn't expect him to be such a freaky person who can bring about such nonsensical situations. Abel, I know not the depths of his abilities. But you cannot deny what has happened. There are other possibilities aside from Olbart when it comes to forging one's external appearance. Subaru, unfortunately, it doesn't look like a hallucination or anything. He had already tried pinching his cheeks and waking up from what seemed like a dream. The possibility that magic or drugs were messing with his perception and making him hallucinate was null. The fact that his arms and legs were actually short, and that he had been unable to push back against Louis' strength and weight, posed as pretty good evidence. The physical effects on the body, such as the size of Subaru's clothing and Al's helmet, could not be overlooked. Abel was probably also regarding it as unlikely, as he had not made any special effort to object to Subaru's insistence that it had an actual, real effect. Subaru, first of all, it's good that we don't have to run away with our tails between our legs. How troublesome. Even the Emperor, Abel, doesn't know how that old man fights? Who the hell is he? Abel, he is the head of a group that has mastered a special technique called shinobi. Subaru, shinobi. A ninja? Abel, what is that? Abel questioned Subaru while raising his eyebrows, the latter having blurted something out unintentionally. When one heard of the word shinobi, their first reflex would be to think of ninja, which had the same meaning. However, it appeared that the latter word sounded new or strange to Abel. But to Subaru, much like when he had first learned about Kuraragai dialect and Waifu-style architecture, he thought it seemed to be knowledge of the world Subaru knew, or felt like a slight remnant of it. Subaru, these shinobi, do they use ninjutsu, or do they go undercover in the darkness of night to spy on or assassinate people? Abel, I have never heard of ninjutsu, but you understand the main function of the shinobi. That too, is not supposed to be information that reaches the public easily. Subaru, there's something similar in my homeland, they're called ninjas. Right, Al? Yeah, right. They're a quartet of turtles with a great sense of humor. Perhaps he felt the same tug as Subaru, but Al's answer was a bit off the mark as Subaru thought about it. They were characters from a popular cartoon of yesteryear, though Subaru did not dislike them. 1. Anyway, even if he explained the details, Abel would not comprehend it, and it seemed the latter viewed it as a pointless topic to delve into as he did not make any attempt to ask him about the details. Instead, Medium let out a "oh," with her big eyes open wide. Medium, if it was that Gramps of yesterday who did it, it could be that. You know, when we escaped from the castle. Subaru, when we escaped? Medium, when me and you were both struck in the chest. Medium's cry was a bit misleading, but Subaru had an inkling of what was up. It had come to pass the previous day, during their escape from the Crimson Lapis Castle, in the middle of the life-threatening battle to fulfill Yorna's nasty conditions. Subaru and his group had escaped from the false emperor's bodyguard Kafma's thorns, and broken through the walls of the castle in an attempt to escape, only for each of them to be pierced by the blow of the pursuing Olbart. However, the Divine General's attack had not caused any damage to Subaru's group. At that time, that had gone all right. But it could not have been harmless. Subaru, that said, it's normal that something like this couldn't have been predicted. I mean, that explains me and Medium-san, but Al? Why did you shrink? Al, sorry, bro. I had a few run-ins with the old man before I jumped out. It wouldn't be surprising if he'd hit me at some point. I figured that if the wound didn't kill me, it'd be a no count, 2 in a low tone, or, at least, in as much of a low tone as a boy whose voice had yet to drop could muster. Al blamed himself for his lapse with a grumble. But it was wrong for Al to blame himself. Al had done his part and allowed Subaru and Medium to survive in that desperate situation. The same can be said for Medium. So, it was Subaru who should have known. If he could not be of use in a battle, he should have been aware of every eventuality. The result of failing to do so was this disgrace, as Abel had said. Subaru, I can't let Rem see me like this. If I'm the same size as Biko, Emilia will treat me like I'm younger than she is, even more. Al, even if I've been shrunken down, I don't think it likely that the princess'll treat me affectionately like she does Shulch-chan, so I wonder who benefits from this development. Tarata, I'm surprised that everyone is so calm. I'm still confused. A pale Tarata revealed her innermost thoughts, as Subaru and Al discussed their shrunken bodies, with Louis flopping in her arms. Tarata's bewilderment was palpable, due to being the sole remaining fighting force. It was almost as if she felt guilty for having escaped harm. Of course, Tarata was the one who was physically and mentally normal in this situation. Subaru, honestly, I feel like I'd start screaming if I didn't joke about it a bit. Tarata, is that so? Subaru, yeah. It's that revolting. It was not his young body. His own body had been unintentionally remade. The disintegration of the definition of the self was sickening. Subaru, Subaru was rather proud of himself for having faced a variety of experiences in this other world thus far. Although the experience of death was the most extreme, it was quite possible to say that the dense experiences of the past year and a half were incomparably richer in color, taste, and density than that of an ordinary person. Compared to any of these experiences, the inexpressible disgust that came with the feeling of being remade stuck out. Subaru, this is what it feels like, to be one of lust's victims. The sound of wings echoed in Subaru's mind as he hugged his thin, small shoulders and clenched his teeth. It was the sound of the wings of those who had fallen victim to the authority of the Sin Archbishop of Lust in the Watergate City, the memory of the victims whose bodies had been morphed into that of flies, and were still waiting to be saved. The tragedy of these people, who had been transformed into something else, easily transcended Subaru's flimsy understanding of their situation. The very act that had compelled such a sensation was Abel, vicious, I would state. With arms crossed, Abel accurately guessed Subaru's innermost thoughts, causing the latter's breathing to hitch. Meeting Subaru's unsteady gaze with his own. Abel, Olbart's nickname is Vicious Old Man. And as befits his name, he makes use of the shinobi arts to carry out all kinds of special tasks, vicious and otherwise. Al, special operations, huh? So does he get ridiculous requests like go make the target into a baby? Abel, what kind of absurd instructions are those? But witnessing this disastrous scene, I would guess that would not be impossible. Al, Abel's response to Al, however, had a weight to it that could not be laughed off as a joke. As a matter of fact, since Subaru, Al, and Medium were made this young, it was impossible to even guess the capabilities of Olbart's techniques, and their extent. And with that as their grasp of the situation, the thing that made them most anxious at the moment would be Subaru, this can be undone, right? Abel, I cannot state with certainty, but I believe it reasonable to assume a way to return you to normal exists. Subaru, what makes you say that? Abel, the only pretext for poisoning someone and not have them die immediately, is to negotiate with them. Hearing Abel's speculation and their justification, Subaru was also convinced with no further words. This phenomenon, which may be called infantilization for the sake of convenience, could be likened to the act of poisoning, and the other party's intention would be to avoid immediate death. This was a strategy to extract some kind of concession. Tarata, then, if there's some kind of contact from the other party. Abel, I shall reiterate. I cannot state it with certainty. But Abel looked over at Tarata, who was holding her breath, and said that her high hopes were poisonous. And just as Abel was about to resume speaking, from outside, there was a knock on the door of the room. Subaru, HK. Because of the previous conversation, everyone's attention and tension turned to the door. Subaru also stiffened, thinking of it as a possible sign of contact from Olbart, who had brought about the infantilization. However, my apologies for disturbing you this morning. I am Yorna, Miss Higya Summer's messenger. The voice that came through the door was a disappointing one at this point in time. That disappointment was the reason as to why the tension that had been building up loosened at a sluggish pace. On the other hand, Subaru belatedly understood that a messenger from Yorna signified a reply to yesterday's letter. In addition to that, he also noticed the owner of the voice bringing the reply. Medium, this voice is that of the dear girl from yesterday, isn't it? See, it's Tanza-chan. Subaru, looks like it. Good. Then I can let her come in. Right? With a nod to Medium, who held up a finger, Subaru asked Abel if he wanted her to enter the room. At Subaru's gaze, Abel paused for a moment, then nodded slowly. Having received this cue, Subaru turned to go to the door and greet his visitor. Tarata, no, I will. Interrupting Subaru, Tarata took the initiative and stepped forth. She left Louis in Medium's hands and ushered Subaru and the others back, away from the door. As far as this matter was concerned, it must be said that Subaru was the one who lacked a sense of danger. Even if it had not passed his mind, he could not just open the door devoid of any protection. And currently, the shrunken Subaru's vigilance was no different from being defenseless. Tanza, my apologies for disturbing you. I have come to deliver the words of Yorna Summer. The one to bow and step over the doorsill to reveal herself was, just as they had thought, Tanza, the dear girl. Just like yesterday, once the kimono-clad girl stepped into the room, she met the gazes of those greeting her and paused. It was unclear what the expressionless girl thought of the unusually large number of children in the room. However, it should be noted that her gaze had lingered the longest on the suspicious man wearing an Oni mask. Anyway, after the girl surveyed the room. Tanza, what happened to the messengers from yesterday? Subaru, they've left for a bit, should I go get them? Tanza, no, if you could tell them later. On and off, Tanza's attention would be drawn to Abel at the back of the room. He thought she, as a child, was too good a servant, but there were some unexpectedly cute aspects to her, like the way she could not take her eyes off something interesting. Nevertheless, the report she brought would have a tremendous impact on the future of Subaru and the others. With quiet tension, they waited for Tanza's words. And then, Tanza, after reading the letter, Yorna Summer will reply formally. Therefore, I would like to request you all to report to the Crimson Lapis Castle. Subaru, she read it. Subaru felt relieved after Tanza had spoken so with a bow. Albeit rude, after everything that had passed, he suspected that Yorna tearing up the letter on a whim was not an impossible outcome. It could be said to be the same sense of insecurity as dealing with a high-strung cat, or Priscilla. As if he could not find the precise approach, that was the impression he got. I ain't denying that the princess is hard to deal with, but even she discerns TPO, well, I ain't too sure about that actually. Reading Subaru's inner thoughts from his expression, Al tried to defend Priscilla, but gave up halfway through. It was a sign that he, too, was having a hard time dealing with Priscilla, whom he had known for a long time. Anyway, he was relieved that one side of the impending situation seemed to be going smoothly. With this, the only major problem at hand was the infantilization of Subaru and the others. Tanza, I hope that the master who wrote the letter and all the messengers from yesterday will come to the castle tower. Subaru, boy. Tanza, Hearing the unintentional moan that spilled out, Tanza lowered her round eyebrows and tilted her head. In order not to allow her to notice his inner turmoil, Subaru smiled amiably and shook his head, nothing, forcibly deceiving Tanza's suspicions. Whether she was satisfied or not, Tanza straightened her tilted head and said, Tanza, we will be waiting for you at the Crimson Lapis Castle, at the time the bell of fire time rings. Abel, I understand the details. Well done. You may leave. Tanza, Yes, Excuse me. The time specified, the bell of fire time, could be taken to mean roughly noon. After informing them of the setting of the meeting with Yorna, Tanza performed a curtsy and turned away to leave the room. Excuse me, Subaru called out towards her back. Tanza, yes, what is it? Subaru, I want to make sure just in case, but the main person invited is the person who wrote the letter, and the messengers from yesterday are an extra, right? In other words, if the messengers are unable to attend due to various circumstances. Tanza, Yorna Summer has said to invite the messengers as well. Subaru, Tanza, I hope that in this demon city, you will not fail to follow Yorna Summer's words. Tanza's voice was plain, but it was a reminder of her absolute and unshakable will. Leaving that behind, he watched the departing messenger girl and shut the door. After doing that, Subaru took a deep breath and turned around, and then. Subaru, do you think we, in this state, meet the conditions she just mentioned? He stretched out his changed arms, and posed that question. Arc 7, Chapter 41, A Chat Over Tea. Subaru, Strategy Meeting. In a room so quiet a pin being dropped could be heard, Subaru raised his short arm along with this suggestion. There was no rebuttal to that remark. They all felt the need to discuss their situation. The topic of discussion was, of course, the matter of making an appearance at the Crimson Lapis Castle. Subaru, Abel, who wrote the letter, and us, who went to the castle yesterday, are indispensable. Looking down at his clothes with their sleeves and hems wrinkled, Subaru ruminated on the request from Yorna that had been left behind by Tanza, who had come as an envoy. A frown formed between his brows. He was willing to accept the risk of sending Abel directly to the castle, but his biggest concern was the condition that he should be accompanied by the messengers from the previous day. Would Yorna appreciate it if he took along the shrunken Subaru, Al, and Medium, he wondered. Worst-case scenario, there was a good chance that it would be considered a prank. Alternatively, there was the option of telling Yorna all about their situation and appealing to her heart with sincerity, but Abel, it is completely devoid of reason to show your hand when you do not know the future actions of your opponent. Subaru, I see. I can't say for sure Yorna'd even listen to me either, considering yesterday's exchange. Abel refused to reveal all his cards, and Subaru agreed with him on that point. Although he had avoided saying so yesterday, if Subaru wished to describe the impression he had of Yorna, the expression evil woman would be a valid choice. The way she spoke and acted like a courtesan seemed to Subaru to be that of a temptress with excellent skills in toying with men in the palm of her hand. The danger posed by Yorna went without saying, as, in addition to her position as the lord of the demon city, she possessed the aptness to be bestowed the title of Divine General. She was the one they had first set their sights on as a potential ally among all of the 9 divine generals. However, as Abel had warned, she was not the kind of person to whom they could easily disclose their situation to. Al, if we spammed her full with our circumstances and she then asked about you, we'd be screwed. Considering the cross-dressing and all that, what should we do if she asks something like you dare lie to me? Subaru, I don't want to think I'll be blamed like that. But if that's the case, why don't I just pretend to be Natsumi Schwartz in lowly form? Tarata, wait, please wait. I'm afraid I'll get more and more confused too. The dilemma of making up a lie to cover up another one was a common one, but the dilemma of having to cover up cross-dressing by still cross-dressing after being infantilized would probably be unprecedented. Unlike Al's helmet, the size of the wig could be adjusted, so cross-dressing itself was possible. But whether it was necessary to go that far depended on how the story proceeded. Medium. So, what are we gonna do? The bell of fire time's in about 3 hours, remember. Subaru, pretty sure we should go to the Crimson Lapis Castle. Medium tilted her head and asked, having held Louis in her arms while listening. While the two of them were the same size, and Louis was tilting her head to match Medium's, Subaru had to consult with his inner scales. Tarata, first of all, we don't have the option of not accepting Yorna's invitation, do we? Al, well, we went to a lot of trouble to have the letter read. If we don't accept it, The meaning of yesterday's hard work and us here having been shrunken would all disappear. Tarata, if anything, all that'd be left would be the damage incurred. Nodding at Al and Tarata's words, Subaru believed that retreat was not out of the question. Not returning home until the money spent was recouped, this kind of mindset was a cliché for people losing everything through gambling. Cutting one's losses would be important, in some cases, however, what would be lost in this loss-cutting was Subaru and the others' statures. Subaru, should we see this as serious or trivial? Getting younger's better than growing old. Isn't that like the secret to eternal life? Subaru, yeah, for sure, in a sense, rejuvenation meant an increase in chances, just like return by death. If one could return to their childhood holding the knowledge and experience of an adult, they would be capable of training their physique in the most fitting way possible over time, and so, would be able to retry achieving the goals once given up on. With those as the circumstances, it seemed like they'd found some situations which could be leveraged as an advantage, however. That'd be what you'd think, right? But it's not that simple, is it? It's not something that you can easily use, you know? At that moment, a third party interrupted the discussion, and Subaru's breath stopped. No, Subaru's was not the only to stop. Everyone present in that room went rigid, unable to move at that moment, and froze at the presence of the owner of the voice. However, the person in question was unconcerned about the growing tension in the room. I've taken the liberty of making tea for myself, does anyone else want some? With that question made in a casual tone, he lifted his steamy teacup. Tarata, HK. Immediately after, Tarata moved with a bouncing motion, like a spring-loaded doll. She drew her bow in an instant and aimed her arrow at the person who had just appeared, Olbart Dunkelken. Her target was extremely close, there was zero chance she would miss or that he could dodge. But Olbart shrugged his shoulders with a nonchalant, whoa. Olbart, don't do it. I don't like having pointy things aimed at me. You know, old people go tar the bathroom more often than not, and you wanna scare 'em into pissin' their pants? I'm shaking in my boots here, yeah? Tarata, you're kidding me. Who are you? Abel, Olbart Dunkelken. Tarata, the old man's hostile but unconcerned stature made Tarata's face flush with anger. Yet, in response to her question, the man in the Oni mask, the one who had called out Olbart's name, as if to rein her in. The only one who had not moved at all, Abel, sitting on the sofa while donning his Oni mask, exchanged glances with the man. To this, Olbart narrowed his eyes hidden by his thick eyebrows. Olbart, well, I already confirmed yesterday that I'm a celebrity, so I'm not surprised, but you got a pretty impressive face, you know. Where's that souvenir from? Abel, spare me the nonsense, old tree. What are you here for? Olbart, it's lonely these days 'cause young people don't wanna listen to old people's idle chatter. The people in my village are getting better and better at ignoring me every day. Kaka. As he talked about the lonely circumstances of his old age, Olbart opened his big mouth and smiled cheerfully. At the dialogue between Abel and Olbart, the confusion of Subaru and the others on the sidelines slowly melted away. However, it was impossible for them to completely let their guard down. Medium? But, Gramps, how did you get in here? It's not like we weren't keeping watch. Olbart, oh, doesn't this lil thing look just like the dancer from yesterday? So if Gramps has tar answer, that's just how it is. You let the dear girl throw, right? And I came in with her. Medium, together? With Tanza-chan. Olbart, kaka. How I got in here's a secret. Shinobi arts are like my tools of the trade. Medium's simple query was laughed off by Olbart with the purpose of confounding them. It was uncertain how serious he was about this, but in any case, the word shinobi had been mentioned by him himself, and he seemed to have no intention of hiding his true identity. In that case, asking him directly about his true intentions for coming to their camp alone would be faster compared to probing him. Subaru, so. Olbart, Subaru, so, what are you really doing here? Olbart's gaze turned to Subaru after the latter asked the purpose of his visit. With that, the old man wrinkled his brow as if thinking for a while. Olbart, yeah, was Thatcher. Were you the girl in red from yesterday? I couldn't possibly mistake the dancer-like girl and the one-armed man, so I was really worried. So he confessed he'd had a hard time figuring out who Subaru was. Hearing this, Subaru looked, and Al, casually repositioning himself, sneered. He cleared his throat through his mask, his voice more hushed than usual. Al, that's my bro. Even the shinobi head honcho didn't know who you were. Olbart, oh, how impressive, how impressive. I wish the people in my village could learn from that transformation. How about being a lecturer? You'd be welcome. Subaru, unfortunately, Natsumi Schwartz's schedule's quite full. Maybe I could make some time for you, though. Olbart, ho, what you mean, maybe? He moistened his lips at how cross-dressing had unexpectedly landed quite the catch, and then, noticing the sensation of thirst in his throat, Subaru narrowed his eyes. Regardless of how much he believed in this nonsense, he had to take full advantage of the opportunity to speak directly with Olbart. For the time being, about the abnormal situation that had befallen Subaru and the others. As per Abel's guess, the mastermind behind this phenomenon was none other than the old man in front of him. Subaru, if you got any idea who's the reason we're like this, be honest. Olbart, oh, that. I've done that myself. They're interesting, aren't they, the shinobi arts? Subaru, -- Without any bargaining, Olbart admitted that he had been the one to do it. His statement drowning out the rest of his words, Subaru took a small gulp. And the old man laughed viciously as he watched Subaru stiffen. Olbart, if I killed you by accident, I wouldn't be able to hear anything you got to say, and I'd be left with a lot of trouble, you know? That being the case, there are many ways to squeeze info out of someone without killing. Interesting, isn't it? Olbart bluntly spoke those words, and sipped his warm tea. The infantilization that had struck Subaru, Al, and Medium. From the testimony of the one acquainted with the 9 divine generals, Abel, it was almost certain that the offender was Olbart. However, for it to be affirmed directly by the person himself was a different kind of surprise. Especially if the other party was not offended at all and was proud of it. Everyone, -- Olbart, oi, we shouldn't look at each other all scary. Didn't you learn that all people are to be cared for, not tortured? The tension in the room was rising again, and both Al and Medium, as well as Tarata, who had not lowered her bow from the onset, were gradually changing their positions. In particular, Al was prepared to block the entrance door and obstruct Olbart's escape route. However, Al, with his shrunken body, could not handle his cherished sword at will, and so could not aspire to go far in stopping the shinobi head honcho that was always on the prowl. Louis, you. Olbart, you're a lil girl who's got nothing to do with me, aren't ya? Then you're looking at me like that's kinda hurtful. Don't ya like the sweet smell of old men? Abel, do not play games with me, Olbart. I shall ask you once more. What brings you here? Abel hurled a few words at the side of Olbart, who was trying to win over the snarling Louis. Taking a glance at Olbart, the latter looking over his shoulder, Abel expressed a sharp spirit that could be transmitted even through the Oni mask. Abel, you have heard the thoughts of Yorna Miss Higya, lord of this demon city. She recognized them as envoys. She has made it clear that they shall not be touched. Subaru, that's right. Don't touch us. That's what yesterday's game was about. We were risking our lives too. And yet, this treatment's different from what was promised to us. 1. Olbart, oi, you're getting all excited and mixed up, you know. Taking advantage of Abel's aggressive move, Subaru also reiterated Yorna's statement from the previous day. It was as Olbart had said, Subaru had gone as far as to even return to the state of mind of yesterday, regardless, that still did not change the truth. Yorna had recognized Subaru's group as messengers, and Tanza had made it clear that she would not allow anyone to interfere with them. To disregard that was to express hostility toward Yorna. Abel, of course, if your intent is to destroy the demon city, you shall not give that the slightest consideration. Subaru, now that you mention it. With Abel's additional words, Subaru's heated blood ran cold. In fact, the fake Emperor's faction, to whom Olbart belonged, had given up the right to negotiate with Yorna to Subaru and his party. Should they view it as a bad move, to just flip the table out of anger was also within their possibilities. In that case, it would be inevitable that he would clash head-on with Yorna, who was esteemed as one of the 9 divine generals, in several senses of the meaning. Abel, if you are to challenge it with the intent of destroying it, you shall avoid destruction. Of course, you shall come out of it with some damage. Olbart, well, that fox girl can be tricky to deal with. However, it's no fun to have that masked young'un see right through ya. Subaru, masked young'un. Olbart scratched his chin with his fingers and pretended to be in pain. Overhearing some of his words, Subaru looked at Abel out of the corner of his eye. Abel's attitude was unchanged, but Subaru was on the edge of his seat at every step of this exchange. After all, Olbart was one of the 9 divine generals. Of course, they must have seen Vincent Volachia, aka Abel, many times. Even though he was hiding his face with a mask, if Olbart were to exchange words with Abel, who had not changed his speech or tone of voice, it would not be surprising for the former to realize his true identity. Olbart, .. However, Abel, who responded in a dignified manner, did not display any such anxiety. Olbart, too, showed no signs of having perceived Abel's true identity. With that as the case, Subaru was unable to identify him, and had no choice but to act by hiding his inner fears. Anyway. Subaru, I still don't have your answer, Olbart-san. Olbart, .. Feels like I'm being treated better like this, compared to being just called an old man. So I'll let you off the hook for pretending to be a girl. Subaru, Olbart-san. Subaru's gaze sharpened on the old man, who had lost his nerve and dodged the question. Seeing this, Olbart raises his hands and says, okay. Olbart, the rewards for your actions are just as you said. The fox girl and His Excellency both have told me to stay out of it. Subaru, if that's the case. Olbart, it's just that, you know. I poked your folks before yesterday's game was over, right? Then you know what? If you can't complain 'bout dying from a sword wound you got while fighting, you can't complain 'bout a shrinking technique you got hit with while fighting me. Subaru, that's quibbling. Olbart, well, is it really quibbling? But you can't change it, can ya? Raising an eyebrow at Olbart, who was laughing at his own cunning, Subaru was at a loss for words. Olbart's argument was quibbling, as he himself had admitted. But on the other hand, his argument was correct as well. Even if someone lost their life because of a wound inflicted during battle, were the wound inflicted before the negotiation of a ceasefire, it would make no sense to hold someone responsible for the tragedy after the ceasefire began. However, Subaru had the impression that there was a large difference between a wound and infantilization. Olbart, that's why I think that bringing you back and the Foxgirl's order are 2 different things. Do you get me? Subaru, .. Olbart, kaka. Don't look so stern. Your cute face is ruined. That pretty face was just a sham made with cosmetics. You got me there, hook, line and sinker. Olbart played with the teacup with his fingertips and showed some acrobatic skills to keep the contents from spilling. His words themselves could not be easily fought off, they had been chosen with deliberate care attained by experience. However, even if Tarata, who was becoming more and more nervous, and Al and the others, attempting to block the escape route, were to fight their best, subjugating Olbart by force was nowhere in sight. If there was someone here capable of defeating this cunning, it would be Abel. Do not get carried away, Olbart. Indeed, only the man donning the Oni mask tried to cut through his brimming ambition and cunning. Abel, without changing his posture, shot Olbart with a look even sharper and colder, and made him stop playing with his teacup. Abel, I have already inquired you as to your purpose. How many more times must I ask until you feel like doing it? Olbart, whenever there's a young'un whose expression I can't see, I can't help but wanna see the wrinkles between their eyes. I hope you don't mind. With one eye closed, Olbart mischievously responded to Abel's domineering spirit. The old man scratched his head and voiced, "You're a man with no time to spare." Olbart, the fox girl aside, His Excellency also told me not to lay a hand on your folks, so I didn't come here to deal with ya, but if we're gonna be your enemies anyway, it wouldn't hurt to weaken ya a wee bit, would it? Al, that may have been the reason as to why you shrunk us, but you didn't come all the way here to drink tea. Olbart, looks like you're having a hard time now that your helmet doesn't fit anymore, boy. Anyhow, guess you're right about that. Ah well, the reason I'm here's that I'm here to listen to what you got to say, honestly. Subaru, what we got to say? While fiddling with his ear with a hand not holding the teacup, Olbart nodded to Subaru as the latter ruminated over the question, then spoke, "That's right." With that, he then pointed out the window using the same finger that had been picking at his ear. Olbart, that performance at the castle yesterday, darn it if it didn't make me giddy. But there are a lot of people who've tried to mess with His Excellency, and so far, they've all failed. So, I'd like to ask you why you decided to cross that dangerous bridge as well. Subaru, what are you going to do once you hear it? Olbart, oh? Obviously I'll make a decision after hearing it. And I'm gonna do something to make sure you can't lie. With Olbart's mouth open wide as he sent saliva flying along with his hearty laugh, Subaru scrunched up into a scowl. It was easy to dismiss his attitude, as was heard just a while ago, as just bad taste. But it was clear that the conversation could not just be shut down on him. He was one of the 9 divine generals required to help Abel regain the throne, or to dispel the shinobi technique that had infantilized Subaru and the others. Rather. Subaru, a chance, is it? The position of the 9 divine generals was such that it was difficult to even contact them, nevertheless to get them on their side. But presently, for whatever reason, Chaos Flame was occupied not only by its lord, Yorna, but also by Olbart in front of him, and Chaisha, who seemed to be posing as a false emperor. Of course, even if cajoling the opposition posed by Chaisha, who had taken the initiative, was an impossibility. Subaru, if Abel's reasoning from yesterday was correct, it doesn't mean that Olbart stands confirmed as an enemy. Abel's view was that hope remained regarding Olbart, who stood as one of the divine generals considered to already be the enemy's pawns. At the moment, Subaru had to say that Abel's judgment was a correct one, as he had managed to get to the point of negotiating with Yorna. If they were to believe his speculation, there should be room for negotiating Olbart's position. However, in order to get Olbart on their side here. Subaru, .. In silence, Subaru glanced at Abel's profile. Revealing the identity of the man sporting the Oni mask and keeping his dignified stance, Abel, that was the absolute most important piece of information that they must disclose in order to conquer Olbart. And frankly, Subaru did not have any further information that could resonate with Olbart. Subaru, .. The Oni masked Abel did not even wince, as he met Subaru's gaze towards his side. His face was hidden behind a mask, making it impossible to observe any of his emotions. However, there was no way that the intelligent man could not have thought of what Subaru had come up with. At this juncture, just how much of his own heart could he bear to the other party, Olbart? Subaru's thought was that this would be the focal point, but since Abel had not stirred, was he premature in his thinking? Or was he waiting to see what came to pass? In any case, if they could get Olbart on their side, they would find a way to solve the problem of Subaru's infantilization, their lack of strength, and the battle for the 9 divine generals. Then, this would be the right time to play. Olbart, you know, funny thing is, people's faces do say more than you'd expect, don't they? Subaru, Olbart, your gaze, the way your face tenses up, the way your muscles contract just a little. You don't actually gotta move your mouth to talk a lot. Thumping his 2 fingers against his temples, Olbart spoke. The old man nodded as his gaze fell on Subaru, whose breath had been taken. Olbart, for example, the girl who looks like a dancer relies on the girl using the bow. The young'un with a cloth wrapped round his head and the wee one rely on ya. And, as for the one using the bow and ya, well, both of you rely on that masked young'un. Subaru, HK. Olbart, you can see the general direction of each pair of eyes. When you're weak, it's even more obvious, isn't it? The words of Olbart, who flashed his white teeth as he said them, pierced Subaru's mind. And Subaru belatedly realized that he had greatly misjudged Olbart's fundamental nature. A man who had even appeared seemed to be a good-natured old man. Olbart had made it clear that he was the one who had infantilized them, and that he had done so in order to talk to Subaru and the others. He had never stated that it was to negotiate with Subaru and the others. Subaru, didn't you come here to talk? Olbart, come in here to talk and come in here to listen are similar but slightly different, aren't they? I don't mind chatting like this, you know. But Subaru, Olbart, you see, I'm also the shinobi head honcho, and I spend my time acting as a representative of the people of my village. That's why. I can't trust the words of someone I haven't even tortured, 'cause it's too dangerous. Without losing the air of an old man with an understanding of what he spoke about, Olbart expressed his thoughts in accordance with the shinobi's unwritten rules. The bleakness and harshness of this world was certainly similar to that of the ninja world known to Subaru. However, the feeling of enjoying it as a fiction was very unlike the feeling of being exposed to it firsthand in such a manner. And Olbart, so, with his uppity attitude of having no one to rely on, the masked young'un's the leader, right? Lemme ask ya, what was it that made ya come to seduce that fox girl? Abel, If that does not work, what will? Olbart, then you'll just have to find another way, won't ya? But since I'm forced to stay out of it, there's not much I can do about it. Olbart shrugged his shoulders, his gaze and attention were turned towards Abel. Of course, it was hardly believable that Olbart, the head honcho of the shinobi, would not be paying attention to the others. Even if his head was not turned, his attention had not been diverted from Al nor Tarata. However, even though a bow was being pointed towards him, to display any intention of attacking Olbart would be unwise for Subaru and the others surrounding him. As per Yorna's command, they were to be welcomed into Chaos Flame as messengers. Whether this would still apply after causing a disturbance in Chaos Flame, and how she would deal with ill-mannered visitors, was a complete unknown. In other words, the situation here was a stalemate for both Subaru and Olbart. Both had no choice but to stare each other down, declaring their readiness to do harm. And in such an extreme limbo. Subaru, but, on the other hand, in these conditions, where can I even prepare it? Reflecting on the established situation, Subaru once again cast a question to the white space that had been born within his mind, and once again, the thought arose, isn't this an opportunity? Bound by Yorna and the false emperor, Olbart was unable to take any additional actions of hostility. Subaru was judging which side Olbart was leaning. Supposing he was closer to the enemy's side, they would have to act on this timing. They would not get any other situation like the one they had here. Everyone, At a slow pace, time progressed. Along with this tense situation, there was also the matter of the time at which the bell of fire time would ring, as presented by Yorna. Time was precious. The more he wasted, the more his life diminished. In silence, Tarata's fingers trembled as she gripped her bow, and Al and Medium too muffled their breaths. Even Louis miraculously was only letting out growls, perhaps instinctively sensing the danger posed by Olbart. Perhaps they could not decide to stir. If someone could, it would be Subaru, Abel. Abel, Quietly, Subaru called out Abel's name. It was visible that his consciousness had turned towards him through the Oni mask, upon hearing it. His eyes were invisible, as the Oni mask blocked his gaze, but his attention was directed at Subaru. The feelings there could not be seen. However, Subaru could guess its intent, as he had felt it. Subaru, this is the Emperor, Vincent Volakia. Olbart, An? In reply to Abel's gaze, Subaru made that assertion, prompting Olbart to raise an eyebrow. His eyes hidden by his long, rich eyebrows went open wide, as the old man was suspicious of Subaru's words. It was a natural reaction, but it was far from the reaction he was looking for. So, in order to elicit the desired response, they would go deeper. Subaru, you want to know who's the faceless young'un, and what we're here for. Why did we come to see Yorna? The answer is Olbart, oi, that's not very funny, is it? Subaru, I wasn't trying to be funny. Abel. At a loss for words for an instance, Olbart's voice was laced with a hint of surprise. Perceiving that with clarity, Subaru called out to Abel at the back of the room. This far in the game, Abel did not try to refute Subaru's words and actions. Just inaudibly, his gentle fingers reached for his face. And then, Olbart, this is one hell of a thing. A concealed visage was revealed in front of Olbart, the latter letting out a voice of astonishment. Before his eyes, the one gazing back at Olbart as his face was tense, was a dark-haired beauty, none other than the Emperor, Vincent Volakia. Olbart, Your Excellency. But that's too weird, isn't it? But then, who'd I come we? Abel, let your old wits run wild, Olbart's Uncle Ken. You possess the answers. All that remains is to draw them out. Olbart, with the face of Your Excellency, saying things that sound like Your Excellency. Ah, so that's it. At first he had been taken aback, but the old shinobi soon regained his composure. Having revealed his face, Abel passed an order as the Emperor, and doing as he had said, Olbart seemed to come to a conclusion of the situation he was in with the information he had. Olbart put his hand on his chin, and Olbart, then that'd be Chaisha. He's got it all under control. There's another matter, though. It's not like Your Excellency, ta let something like that happen ta is it? Abel, you think your eyes can peer into the depths of my mind? Olbart, oh, very scary, very scary. Waving both his hands in the air, he let out a parched sound at Abel's answer. In fact, as Olbart had stated, Abel's situation was definitely a groggy one, but his overwhelming bluff did not show any of that. Upon seeing the change in Olbart's expression, however, the tension left Subaru's shoulders as well. Olbart understood the situation. Abel had been ousted from his position as Emperor, and Vincent, the man he was accompanying, was a false Emperor. Olbart, a lot of things that had been confusing me have become clear. No, I was wondering why you suddenly came to see the fox girl in person. Subaru, all of that was to stifle the actions of our side. Olbart, haha, it's hard for old people to keep up with the ideas of your smart folks, actually. Young, smart, good-looking, I guess that's being super greedy. Don't you think so, too? Don't you think? Since you're also so young. Oh, that's because of what I did. Kaka kaka. Olbart roared with laughter, trying to get a laugh out of them with what he had said, even though it was not funny. Subaru's cheeks tightened at the sight, and he exhaled a long breath, suddenly looking at Tarata. The Shudrak warrior still kept a wary eye, her bow trained on Olbart. He was attempting to get her to break her battle stance, and regain control of the situation. Subaru, Tarata-san, you can put your bow down now. Olbart sans. Olbart, oh? No, you don't have to put it down, do ya? I think it's impossible for that girl to lower her guard in front of someone she's not sure isn't an enemy. Subaru, huh? Olbart himself, the target of Tarata's bow, was the one to halt Subaru's effort to get her to lower her guard and talk to him. The old man took Tarata's caution as something natural, Furthermore, he did not do anything to try to deny the naturalness that was incomprehensible for Subaru. In other words, the danger stemming from himself had not lessened. However, then it would be as if. Subaru, let's talk about this. Olbart, didn't ya hear me? I said I'd make a decision after I listened to ya. And I did. Subaru, Subaru's throat clogged up, yet, faced with that, Olbart's attitude did not alter. There was merely a quiet click of the tongue, and Abel, this was one of those cards I did not know which way it would tend towards, but that is what you have decided, huh? Olbart, that doesn't sound like Your Excellency. No, it's fatal that you're seriously out of cards tar play. And tar boot, you weren't lucky on the draw here. You know, I've always wanted tar try it. Abel, ho, and that would be? Olbart's plan was set, and the shinobi head honcho laughed at the words of the ousted emperor, a laugh suitable for the man holding the title of vicious old man. Olbart, with me being an old man with not long left tar live, I've always wholeheartedly wanted tar try and kill the emperor, tar have a glorious death. Everyone, HK. The moment that vicious wish was spoken, movement occurred amidst that highly strung environment. That very moment, Tarata, Al, and Medium all moved to frustrate Olbart's purpose, overriding the no-fighting rule given to each one of them. However, Olbart, yesterday, I couldn't understand what trick you were using, one-armed one. But it stopped working since you turned little, didn't it? Al, Car. HK. Olbart, can't use the skills you learned at a later age when you're young. Having spoken those words, Olbart twisted his neck and swung his hands. Blood splattered from his fingertips, and a tragedy unfolded in Subaru's field of vision, his eyes opened to their utmost. Medium and Al, who had stepped in and tried to subdue Olbart, had their necks gouged out and blood spouted out. The blood scattered within the room like a fountain, making a person wonder where had so much blood flowed within a small child's body. Al, TCH, HK Olbart, judging from this, looks like you aren't able to use your last ray of hope. Still, I ended up doing you in before finding out how your trick works, that's how it was, huh? I messed up. Al crouched there, holding the gushing wound. Medium's eyes went blank and she fell backward, motionless. It was obvious that what they had suffered was a fatal wound that could not be recovered from. And Tarata, the only one ready to take on Olbart head-on. Subaru, Subaru had been wondering why a shot had not been loosened from the bow. However, the suspicion that the attack that was supposed to take place did not, made Subaru direct his gaze in that direction. Tarata was pinned to the wall. Tall for a woman, Tarata's slender frame was rested against the wall, her body pinned in place. The reason for her immobilization was a throwing weapon protruding from the center of her cleavage, a shuriken. Too, as if some kind of joke, the star-shaped projectile had pierced Tarata's chest, skewering her back and pinning her to the wall. Her heart had been destroyed, it was clear she had perished instantly. Abel, even though you were told not to interfere, you could not help yourself. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed in that room rife with death. It had come from Abel, standing in a room that had become full of corpses terrifyingly fast. Having left his seat, the man looked down with a penetrating gaze at Olbart, the architect of all this death. Bathed in that glare, Olbart wiped the blood splattered on his cheek with his finger. Olbart, yeah. I wanna set off some big fireworks before I die. I'd be completely satisfied to murder the greatest emperor of all time, and be executed for it. Abel, I couldn't read your destructive tastes. My oversight. Olbart, kaka. No. If my dreams of growing old were known, I'd be so ashamed that I wouldn't be able to live. Al had ceased moving, and Medium and Tarata had stopped breathing. Under such circumstances, that conversation between emperor and vassal seemed, to Subaru, to be something from another world. However, it was not another world. It was real. Real, overwhelming reality. This was the reality that Subaru had arrived at, after making the wrong choice. Olbart, once I'm done with your excellency, I'll go back Chaisha. I'm sure he'll be able to handle my death just fine. Subaru, Im. HK. Olbart, oh? Oh, you're still there. To Subaru, who had spoken up too late, Olbart turned around, the latter plunging into the atmosphere that marked finality. The old man turned his neck with a snap to keep Subaru, his own face rigid, in check. Then, pointing to those fallen, Al, Medium and Tarata in turn. Olbart, that's that. These guys tried to kill me, so I killed 'em back, but there really isn't a reason for you to die, right? I don't have the intention to become a fugitive, so there's no reason to silence you as well. Subaru, Olbart, oh, guess I went ahead and spoke a lot again. It's obvious that you got something to say, so open your mouth. I'm an old man with a short life ahead of me, so I can't wait that long though, you know? As Olbart continued to speak leisurely at his own pace, Subaru's thoughts turned white. No, his thoughts were being dyed a bright red. Whether it was anger or the color of the blood that Al and the others had shed, even Subaru himself could not tell. But even so, whatever, at any rate, never, here. Abel, fool. And so, those contemptuous words came from Abel. Currently, his gaze must be piercing the back of Subaru's head. Feeling the pressure of his sharp gaze, Subaru was made keenly aware of the accuracy of his words. There was no point in standing up for Abel now, with this. If he had been able to act in such a manner before Al, Medium and Tarata had fallen, perhaps it would have been possible to change something. Louis, you. Olbart, oi, you're even using a lil girl that's got no connection to me? Your Excellency's method of doing things must have been something that women and young children hated for sure. In front of Olbart, who was putting his hand on his forehand, stood Louis. No, Louis was not standing in front of Olbart, but in front of Subaru. Subaru was shielding Abel, and Louis was shielding Subaru, the three of them standing in a straight line. It was just some absurd form of a meat shield. Olbart, I thought your Excellency was supposed to die alone. Abel, not everything goes according to one's calculations. Olbart, kaka. Abel's inability to keep his mouth shut at this point was met with a sneer and a loud laugh from Olbart. Within the eyes of the elderly shinobi, neither Subaru's nor Louis's presence were reflected. But he was not so kind as to overlook those who stood before him with hostility. Henceforth, Subaru, I'll never forgive you. Natsuki Subaru's young body spurted blood and sank into a cold pool of blood, searing into his mind the face of the shinobi as the latter guffawed viciously during his attempt to satisfy his ambition, and so. Blood flowed and a hot sensation gushed from the wound. The hotness that overflowed endlessly, however, instantly drained the heat from his body. That which had flowed out rapidly swallowed him, drowned him, rendered him invisible, and then, after he had sunk to the depths of the ocean, he would. Subaru, Instantly, the lost blood coursed through Subaru's body, producing a loud noise in his ears. Accompanying the sensation of having his hearing sharpened to the extreme, came the cacophony of blood flowing through him in a quiet space. While being struck by it over his whole body, Subaru let out a ragged exhalation. With violence he bit his back teeth, his vision flickering on and off due to the distant pain and sense of loss. He wished to find out where he had returned to. I've taken the liberty of making tea for myself, does anyone else want some? A moment later, a vicious, unforgettable voice announced the overture of a new battle for Natsuki Subaru. Does anyone else want some? A moment later, a vicious, unforgettable voice announced the overture of a new battle for Natsuki Subaru.